Star Wars, Young Jedi Knights, Lightsabers, by Kevin J. Anderson and Rebecca Moesta. Dean, be quiet.
No.
Chapter 1. Daybreak at last spilled across the treetops on Yavin 4, where Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, listened to the stirring, rustling sounds of the awakening jungle. The looming stone blocks of the ancient temple had absorbed the deep night's chill and now glistened with dew. Dean, quit making obnoxious noises.
No.
Do you guys remember what happened in the last book?
No.
Remember how Jason and Jaina had that friend of theirs?
Coral?
On
What, the ruined temples? Not the
No, remember when they went to Coruscant?
You mean Coral?
No. Remember when they went to Coruscant? And they had that friend who
went to go see that, like,
who hunted for
TIE
junk.
Fighter?
No. Can you quit talking? Jason and Jaina had that friend that friend. Can you put that down?
Who can sneak very well?
He would find junk and sell junk, like different. He was a scavenger.
Yeah, that's
he would
the
scavenge.
guy that went into the building that had the TIE Fighter that was broken. You mean Coral?
No.
Nah, that's not Coral.
There wasn't a TIE Fighter that was broken.
There was.
No.
I forgot.
There was a ship. It wasn't a TIE Fighter. It was a crashed ship that they scavenged in.
I think it was a TIE Fighter.
It wasn't.
It did say it.
Dean, are you going to put that down and get in bed so I can keep going? Anyway, do you remember that he was taken by the Shadow Academy?
Yeah.
The witch of the Shadow Academy came and got him?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And it was
That's where the last one ended. He left. I can't remember his name for some reason, though.
Picklehead.
Yeah, that's it. It was Picklehead.
Yeah. What about Pickle Farts? Yeah, Pickle.
No.
Dang it. That really sounded his name.
Okay. The looming stone blocks of the ancient temple had absorbed the deep night's chill and now glistened with dew. As the morning brightened, he wished his spirits could lift as easily. Cool and stiff, Luke had been atop the great temple for a long time already, sitting patiently in the primeval darkness and thinking. He had used Jedi relaxation techniques to dispense with sleep. In fact, he had not rested thoroughly for some time. So great was his concern over the growing Imperial threat to the New Republic.
Dad.
Yes, Dean.
When we were watching the video, I was thinking, how was Luke an uncle? Like how?
Because Leia is his sister.
I know, but I was like thinking, and I forgot.
Oh. Jungle birds cried out and took wing, searching for a breakfast of flying insects. The enormous gas giant Yavin hung overhead, luminous with reflected light, but Luke stared beyond it with his imagination.
Does Luke have a wife?
He gets one later.
How do you know?
Because I know.
Why do you give us spoilers?
Well, it's not in this series. I haven't read the book where he gets a wife, but I know that he does.
Wait, you watched the movie?
That's not in the movie. The enormous gas giant Yavin hung overhead, luminous with reflected light, but Luke stared beyond it with his imagination, envisioning all of the galaxy's dark and secret corners, where the Second Imperium might lie hidden. I just read 3 books where they introduced the character who becomes his wife. Her name's Mara Jade.
Huh? No?
Yes.
Where?
In some books, some other books.
Cool.
Finally, Luke stood and stretched. It was time for his morning exercises. Perhaps the exertion would help him think more clearly, get his heart beating harder, tune his reflexes. At the top of the pyramid, he went to the sheer edge of the enormous vine-covered blocks that formed the sides of the towering temple. It was a long drop to the next level, where the ziggurat widened toward its base. Each squared-off set of blocks displayed decorative etchings and crenellations, carved into the stone thousands of years earlier during the building of the ancient structure. Whether by scorching attack in passing time, the dense jungle encroached at the rear of the temple pyramid, embellishing the massive stones with thick vines and overspreading tree branches. Luke paused for a moment at the edge, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes to center his concentration. Then he leaped out into space.
Dad! Water, I'm thirsty.
He felt himself falling and rotated in midair, executing a backward somersault that brought him into position, feet down just in time to see the cracked old stones rushing up at him. Using the force to slow himself just enough for a hard landing, he rebounded and pushed off toward the nearest vine, allowing himself a brief laugh of exhilaration. Luke staggered the rough jungle creeper and swung up onto the lichen-flaked branch of a masasi tree. He landed smoothly and ran along the branch without pausing. Next, he jumped across a gap in the jungle canopy and grabbed a small branch overhead, hauling himself higher and climbing, running. Each day, Luke challenged himself, finding more difficult routines in order to continue honing his skills. Even during times of peace, a Jedi Knight could never allow himself to relax and grow weak. But these were not quiet times, and Luke Skywalker had plenty of challenges to face. Years ago, a student named Brachus had been planted in Luke's academy as an Imperial spy to learn the ways of the Jedi and twist them to evil uses. Luke had seen through the disguise, however, and had tried unsuccessfully to turn Brachus to the light side. After the dark trainee had fled, Luke had not heard from Brachus again until recently, when Jacen, Jaina, and the young Wookiee Lobaka had been kidnapped. Brachus had teamed up with one of the evil new Night Sisters, Tamith Kai, to form a shadow academy for training dark Jedi in the service of the Empire. Panting from his workout, Luke continued to climb through the trees, startling a nest of ravenous cinterils. The rodents turned on him, flashing bright teeth, but when he nudged their attack instincts in a new direction, they forgot their intended target and scattered through the leafy branches. He swung himself up and finally reached the jungle canopy. Sunshine burst upon him as he pushed his head above the leafy treetops. Humid air filled his burning lungs, and he blinked again in the morning light. The lush world around him seemed very bright after the filtered dimness of the thick underlevels. Looking back toward the stepped pyramid of the great temple that housed his Jedi students, Luke considered both the new group of fighters he had brought here to help protect the New Republic and the trainees at the Shadow Academy. In the last few months, the Shadow Academy had begun recruiting candidates among the disadvantaged young men and women of Coruscant, taking these lost ones to serve the Second Imperium. One of these had been the teenager named Zek, a dark-haired, green-eyed scamp who had been a good friend of the twins, especially Jaina. In addition, the TIE pilot Coral, who had spent over 2 decades hiding on Yavin 4 after the first Death Star was destroyed, had led a raid to steal hyperdrive cores and turbolaser batteries from an incoming New Republic supply ship. All this and more had led Luke Skywalker to the conclusion that the Shadow Academy was gearing up for a major battle against the New Republic. Since the death of Emperor Palpatine, there had been many warlords and leaders who had attempted to rekindle the Imperial way, but Luke sensed through the Force that this new leader was something more evil than just another pretender. Bright sunlight fell across Luke. Yes, Dean.
How does Palpatine put electricity in you? How?
With the Force. Bright sunlight fell across Luke, warming his hands. Brilliantly colored insects flitted about, buzzing in the new day. He shifted against the rough branches and drew a deep breath of fresh air. catching mingled scents from the lush jungle all around him. The Shadow Academy was still out there, still training dark Jedi. Luke hated to rush his training of those who studied the ways of the light side, but circumstances forced him to attempt to bring out powerful defenders faster than the Shadow Academy could create new enemies. A fight was brewing, and they had to be prepared. Luke grabbed a loose vine and let himself drop, until landing with a jarring thump against a wide Masashi tree branch. He set off running at top speed back to the academy. The workout had awakened him fully, and now he was ready for action. It was time for another gathering of students at the Jedi Academy, and Jason Solo knew that meant his uncle, Luke Skywalker, had something important to say. Life at the Academy was not a constant series of lectures and classes, as he had experienced during tutoring sessions back in Coruscant. The Jedi Academy was designed primarily for independent study in a place where Force-sensitive individuals could delve into their minds, test their abilities, and work at their own pace. Each potential Jedi Knight had a range of skills. Jason himself had a knack for understanding animals, calling them to him and knowing their thoughts and feelings. His sister Jaina, on the other hand, had a genius for mechanical things and electronic circuits, and possessed engineering intuition. Lobaka, their Wookiee friend, had an eerie rapport with computers, which allowed him to decipher and program complex electronic circuits. Their athletic friend Tenel Ka was physically strong and self-trained, but she usually avoided relying on the Force as the easiest solution to a problem. Tenel Ka depended on her own wits and strength first. In his quarters, Jason's exotic pets rustled in their cages along the stone wall. He hurried to feed them and then ran his fingers through the unruly brown curls to remove any stray bits of moss or fodder he might have picked up from the cages. He poked his head into his twin sister Jaina's chambers as she too prepared for the big meeting. She quickly combed her straight brown hair and scrubbed her face clean so that her skin looked pink and fresh. "Any idea what Uncle Luke's going to talk about?" she asked, drying drips of water from her chin and nose. "I was hoping you'd know," Jason said. One of the other young Jedi trainees, Raynar, emerged from his room, dressed in garishly colored robes, with an eye-popping display of intense primary blues, yellows, and reds. He seemed terribly flustered as he brushed his hands down the fabric of the robe, let out a sigh of dismay, and ducked back into his rooms. "Bet the meeting has something to do with that trip Uncle Luke just took to Coruscant," Jaina said. Jason remembered that their uncle had recently flown off in the Shadow Chaser, a sleek ship they had appropriated from the Shadow Academy in order to make good their escape, to discuss the threat of the Second Imperium with Chief of State Leia Organa Solo, Luke's sister and the twins' mother. "Only one way to find out," Jason said. "Most of the other students should be in the Grand Audience Chamber already." "Well then, what are we waiting for?" Jaina said, and she took off with her brother at a brisk clip down the corridor.
Who's the twins' mother? What do they mean?
Jason and Jaina are twins, and their mother is Leia. Behind him, Raynar emerged from his quarters again, looking much more satisfied now that he had managed to find a robe that was, if anything, even more dazzlingly bright than the first one. Enough to cause tension headaches in anyone who looked too long. Raynar clinched the robe around his waist with a green and orange patterned sash, then bustled after Jason and Jaina. When they stopped out of the turbo lift into the Grand Audience Chamber, the twins looked at a restless crowd of human and alien students, some with 2 arms and 2 legs, others with many times that, some had fur, others had feathers, scales, or slick, damp skin. But all had a talent for the Force, the potential, if they trained and studied diligently, to eventually become members of a new order of Jedi Knights that was growing stronger with each passing year. Over the background chatter they heard a resounding Wookiee bellow, and Jason pointed. "There's Loey! He's with Tenel Ka already." They hurried down the central aisle, passing other students and slipping between rows of stone branches to reach their 2 friends. Jaina held back and waited while her brother took a seat next to Tenel Ka, as he always did. Jason wondered if his twin sister had noticed how much he liked being with Tenel Ka, how he always chose a place beside the young warrior girl. Then he realized that Jaina would never miss anything of that sort. But he didn't really care. Tenel Ka didn't seem to object to Jason spending his time next to her. The 2 of them were an odd mix. Jason always wore an impish grin and enjoyed joking around. Ever since they had met, one of his main goals had been to make Tenelka laugh by telling her silly jokes. But despite his best efforts, the strong girl with reddish gold hair remained serious, almost grim, though he knew she was intelligent, quick to act, and profoundly loyal. "Greetings, Jason," Tenelka said. "How are you doing, Tenelka? Hey, I've got another joke for you." Lobaka groaned, and Jason shot him a wounded look. "There's no time," Tenelka said, pointing toward the speaker platform. "Master Skywalker is about to address us." Indeed, Luke had come out onto the stage and stood in his Jedi robe, his face deeply serious. He folded his hands in front of him, and the audience quickly grew quiet. "A time of great darkness is upon us," Master Skywalker said. The silence grew even deeper. Jason sat straight and looked around in alarm. Not only does the Empire continue its struggles to reclaim the galaxy, but this time it is using the Force in an unprecedented manner. With its Shadow Academy, the leaders of the Second Imperium are creating their own army of dark side Force wielders. And we, my friends, are the only ones who can stand against it. He paused as the news sank in. Jason swallowed hard. Though the Emperor had been dead for 19 years, still, the New Republic struggles to bring the world of the galaxy into an alliance. Palpatine did not take so long to squeeze his iron fist around star systems, but the New Republic is a different kind of government. We aren't willing to use the Emperor's tactics. The Chief of State will not send armed fleets to crush planets into submission or execute dissidents. Unfortunately, though, because we use peaceful democratic means, we are more vulnerable to a threat like the Empire. Jason felt warm inside at the mention of his mother and what she was doing with the New Republic. In days long past, Luke said, walking from side to side on the stage so that he seemed to be talking to each one of them in turn. A Jedi Master spent years looking for a single student to teach and guide along the path of the Jedi. Luke's voice became graver. Now, though, our need is too great for such caution. The Empire nearly succeeded in obliterating the Jedi Knights of old, and we don't have the luxury of such patience. Instead, I'm going to have to ask you to learn a little faster, to go strong a little sooner. Grayson? Grayson? Grayson?
Yes.
You awake?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah, man. I'm serious.
Okay.
I'm
Now,
serious.
though, our need is too great for such caution. The Empire nearly succeeded in obliterating the Jedi Knights of old, and we don't have the luxury of such patience. Instead, I'm going to have to ask you to learn a little faster, to grow strong a little sooner. I must accelerate your training, because the New Republic needs more Jedi Knights. From one of the front rows, where he always sat, Raynar spoke up. Jason had to blink to clear the spots of bright color from his vision when the sandy-haired boy raised his hand. "We're ready, Master Skywalker. We're all willing to fight for you." Luke looked intently at the boy who had interrupted him. "I'm not asking you to fight for me, Raynar," Luke said in a calm voice. "I need your help to fight for the New Republic, and against the evil ways we thought were behind us, not for any one person." The students stirred, their minds churned with a determination they didn't know how to direct. Master Skywalker continued to pace. "Each of you must work individually to stretch your abilities. I'll help as I can. I want to meet with you in small groups to plan strategy, discuss ways to help each other. We must be strong, because I believe with all my heart that we face dark times ahead." Down in the echoing hangar bay beneath the temple, Jason crouched in a cool corner, extending his mind into a crack between blocks where he sensed a rare red and green stinger lizard. He sent a tendril of thought to it, imaginary enticements of food, dismissing reptilian concerns of danger. Jason very much wanted to add the lizard to his collection of unusual pets. Lobaka and Jaina tinkered with Loe's T-23 Skyhopper, the flying craft that his uncle Chewbacca had given him when he brought the young Wookiee to the Jedi Academy. Jason knew his sister was a bit jealous of Loe for having his own flying machine. In fact, that had been one of the reasons Jaina had so badly wanted to repair the crashed TIE fighter they'd found in the jungle. Tenelka stood outside the uprised horizontal door of the hangar bay. She held a forked wooden spear, and she that she used for target practice, throwing it with exceptional skill toward a tiny mark on the landing pad. The teenage warrior could strike her target with either hand. She stared at her goal with cool, granite gray eyes, focused her concentration, and then let the sharpened stick fly. Tenelka could have nudged the spear with the force guiding it to where she wished it to go, but Jason knew from long experience that she would probably tackle him to the ground if he dared suggest such a thing. Tenelka had gained her physical skill through faithful practice and was reluctant to use the force in a way that she considered to be cheating. She was very proud of her skills. In the rear of the hangar bay, the turbolift hummed. Master Luke Skywalker emerged and looked around. Jason gave up his designs on the Stinger lizard and stood. His knees cracked and his ankles were sore, which made him realize how long he had crouched motionless. "Hi, Uncle Luke," he said. Tenelka threw his spear one last time, then retrieved it and turned to meet Luke. She and the Jedi Master had shared a special bond from the time the two of them had spent together searching for the kidnapped twins and Loie rescuing them from the Shadow Academy, though Jason sensed that Tenelka and Uncle Luke shared other secrets as well. "Greetings, Master Skywalker," Tenelka said. You remember what secret Tenelka shared with Luke? Grayson?
Miss Todd, sorry.
Dean? Do you remember what secrets Tenelka shared with Luke?
No.
You don't remember what...
I heard you read, but I just...
Do you remember what Tenelka or Luke knows about Tenelka that her friends don't know?
No.
Remember that she's a princess?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, her on her mother's side,
Yeah.
I think. Or is it her father's side?
Like her mother.
Okay. "Greetings, Master Skywalker," Tenelka said. The tiny voice of MTD, the miniaturized translating droid hanging from the clip on Lobaka's belt, chimed out. "Master Lobaka, we have a guest. If you're quite finished fussing with those controls, I believe Master Skywalker wishes to converse with you." Loie grunted and raised his shaggy head, scratching the remarkable black streak of fur that rose over one eyebrow and curved down his back. Jaina scrambled up beside him. "What is it?" "Oh, hi, Uncle Luke. I'm glad you're all here," Luke said. "I wanted to discuss your training. You four have been in closer contact with the Second Imperium than my other students, so you know the danger better than they do. You also all have extraordinarily strong Jedi potential, and I think perhaps you're ready for a greater challenge than the others."
How do you spell personal?
How do you spell personal?
Yeah.
Why? I don't know why you need to know right now, but we can go over that later. Let me finish reading. I got a page and a half. Grayson, can you stay awake for a page and a half? All right. "Like what?" Jason said eagerly. "Like taking the next step towards becoming full Jedi Knights," Luke said. Jason's mind spun, trying to figure out what his uncle meant, but Jaina exclaimed, "You want us to build our own lightsabers, don't you?" "Yes," Luke nodded. "I normally wouldn't suggest this so early, especially for such young students, but I think we're in for a battle so difficult that I want you to be prepared to use every weapon at your disposal." Jason felt a surge of delight, followed by sudden uneasiness. Not long ago he had desperately wanted his own lightsaber, but he had been forced to train with one at the Shadow Academy. He and his sister had come close to killing each other in deceptive tests. "But Uncle Luke, I thought you said it was too dangerous for us." Luke nodded soberly. "It is dangerous. As I recall, I once caught you playing with my weapon because you wanted one so much, but I think you've learned an important lesson since then about taking lightsabers seriously." Jason agreed. "Yeah, I don't think I'll ever again think of a lightsaber as a toy." Luke smiled back at him. "Good. That's an important start," he said. "These weapons are not playthings. A lightsaber is a dangerous and destructive instrument. A powerful blade that can strike down an opponent or a friend if you're not careful." "We'll be careful, Uncle Luke," Jaina assured him with an earnest nod. Luke still seemed skeptical. "This isn't a reward, it's an obligation. a difficult new set of lessons for you. Perhaps the work involved in building your own lightsaber will teach you to respect it as a tool. As you learn how the Jedi created their own personal weapons, each with its special characteristics. Always wanted to know how a lightsaber worked. Can I take yours apart, Uncle Luke? Jaina asked, her brandy brown eyes pleading. Now Luke let a smile cross his face. I don't think so, Jaina, but you'll learn about them soon enough. He looked at the 4 young Jedi Knights. I want you to begin without delay. Chapter 2. Jaina paid attention to her Uncle Luke's words with only half a mind, the rest of her concentration focusing on the problem of where to get precious components for building her very own lightsaber. She and her brother, along with Loie and Tenel Ka, were in one of the upper solariums in the great temple, a room made of polished marble slabs inset with semi-precious stones. Bright light streamed through tall, narrow windows that had been chiseled into the stone blocks by ancient Massassi tribesmen. Luke Skywalker sat nearby on a deep window ledge. Uncharacteristically relaxed and boyish, he enjoyed being with a small group of trainees, especially his niece and nephew and their friends, talking about things that interested him. You may have heard about Jedi Masters during the Clone Wars who were able to fashion lightsabers in only a day or two, using whatever raw materials were at hand, Luke said. But don't get the idea that your weapon is a quick little project to be slapped together. Ideally, a Jedi took many months to construct a single perfect weapon that he or she would keep and use for a lifetime. Once you build it, the lightsaber will become your constant companion, your tool, and a ready means of defense. He stood up from his seat on the window ledge. The components are fairly simple. Every lightsaber has a standard power source, the same type used in small blasters, even in glow panels. They last a long time. Though, because Jedi should rarely use their lightsabers. Got some of those power sources in my room, Jaina said. Spare parts, you know. One of the other crucial pieces, Luke continued, is a focusing crystal. The most powerful and sought-after gems are rare kyber crystals. However, though, lightsabers are powerful weapons. Their design is so flexible that practically any kind of crystal can be used. And since I don't happen to have a stash of kyber crystals, he smiled, you'll have to make do with something else of your own choosing. Luke held out the handle of his own lightsaber, sliding his palm over the smooth grip, then igniting it with a startling snap hiss. The brilliant yellow-green blade drowned out even... His brilliant yellow-green blade drowned out even the bright sunlight in the room. This is not my first lightsaber. Luke drew it back and forth through the empty air so that its hum changed frequency. Note the color of its blade. I lost my first lightsaber years ago, my father's lightsaber. He swallowed and seemed to struggle against a dark memory from his past. Jaina knew the story of how Luke had lost his other lightsaber during a duel with Darth Vader on Cloud City. In that terrible fight, Luke Skywalker had lost not only his lightsaber, but his hand as well. My first weapon had a pale blue beam.
How is it? Huh? How is it his hand?
You don't know. I remember it.
I forgot.
The colors vary according to the frequencies of the crystals used. Darth Vader's lightsaber, he drew a deep breath. My father's lightsaber was a deep scarlet. Jaina nodded solemnly. She remembered fighting Vader's holographic image on the Shadow Academy, though it had actually been her own brother Jason in disguise. Her lightsaber experiences had not been pleasant on the Imperial station. And now her feelings about the energy blades were even more confused. Her friend Zek had also been taken by Brachus and the Second Imperium. Jaina knew she would have to fight to get him back. Luke continued, one of my students, Silgal, a Calamarian like Admiral Akbar, made her lightsaber with smooth curves and protrusions. And if the handle had been grown from metallic coral, inside she used a rare Ultima pearl, one of the treasures found in the seabeds of her watery planet. My first true failure as a teacher was another student named Gantoris. He built his lightsaber in only a few intense days, following instructions given to him by the evil spirit of Exar Kun. Gantoris thought he was ready, and my mistake was not seeing what he was up to. You, my young Jedi Knights, must be different. I can't wait any longer to train you. You must learn how to build your lightsabers and how to use them in the right way. The galaxy has changed, and you must meet the challenge. A true Jedi is forced to adapt or be destroyed. Tenel Ka spoke up. Where will we find these crystals to build our weapons, Master Skywalker? She asked. Are they lying on the ground? Luke smiled. Perhaps. Or it's possible they could be scavenged from old equipment left here from when this place was a rebel base. Or maybe you already have resources you haven't yet realized. He shot a quick look at Jason, but Jaina couldn't decipher what the glance meant. I'd like you to start on your lightsabers immediately. Luke switched off his throbbing weapon and looked down at its handle. But I hope you'll need to use your weapons only rarely, if ever. A few days later, Jaina sat hunched over her work table inside her quarters. She had strung up extra glow panels to allow her sufficient illumination to work through the night. Dozens of tools and pieces of equipment lay on the tabletop, arranged in a careful order so that she knew where every component, every wire and circuit might be found. After Jaina had given each of her friends an appropriate power source to build their own lightsaber, the young Jedi Knights had split up to search for precious crystals and other components that would make their new weapon function. Jaina, though, wanted to make her lightsaber particularly hers, a symbolic extension of her unique personality. She would make it from scratch in a way that others would never attempt. She smiled at her own ingenuity. Dark smoke rose from the portable furnace she had brought in, and she blinked to clear the chemical fumes from her eyes as she bent over it. Carefully, she added the next batch of powdered elements in the precise mixture her datapad suggested. She drew on her force powers, amplifying her vision to observe the chemicals interacting, to watch them bond into a tight, organized lattice. The precisely pure crystal began to grow. She adjusted the temperature, watching intently. Through the process of crystalline growth took hours. She focused her mind on shaping the facets as they emerged from the molten mixture in the furnace, making the planes tilt at appropriate angles. The growing crystal gobbled up and stored the extra energy pumped into the mixture by the furnace. Finally, by morning, her eyes bloodshot and gritty from lack of sleep, Jaina shut down the system. She let the furnace cool until she could reach in and take out her beautiful sparkling crystals. They were a rich purplish blue, shimmering with inner energy. They had formed perfectly, as she had expected, guided by her own mental skills. She held them in her palm and smiled. Now for the next step. The tip of Jason's tongue stuck out between his lips as he focused with unaccustomed concentration on the mechanical task at hand. It had already taken him a week to get this far. He wanted to rush through the project, jam the components into place, connect the power, and turn on his lightsaber. His own lightsaber. But he took Uncle Luke's words seriously. This was a weapon he would use for the rest of his life. A weapon of a Jedi. A few weeks didn't seem so long to invest in creating it. Much as it went against his nature to do so, Jason forced himself to be meticulous and patient, knowing that he had to make sure everything fit together just so in the precise configuration required. He had the power source Jaina had given him, and it was easy to find pieces of metal in the right shape and size to form the casing. He used Jaina's tools to cut the pieces into interlocking configurations and file down the rough edges. After a few days of doing that, he installed the power source, connecting all the leads. Then he added the control buttons. Jaina could have whipped the casing together in just a few minutes, but it took him days to gather all the parts. Now, even though his scavenger hunt was over, it still seemed to take forever to assemble the thing. Jason would rather have been outside hunting for more specimens to add to his menagerie, or better yet, playing with the ones that...
Menagerie.
Menagerie? It's like a display of a bunch of animals. Like, let's say in our house we had a room that had like a bunch of plants and animals in it, and all those animals would be our menagerie.
What does menagerie mean?
What I just said. like a place that displays and has a bunch of animals.
You mean like an exhibit?
It can be. But it usually means that there's a bunch of different kinds of animals. And so remember,
It's not an animal.
no, a menagerie is not an animal. A menagerie is a bunch of different kinds of animals together.
Well, plants are animals.
Plants are not animals. Plants are plants. So remember, Jason, like what he likes to do is capture animals and
Bugs.
yeah, all different kinds of critters and put them in cages that Jaina makes for him. And
Yeah.
he likes to try to communicate with the animals.
So, like, what was the snake he had?
The invisible one.
Oh yeah, it was like a crystal snake, something
Yeah,
else.
it's a crystal snake, but
A crystal fire.
the crystal butt head.
Or better yet, playing with ones that cheerfully bounced around in their cages, often housed mere centimeters from the other creatures that would gladly have had them for breakfast. He heard the crystal snake rustling in its repaired cage, and then one of the reptile birds began to chirrup. But Jason steeled himself, focusing on the project at hand. The lightsaber was almost finished. Almost finished. He would be the first to complete his, and Master Luke would be very proud. With the handle mostly assembled, he wrapped special grip texture bindings around it so that he could hold it and wield the blade with the gentle ease of a Jedi swordsman. Now Jason was ready to install the powerful crystal. He went to the personal locker box where he kept his valuable possessions and withdrew a small, glittering object, a Koreska gem. He had snared the gem during a mining demonstration at Lando Calrissian's gem diver station, and had later used it to cut himself free from its locked quarters in the Shadow Academy. He had offered the jewel to his mother as a special gift, but she had persuaded Jason to keep the gem, to find a special use for it. And what could be more special than using it in his own lightsaber? Lobaka prowled through the clutter in the former rebel control room, left over from when the great temple had been used as a base.
What color is the Koreska gem?
White.
White?
I don't think so.
White is purple.
Dad, once in
I thought it was like orange.
Dad, once in aftercare, I found this like huge rock that's white and it looks like the pharmacy heart.
How about that? Lobaka prowled through the clutter in the former rebel control room, left over from when the great temple had been used as a base in the struggle against the Empire. The soldiers had left most of their old equipment here when they fled the small jungle moon. In the years since, most of the machinery and computers have been gutted for other purposes, since Luke Skywalker's Jedi Academy did not rely heavily on gadgets and technology. Although Jaina had already scavenged these rooms, Loie knew that a great deal of equipment still remained to be picked through. Poking a snout into shadowy corners, the Wookiee snuffled and rumbled thoughtfully to himself. He lifted metal coverings and looked around, rummaging through wires and circuit boards, taking apart flat-screen displays. Master Lobaka, I simply cannot imagine what you think you're accomplishing, MTD said from the clip on his waist. You've been prodding around here for hours, and you found nothing. Loie let out a short growl. Well, really. No, I don't believe you can sniff them out with your nose. What an absurd notion. And how could anyone possibly sniff out a crystal? MTD's temper seemed to be getting short, and Loie wondered if perhaps the little translating droid's batteries were running low. Anyway, I doubt you'll ever locate any kind of crystal here. I'm sure the entire control room was thoroughly ransacked years ago. Loie barked a comment as he continued his search. Quite the contrary, MTD said. I am not a pessimist. I am simply being realistic. I don't know why Master Skywalker should expect everyone to simply find appropriate crystals here or there. What if one of you created an inferior lightsaber? What good would that do? I dare say it's a possibility. I really think you should give up the search. With a sudden bellow of triumph, Loie reached into the cluttered interior of a small, high-resolution projection system and withdrew two glittering components, a flat focusing lens and a spherical enhancement jewel. The items had been used in the high-res display, and Loie knew instinctively that they could be applied to the same general purpose inside his new lightsaber. With great delight, he held them in his long, hairy fingers in front of MTD's optical sensors. He growled with pleasure. and a hint of smugness. MTD replied with some degree of petulance. Well, of course, I could be wrong. Chapter 3. Daybreak found Tenel Ka atop the great temple, limbering up in preparation for her new exercise routine. After tying back her wavy red gold hair with a few simple braids, she stretched each muscle slowly, deliberately, efficiently.
What does Tenel Ka look like?
Well, there's her on the front of the book with like her hair done. She has the reddish hair.
She's a she-maid.
A she-maid?
A mermaid.
She's not a mermaid.
It kind of looks like it.
Her lizard skin bodysuit was even more abbreviated than her usual reptilian armor, so as not to restrict her movement. The sparkling blue scales rippled with every flexing of her muscles. Standing barefoot on the ancient weathered stone of the temple, Tenel Ka reached towards the sky, stretching with one arm, then the other. She felt her body begin to loosen up. As the jungle around her blossomed with the scents and sounds of the dawning day, a light breeze stirred the leaves, and Tenel Ka took in deep breaths, letting her mind focus on what she needed to do. She would make her new routine as rigorous as the calisthenics Master Skywalker himself performed each morning. She had been surprised by her reaction to the Jedi teacher's instruction for them to build their own lightsabers. Despite her fierce pride at knowing she would soon begin earnest training for real battles, Tenel Ka had resented the implication that she would somehow be judged on the basis of the weapon with which she would fight. Earlier, she had scaled the great temple. Huh?
What's her weapon?
What's her weapon? Well, it's gonna be a lightsaber. That's what all of them are built.
What was her usual weapon?
Her usual weapon?
It's a lightsaber.
Well, I mean, in the other book, she would, punch and kick. Remember, she kicked that witch's leg and broke her leg.
Yeah.
Witch's leg.
What? No.
Well, she did. Earlier, she had scaled the great temple using nothing more than her grappling hook, her fiber cord, and her own muscles. Wasn't the warrior who wielded the weapon much more important than the weapon itself, she asked herself? Even holding a simple stick instead of a dazzling lightsaber, Tenel Ka was capable of defeating an enemy. When she felt truly limbered up, Tenel Ka hefted her meter-long wooden staff as she carried to the top of the temple. For half an hour she practiced throwing the stick into the air and catching it, alternating between her left and her right, first with eyes open, then closed. Next, she practiced twirling the wooden rod over her head and jumping over it as she swung it beneath her feet. Perspiration glistened on Tenel Ka's neck and forehead, and was trickling down her spine by the time she moved on to the next challenge. Finally, once Tenel Ka was satisfied that her reflexes were as finely tuned as she could wish, she grasped one end of the staff with both hands as if it were a lightsaber and began sword drills. After an hour of that, Tenel Ka was ready for more exacting physical activity. Taking a deep breath, she sprinted down the steep outer stairs of the pyramid to ground level and began her 10-kilometer run for the day. The breeze felt cool against her face as she ran. Glancing down at herself, she assessed her lean, muscular arms and long, sturdy legs, reveling in the unrestricted motion and complete control. Reveling in the unrestricted motion and complete control. She sped up, pleased to note that her muscles were more than equal to the demands she made on them. Yes, she decided, the warrior was what mattered, not the weapon. After her 5th day of intensive drilling to hone her skills as sharp as any weapon, Tenel Ka felt ready to begin fashioning the handle of her personal lightsaber. Still glowing with perspiration from her morning workout, she decided to swim in the warm jungle river while she considered her next task. She thought of many materials available for her lightsaber handle. As she stripped off her exercise suit and dove with easy confidence into the swift current. Tenel Ka was a strong swimmer, trained on both Hapes and Dathomir at the insistence of both grandmothers. It was one of the few times she could remember that her parents' mothers had ever agreed on anything. Ogwen Jo, mother of Tenel Dejo, Tenelka's mother, had taught her to swim, saying that the strongest hunters and warriors were those who could not be stopped by a mere lake or river. Ta Chum, on the other hand, matriarch of the royal house of Hapes and mother of Tenelka's father, Prince Isolder, had taught swimming as a defense against assassins or kidnappers. In fact, her grandmother had once escaped an attempt on her life by jumping from a wave speeder into a lake and swimming for shore underwater, so that the would-be assassins assumed that she had drowned. Tinalcaw surfaced from the river, drew a deep lungful of air, and struck out upstream against the current.
Now, what does droomed mean?
Huh?
What does droomed mean?
I don't know where you...
You said droomed.
So that the would-be assassins assumed that she had drowned?
Yeah.
Assumed means...
Well, we have a recording. If I did, we'll know.
Did you just pause the recording?
No, I didn't. Tenelka surfaced from the river, drew a deep lungful of air, and struck out upstream against the current. It was difficult swimming, but she used the added strength she had gained in her recent lightsaber training, which brought her back to the task at hand. She supposed she could fashion her lightsaber handle from a piece of metal pipe or even carve one from hard wood, since a lightsaber gave off little heat. But somehow, those did not seem right for her. Tenelka propelled herself forward with long, smooth strokes, keeping a steady rhythm. Left, right, left, right. Stone would be too difficult to shape and too heavy for her purpose. Tenelka needed something that would suit the image of a warrior from Dathomir. She pictured Ogwen Jo's proud form, clad in reptile skin, a ceremonial helm on her head, riding a domesticated rancor. The taming of these ferocious beasts was an appropriate symbol of the courage of a rugged people, since the huge beasts were powerful and their sharp claws deadly. Tenelka allowed herself to sink below the surface of the river and changed to a new stroke, recalling that she had kept 2 teeth from her grandmother's favorite rancor when it had died a few years ago. They were not the rancor's largest teeth by far, but each was the perfect size and shape to be a lightsaber handle. A week later, Tenelka studied her handiwork with justifiable pride and etched another deep groove into the pattern she had carved on her rancor tooth. Loie, sitting ahead of her in the tiny cockpit of the T-23 Skyhopper, turned and roared a question at her. She waited for a moment for MTD's translation. Master Lobaka wishes to inquire whether you have any preference as to the volcano in which you hope to search for crystals. Tenelka glanced out the rich green jungle canopy rushing beneath them. You may choose, she said. Lobaka gave a short bark. It makes little difference to Master Lobaka, MTD told her. He has already assembled the components he intends to use for his lightsaber. The primary construction on his instrument is complete, and he has only to tune it now. Tenelka blinked in surprise, not only at the length of MTD's translation after Lobaka's short reply, but also at the thought that Lobaka had perhaps Jason and Jaina was so far ahead of her. Well then, she would have to make her search quickly and assemble her lightsaber without delay. The closest volcano, she said, reaching forward and pointing. There. Then gruffly, because she felt foolish for having asked Lobaka to take her out of this errand, she said, I apologize. I would not have troubled you with my request had I known your lightsaber was almost complete. The Wookiee growled and dismissed this with a motion of one ginger-furred hand. Master Lobaka wishes to assure you that you have not inconvenienced him in the slightest, MTD supplied. It has been many days since he enjoyed solitude and meditation out in the jungle, and he delights in the opportunity to assist you in this manner. The Wookiee snorted and gave a little translator droid a flick with one finger. Oh, that is to say, MTD amended, it was Master Lobaka's intention to take a break anyway, and he's pleased he could help. The young Wookiee sniffed loudly, but accepted this translation. He brought the T-23 Skyhopper down on a patch of hard-packed volcanic sand between the jungle's edge and the base of a small volcano. After Lobaka woofed a few words, MTD said, When you have completed your search, successful or not, simply return here to the T-23. Master Lobaka and I will watch for you from the treetops. Tenel nodded curtly. Understood. Thank you. Without further ado, she turned and hurried up the slope toward the volcano. Though none of the volcanoes near the Jedi Academy had erupted in quite some time, tendrils of white steam still curled from this one's peak. Skirting the sharp black rocks on the perimeter, Tenel soon found a gaping lava tube leading in toward the core of the volcano. As she had hoped, a pungent, sulphurous odor filled the warm tunnel. Tenel pulled the finger-sized glow rod from a pouch at her belt and ignited it to light her way. Black crystalline sand crunches under her feet and glittered like thousands of fiery sparks, throwing back the light of her glow rod. As she trudged farther in, the sandy floor became hard rock, glassy like obsidian. Ahead of her, the rocky corridor radiated an eerie red light.
Are volcanoes made out of obsidian?
And the heat grew stifling. It's not that volcanoes are made of obsidian.
Have you found obsidian?
I don't think I've found obsidian, but I've seen obsidian. Do you know what obsidian is?
Type of
Like
metal.
a purple block.
It's a
Type of metal.
no, it's not metal.
It's a type of rock.
It's a type of rock that's very black and very shiny, and it's usually kind of brittle. Means it can chip pretty easy, but it makes like really sharp edges.
So it's marble.
No, it's not marble. It's obsidian.
So we're gonna hurt people, right?
Yes, the weapons have been made of obsidian because of the sharp edges. Occasionally she heard rumbling, a rushing roar as if the volcano itself were breathing deeply in its sleep. The stony walls around her took on a cracked, broken look. Some of the larger fissures ran from the floor to the ceiling and leaked puffs of acrid white steam. But she saw no embedded crystals. The lava tube wound on and on. Losing patience, Tenel had just about decided to turn back when she rounded one last corner and encountered a wave of searing heat. She had found what she was looking for. Ah, she said. Aha! She wouldn't be able to bear the heat for long, but she had to risk it. On the floor of the tunnel lay a huge slab of glossy black rock that had broken free from the crack on the tunnel wall. Ripples of scorching air danced before her in the dimness. Rivulets of perspiration ran down her forehead and into her eyes, blurring her vision. Even so, she could not mistake the chunks of spiky crystals that grew on the broken slab, glittering and hazy. The rock surrounding her was too hot to touch, so Tenel worked quickly. Holding her glow rod in her teeth, she pulled a small scrap of lizard hide from a pouch at her belt, wrapped it around a clump of crystals, used her grappling hook to chip away at a few of the crystals, then pried them loose. Tenel tucked the crystals, still wrapped in her protective lizard hide, into her belt pouch, and then headed back up the tunnel at a trot. Holding the glow rod high above her head, she raised her voice in a loud, ululating cry of triumph that echoed down the length of the lava tube. Back in her quarters, Tenel sat at a low wooden table with the components of her future lightsaber spread in front of her. Everything she needed for assembling her weapon was here. Switches, crystals, the covering plate, a power source, a focusing lens, and the rankered tooth hilt. She ran a light fingertip over the intricate battle etchings she had carved on the ivory lightsaber handle. The markings had turned out even better than she had hoped. After returning from her crystal hunt, she had applied the rankered tooth, a paste made of dampened black sand from the floor of the lava tube. When she polished the tooth to a soft luster, pigments from the dark sand had stained every crevice of her carving to bring each etched line into sharp relief. The decorated rancor tooth was a beautiful piece, worthy of a warrior. A yawn of contented weariness escaped her lips as Tenel began to piece the components together according to Master Skywalker's directions. She frowned when she realized that the hollow inside of the rancor's tooth was not quite large enough to contain the arrangement of crystals she had hoped for. She frowned again when she noticed on close inspection that each of her hazy crystals contained a tiny flaw. She suppressed another yawn and shook her head in resignation. Well, she didn't have much choice. There hadn't been time to examine the crystals more carefully in the searing lava tube, and now it was too late to search for more. Tenelka thought back over the past 2 weeks, the drills and exercises she had put herself through, her reflexes were lightning fast, and her skills and senses sharp as a laser. She shrugged, trying to loosen the knot of weary tension that had crept into her shoulders. She would have to make do. After all, in the long run, it was the warrior, not the weapon, that determined victory. She nodded to herself as she picked up the lightsaber handle and began placing the components inside. Chapter 4. The jungle clearing was alive with thousands, no millions, of living creatures and interesting plants, strangely colorful mushrooms, and droning insects, all of which offered a great distraction to Jason. He had to work very hard to keep his mind from wandering. At the moment, it was far more important to pay attention to Luke Skywalker as he set up the first lightsaber dueling exercise for the young Jedi Knights. During the construction of their weapons, the trainees had sparred with dueling droids and with each other, using sticks the same length as the lightsaber blade. After completing their lightsabers, they had spent a week practicing with their real weapons against stationary targets, accustoming themselves to the feel of the energy blades. Now, though, Master Skywalker had deemed them ready to move on to their next step. The clearing was a burned-out spot where lightning had sparked a brief but intense forest fire. The jungle dampness and lush foliage had quickly smothered the blaze. But a huge Masasi tree, its trunk charred and weakened by the searing flames, had toppled over, taking with it several smaller trees and bushes. The rest of the clearing was a matted maze of pale green undergrowth, weeds and grasses and flowers attempting to reclaim the burned and crumbly soil. Because today's exercises would be both mental and physical, Uncle Luke wore a comfortable flight suit, as did Jason and Jaina. Tenelka's ever-present reptilian armor left her arms and legs bare, giving her complete freedom of movement. Her long reddish-gold hair had been plaited into intricate braids, with special ornaments on each one. Lobaka wore no garment other than his belt, woven of strands he had harvested from a deadly siren plant in the deep forests of Kashyyyk. MTD hung in his accustomed place at the Wookiee's waist. All of the young Jedi Knights carried something new and special this time, though. Their own lightsabers, completed after weeks of delicate construction. While Jason stood with his friends, flicking occasional glances in the direction of rustling leaves that hinted at the presence of strange creatures, Luke Skywalker took a seat on the massive fallen trunk. At last he slung the mysterious pack he had lugged all the way from the great temple. "What's in there, Uncle Luke?" Jason asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. Since he couldn't investigate the interesting insects and plants, he needed to focus his mind on something else. Luke gave a secretive smile and withdrew a scarlet sphere the size of a large ball, perfectly smooth except for tiny covered openings that might have been repulsor jets or small targeting lasers. Luke set the ball on the slanted, burned trunk. Miraculously, it did not roll down the slope, but remained exactly where he had placed it. He withdrew another of the scarlet spheres, and another, and another. "Remotes!" Jaina cried, guessing what they were. "Those are remotes, aren't they, Uncle Luke?" "What are they for?" "Target practice," he said. All 4 remotes sat balanced on the burned Masasi trunk, refusing to roll, as if they could ignore gravity. Lobaka grunted with surprise, and Tenelka straightened. "We are going to shoot at them?" "No," Luke said. "They're going to shoot at you." "And we deflect the shots with our lightsaber?" Jason asked. "Yes," Luke said, "but it's not as easy as you might think." "I never said I thought it would be easy," Jason muttered. Tenelka nodded. "A lesson to sharpen our reflexes and concentration. We must react quickly to intercept each burst from the remotes." "Ah, but it gets harder," Luke said. He reached into the sack again and removed a flexible helmet with a transparistile visor tinted a deep red, and handed it to Tenelka. "You'll each wear these." He withdrew another pair of helmets for the twins, but the last one consisted only of a red visor fastened with crude tie straps. Sorry, Lobaka, but I couldn't find a helmet big enough for your head. This will have to do. Jason slipped the helmet over his perpetually tousled brown hair and suddenly saw the jungle through a scarlet filter. The thick forest held a more primeval quality now, as if backlit with smoldering fires. The details were duller, darker, and Jason wondered what the helmet and visor were supposed to do. Protect them against stray shots from the remotes? He looked over at where the bright red remotes were resting on the burned tree trunk. Or rather, where they should have been. Jason blinked. Hey, they're gone! Not gone, Luke said. Just invisible. When you look at the remotes through these red filters, you can't see them anymore. Luke smiled. That's the point. When Obi-Wan Kenobi taught me, he made me fight using a helmet with the blast shield down. I couldn't see a thing. You'll at least be able to see your surroundings, but not the remotes. Do you remember that scene that we watched where Luke was on the Millennium Falcon?
I can see, but use the Force.
Huh?
I can't see with his helmet on.
Yeah.
But he said use the Force.
That's right.
Use the feeling.
That's right. Reach out with your feelings. Good memory.
It's almost time.
Yep. Jason wanted to ask how he was supposed to fight when he couldn't see, but he knew what Uncle Luke would say. I didn't want you totally blind, Luke continued, because all four of you will be training here in the clearing with different remotes. This way you'll be able to see each other. I don't want anyone getting too enthusiastic and causing injuries instead of just deflecting laser bolts. This brought a small chuckle from Jason and Jaina, but Master Skywalker looked at all of the trainees sternly. I wasn't kidding, he said. A lightsaber can cut through practically any substance known, and that includes people. Remember this warning, lightsabers are not toys. They are dangerous weapons. Treat them with the utmost care and respect. I hope that the time you each spend building your lightsabers has taught you more about its power and its risks. Luke picked up a set of controls. Now, let's see how well you work with the Force in your own energy blades. He flipped a switch, and Jason heard a hissing, whirring sound, but he saw nothing until he pushed up the scarlet visor. The four remotes drifted into the air, spinning around and scanning the vicinity. These lasers are low-powered, Luke said, but don't think they won't sting if you get hit by one. Jason muttered to his sister. At least he's not throwing rocks or knives at us like at the Shadow Academy. Visors down, Luke said. Take your positions. The companions spread out in the clearing, trampling down the weedy underbrush. Ignite your lightsabers, Luke said, then sat back. He seemed to be enjoying himself. As one of the four Jedi trainees held out the handles of their new weapons and depressed the power studs, brilliant beams sprang out in the red dimness. Bright slashes the length of a sword blade burning through the thick crimson in front of Jason's eyes. The tinted mask drained all other color from their lightsabers, transforming them into glowing red rods. It reminded Jason of Darth Vader's weapon. The remotes are circling now, Luke said. In the next 30 seconds, they'll begin to fire at random. Reach out with the Force. Feel them. Sense the impending attack. Then use your lightsaber blade to deflect it. A lot of your training has been leading up to this. Let's see how well you do. Jason tensed, holding the lightsaber ready. Much as he hated to admit it, he drew upon some of the skills Brackus had taught him at the Shadow Academy. He felt the energy blade humming in his hand, pulsing with power. The sharpness of ozone reached his nostrils. He heard his friends moving about, preparing for an attack that would come from any direction. The buzzing lightsabers muted all other sounds, just as the red filters drowned all other colors. Suddenly, Jason heard a snapping shot. Though he saw nothing, a loud Wookiee yowl preceded the vibrating hum of the lightsaber blade, sweeping sideways and hitting nothing. Loey roared again. Dear me, Master Lobaka, that wasn't even close, MTD exclaimed. I do hope you'll improve significantly with practice. Loey snarled, sounding hurt, and MTD responded in somewhat cowed fashion. Well, all right. I understand it's more difficult since you can't see anything. Even so, I think it inadvisable to allow it to strike you again. Jason's interest in the conversation vanished when a sizzling bolt shot out from behind and struck him squarely on the backside. He yelped with pain. The tiny wound burned as badly as if a stinger lizard had zapped him. He whirled, slashing with the lightsaber, but by then it was too late. From across the clearing another bolt shot out, followed by a crash of underbrush. Through the visor he saw Tenel Ka leap to one side. A branch snapped in two as the invisible laser struck it where Tenel Ka had stood only seconds before. The warrior girl crouched, holding her lightsaber up, her head cocked in concentration. Jason reached out with his mind, trying to sense through the force where his remote would shoot next. He heard two more laser blasts and then a spang as Jaina successfully deflected one of the bolts. Jason focused on the pain at the spot where he had been struck by the laser, using it to intensify his determination. He didn't want to be stung again. Another laser beam shot out. He swiped the lightsaber at it, barely missing, though this motion was enough to shift him out of its path so that the beam sizzled past. He felt the warmth of its passage, but could not see it. That was close, he said, then instinctively swung to strike again as the remote fired once more. Jaina parried a flurry of bolts with her remote, as her remote attacked mercilessly, firing 5 times in rapid succession. One of her bolts ricocheted off the glowing edge of her lightsaber directly toward Jason. He responded without conscious thought, using the force and flowing with it. Somehow knowing what to do, he shifted his own blade sideways just enough to catch and divert the bolt. The deflected blast bounced up into the trees, where it fried a fistful of leaves. In a single follow-through motion, Jason spun, reaching up with the lightsaber blade to ward off a second bolt fired from the other remote hovering in front of them. Lobaka bellowed in triumph as he too got the hang of defending himself. Except for her heavy breathing, Tenel Ka was quiet, thoughtful. Through the red filter, Jason watched as she parried one of the lasers and leaped upward with all her might, using her lightsaber like a cleaver. A shower of sparks erupted and a smoking hole appeared in midair. Jason heard a thunk as the pieces of Tenel Ka's remote fell, useless to the jungle floor. "All right, that's enough for now," Luke Skywalker said. Tenel Ka switched off her weapon and stood with her hands on her hips, her elbows spread. Jason flipped up his red visor to discover his own remote hovering barely at arm's length in front of his face. He stepped back, startled. Tenel Ka's remote lay on the ground, sliced in two, its circuits flickering and sparking. Jaina and Loie also shut their weapons and stood panting and grinning. Jason rubbed the burning pain in his backside and grimaced sheepishly, hoping none of the others would notice. "Excellent, all of you. Except now it looks as if I'll need a new remote," Luke said, smiling wryly at Tenel Ka. "You did very well with the Force." "Not only with the Force," she said, thrusting her chin upward and squaring her shoulders. "I also used my ears to track the remote. When I concentrated, I could hear it even above the sound of the lightsabers." Luke chuckled. "Good. A Jedi should use all available skills and resources." Jaina gripped the lightsabers in both hands and positioned the brilliant electric violet blade in front of her. She looked past the searing line of controlled fire at Lobaka, her opponent, who stood opposite her lightsaber in his hairy grasp. He growled his readiness. Jaina looked into the young Wookiee's golden eyes, saw the dark streak of black fur swirling from the eyebrows and around his head. She swallowed and tensed. Though lanky, Lobaka was much taller than she, and Jaina knew he was about 3 times as strong. But in his furry expression she saw an uncertainty, a genuine discomfort that mirrored her own. "Do I really have to fight Loie, Uncle? Master Skywalker?" Jaina asked. Luke Skywalker stood. "You're not fighting him, Jaina. You're fencing with him. Test your opponent, gauge each other's skills, learn to judge reactions, explore strategies, but be careful." Jaina thought of her training at the Shadow Academy and how she and Jason dueled with lightsabers, not realizing that they had fought each other in holographic disguise. "Remember," Luke cautioned, "a Jedi fights only as a last resort. If you are forced to draw your lightsaber, you have already forfeited much of your advantage. A Jedi trusts in the Force trusts the Force and at first seeks other ways to resolve problems. Patience, logic, tolerance, attentive listening, negotiating, persuasion, calming techniques. But there are times when a Jedi must fight. Knowing that the Shadow Academy is out there, I fear those times will come all too often for us. And as you must learn how to wield your lightsaber. He stepped back and motioned to Jason and Tenel Ka, who waited on the edge of the clearing, sitting next to each other on the burned tree trunk. You two will be next. Jaina, don't worry about Loey being much bigger and stronger than you are. Dueling with a lightsaber is primarily skill, and I think you're equally matched in that. Your one true disadvantage is that his reach is much longer than yours. Unfortunately, Luke said with a sigh, circumstances don't always pit us against equal opponents. As for you, Loey, be careful not to underestimate Jaina. He dropped back to watch. Now, show me what you can do. Well, Jaina stepped forward, keeping her gaze locked with Loey's. What are we waiting for? The Wookiee shifted his lightsaber, bringing its molten bronze blade into position. Jaina moved hers to meet it. Crossing her blade against his, she felt the pressure, the sizzling of sparks, and the discharge as the powerful beams drove against each other. She saw the muscles bulging in Loey's long arms as he strained against her, but Jaina held her own. All right, let's try something else. Jaina withdrew her lightsaber, then swung it at her Wookiee friend slowly, cautiously, and Lobaka met it with another crackle of released energy. Swinging to strike again, he said, This isn't so bad. Loey defended himself. He seemed reluctant to do battle, knowing that Loey had endured horrifying struggles at the Shadow Academy, and remembering again that she had been forced to fight her own brother. Jaina realized that Brackus and the violet-eyed Tamith Kai would stop at nothing to bring down the New Republic.
It's time.
I'm aware, Grayson. I'm just going to finish this chapter and then we'll call, okay? She and Loey would be needed to defend against the Dark Jedi. She decided now that the best way to rid Loey of his reservation would be to go on the offensive. And this time, she did not feel strangled by darkness. Today, Jaina fought with full willingness, learning to be the defender of the light side, a champion of the Force. Uncle Luke had been correct in his speech in front of the Jedi trainees. She knew in her heart that the Shadow Academy had only begun to cause trouble, and she would have to fight to get their friend Zek freed. But first, she had to learn how. Lobaka responded with greater strength, a better show of his abilities, as he parried her blows and struck back with his own. She had to move quickly to cross blades with him again. They clashed and struck. Sparks flew. Loey spun and chopped down, but he met his lightsaber with hers, smiling intently, focused. She heard Jason cheering from the side. Excellent, excellent, Master Lobaka, MTD said. Now do be careful. You wouldn't want a flying spark to damage me. Jaina felt the Force flowing through her. Lobaka wore an expression of exhilaration on his furry face. He opened his mouth, showing fangs and letting out a bellow of challenge. Not mean or angry, simply an outpouring of excitement. Loey grasped the handle of his large lightsaber with both hands and swept sideways, attempting to catch Jaina by surprise. But she turned the tables on him. Summoning a burst of energy, she astonished the Wookiee by leaping high into the air, up to the level of Loey's head. His lightsaber swept harmlessly beneath her, and she landed lightly on the weed-covered ground behind him, laughing and pointing. Oh my, that's most unexpected, MTD said. Splendid work, Mistress Jaina. Hey, that was great, Jaina, her twin brother called. Loey raised his lightsaber in salute. Jaina grinned, her eyes gleaming. Most impressive, Luke said, turning to Jason and Tenel Ka. Next, let's see how well our spectators can do. Chapter 5. Tenel Ka hesitated, rubbing her fingers along the ivory surface of the Rancor tooth, lightsaber handle. She held the deactivated weapon in front of her, drawing deep breaths, intent on her body, her surroundings. She tightened her muscles and brought them to full readiness. Jungle sounds filled the clearing, the whisper of breezes ruffling leaves, the song of insects, the flutter of birds in the canopy. She centered her thoughts, making sure her reflexes were primed and ready for action. Tenelka relied on her body and pressed it to its limits, but she always knew how far she could take it. So far, her muscles had never let her down. Slowly, she opened her cool gray eyes and looked at the young man who stood in front of her, ready for the next duel. He grinned at her. Good against remotes is one thing, Tenelka, Jason said, but good against a real opponent, that's something else. Do you remember who said that?
Jason.
In the movies? Good against remotes is one thing, kid, but good against the living,
Han Solo.
that's another. Yep. And Jason is who?
Jason's father.
Yeah, Han Solo.
Han Solo's kid is Jason Jaina.
That's right. And so it's funny that Jason's saying that, huh?
Yeah, I always feel like in your life, what's similar to us, we do like a lot of the same things in your life.
Yeah, we're similar because we have the same. We share DNA and
like the story of us.
It's 8:24.
Okay, so Tenelka said, "This is a fact." Depressing a button, Jason switched on his lightsaber. The emerald green blade sprang forth, snapping and glittering with power. Hey, I'll try not to be too hard on you. Tenelka's fingers around the recessed power button on the rancor tooth handle. A shimmering gray-white blade extended like crackling electric fog shot through with golden sparks. The lightsaber's color reminded her of the hazy crystal she had taken from the lava tube. And I will try not to be too hard on you, my friend Jason, she said. Tenelka tested the weapon by turning her wrists, flicking the blade from side to side. The beam sparked and sizzled as it encountered moisture in the air. Be careful, Master Skywalker said from his vantage point on the burned tree trunk. Don't get cocky. You both have a great deal to learn. Don't worry, Uncle Luke, Jason said. I know it was a bad time for me, but I did have some training at the Shadow Academy. He grinned. Fighting Tenelka will be more of a challenge than battling holographic monsters, though. Jaina cleared her throat and spoke from where she sat, sweating and worn out after her session with Lobaka. And better than fighting your own sister in disguise. That too, Jason said. Tenelka flicked her lightsaber back and forth again, taking a step closer to Jason. She squared her shoulders, knowing that she stood taller than her good-humored friend. The lightsaber thrummed with power in her hand. Are we going to talk all day, Jason? She said. Or will you leave time for me to defeat you before the morning is over? Jason laughed. Hey, we're not supposed to be enemies, Tenelka. It's just a practice session. She nodded. This is a fact. Even so, we are opponents. She swung her lightsaber slowly enough that he wouldn't perceive it as a real attack. But instinctively, Jason brought up his own weapon. Their blades intersected with sizzling force. Jason blinked in surprise, then drew back and struck against her nebulous gold-shot blade, testing. All right then, let's go, Tenelka. She deftly sidestepped the thrust and returned with a parry of her own as she stumbled to regain her balance. Had he been a real enemy, she could have finished him then. But she pulled her blade aside for a split second just to demonstrate that Jason had let his guard drop. A lesson a Jedi Knight would need to learn to avoid defeat. Unexpectedly, Jason whirled and came up with a backhanded strike that forced her to retaliate. I figure we should do something about the lack of confidence you got, Tenelka, Jason said, still grinning. I have no such lack, she said, and found that perspiration had broken out on her forehead. She swung, and Jason caught her blow on his blade, laughing. She noted the degree of strength he used, the speed with which he maneuvered his weapon. They clashed again. Her cheerful friend, usually so scattered and disorganized, was giving her a surprisingly difficult workout. Hey, Tenelka, Jason said, as he struck twice more, as if he always held conversations while fighting with the lightsaber. You know why a Wampa snow monster has such long arms? He paused for just a beat. Because his hands are so far away from his body. Lobaka groaned with a miserable laughter, prompting the little droid at his waist to speak up in a tinny voice. I failed to perceive the amusement value in Jason's explanation of zoological anomaly, MTD said. Your jokes cannot distract me, Jason, Tenelka said, swinging her lightsaber once more. Did he really think he could break her concentration so easily? I do not find them humorous. Jason sighed as he met her blade with his own. I know. I've been trying to get you to laugh ever since I've known you. Tenelka watched her opponent closely, trying to judge from the tension in his muscles how soon he intended to make a surprise move, in which direction he would react. When the motion of his blade was a genuine attack and when it was merely a feint. Good, Master Skywalker said from where he watched. Feel the Force. The lightsaber is not just a weapon. It is an extension of yourself.
That's the line of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Mm-hmm.
I remember these lines now.
Yeah. Jason pressed Tenelka hard and she skipped backward a couple paces. It was obvious he was trying to drive her toward an outcropping of broken boulders at the edge of the clearing. Jason must have thought she had forgotten about them, but Tenelka filed away every detail of her surroundings in her mind. Just as she reached the rocks, Jason gave way his plans even more clearly with a broad grin. He pushed forward abruptly, no doubt expecting her to trip, but Tenelka leapt lightly backward over the boulders and landed on the other side, her legs planted firmly in a fighting stance. Suddenly foiled, Jason stumbled and fell toward her, almost hitting the rocks himself. He came up sputtering in disbelief. Hey, he said, then smiled. Good one. Tenelka stood waiting for him, her braided hair dangling about her head, drenched with sweat. Allowing herself a brief moment of self-indulgence, she switched the lightsaber to her left hand to prove she could fight just as well with either arm. She had practiced equally with her left and right hands, knowing it might prove a useful skill sometime. Show off, Jason said, after a heartbeat of hesitation. He switched his own blade to his left hand and charged at her. Swinging hard with the emerald green lightsaber, she raised her own misty white and gold blade, struck at him, then struck again. Sparks flew as the blades met. When Jason laughed with exhilaration, she allowed herself a satisfied grin as well. You are a good opponent, Jason Solo, she said. You bet I am, he answered. Tenelka knew that her skill was based on her prowess, her physical ability. Though she had constructed a fine lightsaber, she would become a great warrior because of her fighting abilities, not because of the strength of any weapon, no matter how powerful. Jason's lightsaber pressed against hers, and she took a step back. They stood deadlocked, slamming energy blade against impenetrable energy blade. Fiery electricity crackled, and the air thickened with the sharp scent of ozone. Tenelka pushed with all her strength, but Jason countered with equal force. Her palm was sweaty, but her hands maintained its grip on the rancor-toothed handle. Inside, the components of her lightsaber vibrated as if struggling to maintain the full energy of the blade, while Tenelka pressed so furiously against an equally powerful weapon. She pushed harder. The handle rattled. Jason grinned at her, Hope you don't expect me to surrender too easily. Perhaps you should, she panted, and pressed harder, ignoring the strange, unsettling sensations from her weapon. She gritted her teeth. Her arms strained. The lightsaber whined and buzzed. Jason shoved back with all his might. His eyes glittered with the effort. Over by the edge of the clearing, Master Skywalker stood watching the tense battle, as did Lobaka and Jaina. Tenelka narrowed her gray eyes, not easing up for an instant, wondering how best she could defeat Jason and end this match. Suddenly, something changed inside her lightsaber. She heard a sharp crack and then a loud hissing sizzle. Jason pressed harder with his emerald green blade. For the briefest instant, the golden sparks that shot through her, while her white pulsating energy beam flickered wildly. Her blade, blurred with static, grew less focused. Intent on the battle, Jason gave a final extra push with all his strength. It happened all at once. The power source in Tenelka's lightsaber gave a shriek of electrical overload, and the blade winked out like a snuffed candle. Sparks and smoke poured from the end of the handle where the energy blade should have glowed. Suddenly, encountering no resistance, as Jason thrust with his last reserves of strength, the emerald green lightsaber sliced through the opening where Tenelka's own blade had been just a moment before, plunging down to the only thing that stood in its way. Tenelka felt a line of blazing agony sweep across her arm just above the elbow. It burned. And yet, below the burn, she felt only a sickening, horrible coldness, a bone-deep chill like none she had ever felt before. Somehow her lightsaber thumped to the ground with a soft thud, and possibly she saw her hand clenching the carved rancor's tooth. Sparks the size of lightning bolts flashed around the handle as her weapon exploded in a burst of blinding light. Bright, so very bright. Tenelka felt a dizzying haze swirling up to engulf her. Everything was so confusing. Jason screamed something she couldn't understand. Tenelka hoped intensely that she had not heard him. Jaina, Lobaka, and Master Skywalker all ran toward her, shouting, but Tenelka couldn't find the energy to stay upright any longer. Just as Jason reached a hand out toward her, she felt herself falling to the ground. Then the pain and shock were completely swallowed up in blackness. Chapter 6. On the fringes of the unmapped heart of the galaxy, the Shadow Academy found a new hiding place near the flaming shells of 2 stars that had been dying for the last 5,000 years. Without its cloaking device, the dark Imperial Training Center hung like a circlet of thorns, washed in a blaze of solar radiation. The whispering trails of thrown-off star gas would camouflage the station from prying rebel eyes. Zek stood before the broad window ports of the tallest observation tower, staring into the dazzling maelstrom of starfire. The darkened transparisteel of the viewport filtered out the deadly radiation, but even dimmed to a fraction of its true power, the fury of the universe left Zek breathless. Beside him stood Brachus, master of the Shadow Academy, a tall and statue-handsome Jedi. As an Imperial spy, Brachus had once studied at the New Republic's Jedi Academy when Master Skywalker had tried to turn him away from the dark side of the Force. However, Brachus had fled back to the Empire. There he gathered a group of dark Jedi trainees and conditioned them to serve the great leader of the Second Imperium, the resurrected Emperor Palpatine himself. Did you get that?
Yeah, I got it for you.
No, I didn't hear it.
Dean, go away. They said the resurrected Emperor Palpatine himself. So they brought Emperor Palpatine back. Even though he died in Return of the Jedi, he's back.
How?
Alright, let's find out.
Have you watched the movies like this?
They don't. Well, they kind of touch on this in the newest Disney movies, but it's different, and they don't really explain it that
Are we
well.
done with Empire?
No, we still have left of Empire. We need to finish Empire.
Wait, so it kills. He died, right?
What?
So part of his skin
Hmm.
or his brain.
Where
He's probably looking like Darth Vader.
Oh, you think so?
Where are we?
Brachus lifted his serene face, drinking in the view of the double suns. This reality makes the image in my office seem like a pale glimmer by comparison, doesn't it, Zek? Zek nodded, but found himself without
Who's
words.
that?
Zek was Jason and Jaina's friend on Coruscant. Remember, he was a scavenger. He'd find stuff to sell,
Oh yeah.
and he was their friend. And remember the?
He got captured.
Yeah, he was taken by the witch.
Which I think it's the Emperor.
No, it wasn't the Emperor. Zek nodded, but found himself without words. More than 5 millennia ago, the Denari Nova exploded, ripping through these stars and reducing them to cinders. Brachus said, the powerful Sith sorcerer Naga Sado caused this cataclysmic event to gain his freedom from pursuing Republic warships. With the extravagant power of the dark side, Naga Sado tore these 2 stars apart and used giant flares like 2 slapping hands to crush the fleet behind him. Zek nodded again and finally found words. Another example of the power of the dark side. Brachus smiled proudly at him. It is a power your friends Jason and Jaina would never have shown you, much less taught you. No, Zek agreed. They never would have. For years, he had been friends with the twin children of Han Solo and Leia Organa Solo. Zek was just a street kid, though. A nobody, who lived by his wit, scavenging items in the dangerous underlevels of the city-covered world of Coruscant. Dean, can you chill?
Yeah.
His hopes for a better life had been little more than dreams until the Night Sisters Tamith Kai snatched him and brought him to the Shadow Academy as part of the new recruitment drive. The Night Sister, the witch.
Had a broken bone from a kick.
Yes, from
How did
Tenel Ka.
Tenel Ka do that?
With a strong kick, like breaking a board in Taekwondo.
That is definitely not as strong.
In an earlier attempt to gain talented candidates, Brackus had made an error by kidnapping the high-profile trainees Jason, Jaina, and Lobaka. When that failed, he had decided the Shadow Academy might do better with a different sort of person. Downtrodden young ones who wouldn't be missed, yet had just as much potential to acquire Jedi powers, and more to gain by swearing allegiance to the Second Imperium.
Daddy?
Guys, I would love to be able to read. Zek had resisted the transformation at first, fighting to stay loyal to his friends. But gradually, Brackus lured him, showing Zek how to use the Force for one small thing, then another. Zek discovered that he was strong in the Force, and he learned quickly. The experience altered his feelings toward the twins from friendship to resentment. Jaina and Jason had never thought to include him in a Jedi testing, though he felt he had as much innate talent as any of their highborn friends. Zek's main regret in leaving his old life was that he missed the companion of old Peckham. But the guy that Zek lived with, remember he worked at that station, and they were
Jim Diver's station?
No, not Jim Diver's station. It was some other kind of station. But now he had much more of a future. Zek was beginning to understand Jedi powers, and he had already done things he'd never dreamed of. Gazing at the stormy suns, Brackus raised his arms to each side, spreading his fingers. His silvery robe flowed around him as if knit from silken spiderwebs. He stared into the swirling flares of the Denari Nova. Observe, Zek, and learn. Closing his eyes, the master of the Shadow Academy began to move his hands. Zek watched through the observation port, his green eyes widening. The ocean of rarefied, incandescent gases between the dying stars started to swirl like arms of fire. Writhing, changing shape, dancing in time with the hand motions Brackus made, the Dark Teacher was manipulating the starfire itself. He whispered to Zek without opening his eyes, without observing the effect of his work. The Force is in all things, Brackus said, from the smallest pebble to the largest star. This is just a glimmer of how Naga Sadow reached out to the stars and delivered a mortal wound 5,000 years ago. Could you make the sun explode? Zek asked in awe. Brackus opened his eyes and looked at his young student. His smooth, perfect forehead creased. I don't know, he said, and I don't believe I ever want to try. Zek remembered the way Brackus had first enticed him to experiment with his innate Jedi powers. By giving him a flare stick and showing how simple it was to draw the shapes and the flames with the Force. Here in the Denari Nova, Brackus had done the same thing, only on a scale the size of a star system. Could I try it? Zek said eagerly, leaning forward. He touched his fingertips to the light-filtering viewport. Looking out at the double star and its brilliant corona, which rippled like a barely contained inferno, Brackus smiled again. You're ambitious, as always, young Zek. He placed a firm hand on his prize student's shoulder. But do not be impatient. There is more you must learn, much more. You've been such a voracious learner, surpassing my greatest expectations about how capable you are of using the power you were born with. You easily accomplish the exercises I set for you. But there comes a time when every young Jedi trainee must be tested to the limit. Brackus raised his eyebrows. Tamith Kai continues to flaunt her greatest student, Vilas, who has been training here for more than a year. But you are learning so much faster. I believe you have reached that stage, Zek. He reached into his silvery robes and grasped something there, but hesitated. Meeting the dark-haired boy's steady gaze, I know you are ready for this. Do not disappoint me. What is it, Master Brackus? Zek asked. From the folds of his robe, Brackus removed a dark, ornate cylinder. The time has come for you to have your own lightsaber. Zek took the ancient Jedi weapon and stared at it in wonder. Oh my gosh, Dean.
Does Brackus like the dark side?
Yes.
Why?
Because in Star Wars they say that the dark side is easy, it's seductive. It takes more control and patience to be able to use the light side. In the dark side, it's easy because you can easily get angry, you can easily hate something, but sometimes it's harder to hold back your hate and keep yourself from getting angry. He squeezed the grip and swung the handle back and forth, imagining a crackling energy blade. It felt good, very good. Normally, Brackus said, I would have suggested that you build your own weapon, but it takes time and intense concentration to assemble the components, understand the workings, and we have not that time. Through the dark side, many things are easier, more efficient. Take this lightsaber as my gift to you. Wield it well in the service of the Second Imperium. May I turn on the power? Zek whispered, still in awe. Of course. Brackus stood back as Zek activated the lightsaber. A scarlet beam lanced outward, glowing like lava. This is a masterful weapon, Brackus said. It has already been attuned for use by the dark side. Zek swiveled his wrist left and right, listening to the hum of the powerful cutting edge. In fact, his lightsaber is very similar to the one Darth Vader used, Brackus pointed out. Zek struck out against the air. When can I train with it, he said. How will I learn? Brackus led the young man out to the observation tower. We have simulation rooms, he said. A while ago I spent some time training your friends, Jason and Jaina. Very disappointing. They did learn how to use lightsabers, but they resisted me each step of the way. I expect you, on the other hand, to excel in every routine. You, Zek, will quickly surpass anything your friends accomplished, and I know Master Skywalker and his fears. He is too nervous to train his precious younger students with their own lightsabers. He considers the energy blades too dangerous. Brackus laughed. His fears are misplaced. The most truly dangerous thing is a dark Jedi, wielding such a weapon. As Zek accompanied his teacher down the corridor, he switched off the lightsaber and held its sturdy handle in his grip. He looked down at the legendary Jedi weapon and ran his fingers over its case. The lightsabers felt warm, ready, begging to be used. The afterimage of the scarlet blade still blazed across his vision. Zek tried to blink it away, but the bright line remained. At last, he said, yes, I can see how such a weapon could be very dangerous indeed. Chapter 7. Jason couldn't help brooding as he wandered aimlessly through the halls of the Jedi Academy, keeping to the shadowy corridors that were least used by other students. Jaina walked beside him in stunned silence, as she had for the past 2 hours. She seemed to need her brother's company as much as he needed hers, though neither of them knew quite what to say. Jason still couldn't understand why Uncle Luke hadn't allowed anyone else to stay with the unconscious Tenel Ka while the medical droid tended to her.
How unconscious?
How
is she unconscious?
Remember, because she got her arm cut off with the lightsaber.
No, that was in the 5th book.
No, that happened in this book when we were reading. Remember, Jason and Tenel Ka were fighting with the lightsaber.
Yeah, Jason made this lightsaber and it was not good, so it exploded.
No, Tenel Ka's lightsaber, she didn't make it right, and so her blade flickered and went out when they were clashing, and so Jason's blade went through and cut her arm off.
Oh no.
Neither had he allowed anyone to be present when he went to the comm center to contact Tenel Ka's family and inform them of the accident. Uncle Luke himself had scooped up Tenel Ka's limp form and rushed her back to the great temple. As the twins hurried behind, Jason had sensed the Jedi Master drawing on the Force to help the injured young woman maintain her strength, as well as to move faster and to keep from jarring her. At the same time, he had sent a continuous stream of soothing thoughts towards Tenel Ka's unconscious mind, thoughts of peace and healing. Jason had known he should try to do the same, to help his friend in any way he could, but his thoughts were in such turmoil that he was afraid his attempts would only make things worse. Perhaps that was why Master Skywalker hadn't let any of them stay with the warrior girl once they returned to the great temple. He had assured the friends that he would call instantly if Tenel Ka asked for them. Since then, the twins had roamed up and down stairways and dim passages, both of them alone with their private thoughts. When Loie joined them without a word, neither asked where he had been. After all, he often went out to the tall trees alone to sit and think about his home on Kashyyyk, his parents, his younger sister. Now he was ready to be with friends again. But Jason was not surprised to note, when he glanced down at Mtd, that the little droid had been shut off. They were all disturbed by what had happened, no one more so than Jason. He replayed the scene over and over in his mind as they walked, the sizzling, popping sound of the lightsabers as they clashed, the look of challenge in Tenelka's eyes, the glowing green of his own energy blade passing through hers. He squeezed his eyes shut in an effort to block out the rest from his mind, but that was a mistake. The scene was too vivid in his memory. His eyes flew open again. "I can't wait any longer," he choked. "I have to see Tenelka and make sure she's all right, and to apologize to her." "We'll go with you," Jaina said. Loey purred his agreement. When the 3 Jedi trainees reached a room where their friend had been treated, they saw Luke Skywalker emerging, R2-D2 at his side. "How's Tenelka?" Jason asked immediately. "Is she awake? Can we see her?" Luke Skywalker hesitated, and Jason could see the concern written on his face. "She's still recovering from the shock," he said. "She is awake now, but she's not quite ready to see you yet." "But a time like this is when she needs her friends most," Jaina said. R2-D2 swiveled at the top of his domed head, back and forth once and buzzed an empathetic negative. "But I have to see her," Jason objected. "I need to do something for her. Tell her jokes. Hold her hand. Blaster bolts. She only has one hand now, and I'm the one who's responsible." R2 gave a low, mournful whistle, and Luke looked at his nephew in sympathy. "I know this is hard for you," he said, "but it's even harder for Tenelka. I remember the thoughts that went through my head when I lost my own hand on Cloud City, fighting with Darth Vader. I had just learned that he was my father. It felt as if I had lost a part of myself, a part of who I was, and then I lost my hand too." "But hands can be fixed," Jaina pointed out. "They can be reattached and healed and back to tanks." Luke shook his head. "My hand was gone. There was nothing to reattach." "But your synthetic hand works just as well as your old one did," Jason said. "Perhaps," Luke said, flexing his lifelike prosthetics and running the artificial thumb along his fingertips. "But it was a difficult decision to make. I remember thinking that maybe I had just taken another step toward becoming more like my father, like Darth Vader, partly alive, but partly a machine. Tenelka will have to face the same decision herself. When her lightsaber exploded, it destroyed any chance we had of reattaching that arm." "Uncle Luke, I need to see her," Jason pleaded. "I have to apologize." Luke squeezed his shoulder. "I promise to call you the moment she's ready to talk. Try to get some rest now." Jason slept fitfully, tossing and turning as images of a wounded Tenelka haunted his dreams. "We are opponents," he heard her say. "No, I'm your friend," Jason tried to answer, but his voice was trapped in his throat. He could make no sound. He felt again the sickening jolt as her lightsaber dissolved beneath his and the sizzling green energy blade sliced through her arm. The smell of singed flesh clawed at his nostrils. The sound of her exploding rancor-toothed weapon crashed against his eardrums, and his vision filled with an image of Tenelka's cool gray eyes clouded with accusations. "We are opponents." Jason felt something push in his mind, and he woke drenched in sweat, his single light blanket damp and tangled around his legs. He's quite certain that what had awakened him, but he knew it was somehow urgent. "It's Tenelka. She needs us." The thought came unbidden to his mind. There was open window from the direction of the jungle. He heard the faint, ululating howl of a Wookiee. Jumping from his sleeping pallet, he hurriedly fastened the front of the rumpled orange flight suit he had never quite bothered to take off when he had lain on his bed. The distant howl came again, and Jason could sense that Loey, meditating at the top of a high masasa tree, must be trying to tell him something. Without bothering to put on a pair of boots, he bolted out of his room and called at his sister's doorway. "Jaina, wake up! Something's wrong!" He raced on down the hallway, not waiting for her to reply. But something, perhaps Loey's call, had already wakened his sister, because he didn't even turn the corner before he heard Jason running down the hall after him. He didn't slow, though. Bare feet slapping against the cold flagstone, he rushed out the nearest exit and down one of the great temple's external stairways, taking the torchlit steps 3 at a time. He felt the nudge against his mind and headed in the direction it had come from, the landing pad. As he rounded the corner of the temple with Jaina hard on his heels, he was surprised to see Loey coming toward them from the jungle, where eerie night mist blanketed the ground with translucent white. On the landing field, though, Jason saw something that surprised him even more. a small, sleek shuttle, about half the size of the Millennium Falcon, lifted off the grassy stubble of the landing pad, blasting away wisps of ground fog, and there, bathed in the blue glow from the landing lights, his hair whipped wildly in the breeze, stood Luke Skywalker. The Jedi Master was facing the shuttle, one arm raised as if in farewell, as the three young Jedi Knights raced up to him. Jason and Jaina spoke at the same moment. "Who was that? What's going on?" The tall, gangly Wookiee added a questioning bark of his own. Luke Skywalker lowered his eyes to look at the Jedi students. "It was Tenel Ka, wasn't it?" Jason persisted, without really needing to hear the answer. In the dimness, his gaze locked with his uncle's, and the Jedi Master nodded. Her family insisted on coming immediately to pick her up. She would be in good hands now. Don't worry. Jason felt as if a bantha had just stepped on his chest. He struggled for enough breath to speak. What's a bantha? It's those big hairy elephant-looking things with the horns on the side of their heads.
Show me.
They have like the curly horns. Remember when Luke is looking for the sand people and he's looking through those binoculars?
No.
You don't remember those big hairy elephants?
No.
Well, I'll show you in a bit. Let me finish. Jason felt as if a bantha had just stepped on his chest. He struggled for enough breath to speak. He felt betrayed. "She's gone! You said you'd call us when Tenel Ka was ready to see us." Luke Skywalker cleared his throat. "She wasn't ready." Lowie gave a despairing groan. "But we didn't even have a chance to say goodbye," Jaina said. Her uncle sighed. "I know. But she's with family now. They'll take care of her." Jason saw his sister shake her head in confusion. "But how can that be true?" Her question made no sense to him, and he looked at her, waiting for her to explain. "What I mean is," she went on, "why would Tenel Ka's family from Dathomir come for her in that shuttle?" Jason shrugged, feeling as if she expected him to understand. He didn't. "What's so strange about it?" he asked finally. "That was an express-class ambassadorial shuttle," she said, "and it had the markings of the royal house of Hapes." 3 pairs of questioning eyes turned toward Luke Skywalker. The passenger quarters aboard the Hapen Royal Shuttle Thunder Wraith were spacious and equipped with every convenience a space traveler could desire. The elegant appointments of the cabin fell just short of ostentation. The chief adornment on each wall consisted of an ornate gilt frame surrounding a massive view screen. Tenel Ka took no notice of the spectacular view. However, she had seen hyperspace before. She had no desire to see anything, or anyone, or to feel anything. Numb, that was what she felt. Mind, emotions, even her arm, all numb. The thought crossed her mind briefly that perhaps she ought to eat something. She'd had no food since before... No, she decided. No food. She could not work up enthusiasm for eating, or anything else for that matter. Her reddish-gold braids hung in tangled disarray around her face. Though the medical droid had done a serviceable job of washing her body and disinfecting her wound before cauterizing it, the droid had no programming on what to do with her hair. It had kindly offered to shave Tenel Ka's head for her, but she had declined. One of the twins might have been willing to help her comb through the mess and rebraid it, but she'd been too proud to let her friends see her in her current condition, afraid of the disgust she might see on their faces, or worse yet, pity. At least that was one good thing about having been spirited away from Yavin 4 in the middle of the night, Tenel Ka thought. She didn't have to see anyone, and so would be spared both sympathy and derision. As if to dispel Tenel Ka's only comforting thought, Ambassador Ifra, chose that moment to appear. Her grandmother's aging henchwoman, for all her kindly smiles and refined features, was still cut from the same cloth as the former queen, power-hungry and more than willing to do whatever it took to add to her personal power. Not long ago, Ifra had tried to visit Yavin 4, but when her friends were kidnapped by the Shadow Academy, Tenel Ka had gone with Master Skywalker to rescue them. Tenel Ka had not been disappointed to miss the ambassador, who had cancelled the visit. She had never trusted the woman and disliked her instinctively. "Are you feeling any better, my dear?" the ambassador said with nauseating insincerity. "Would you like to talk?" "No," Tenel Ka said stubbornly. "Thank you." Then curiosity began to trickle her numbed brain, and she asked, "Why were you the one chosen to bring me home?" "Actually," Ifra said, not meeting Tenelka's eyes, "I wasn't so much chosen as I was convenient. I was in the nearby star system on business, you see, when your grandmother received word of your unfortunate accident. Now, my dear," she continued, "we'll be coming out of hyperspace in a few hours, so if there's anything I can do in the meantime—" "Yes, there is," Tenelka interrupted in her usual forthright manner. "I wish to be left alone." If the ambassador was put off by the abrupt answer, she covered it well. "Why, of course you do, my dear," she said with gracious insincerity. "You've been through such an ordeal." She looked meaningfully at Tenelka's arm and artfully pretended to suppress a shudder of revulsion. "You must feel simply terrible." With that, Ifra withdrew, managing to leave Tenelka feeling even worse than she had before, which might actually have been what the ambassador had wanted. The ruthless henchwoman was a skilled manipulator. Tenelka looked at her left arm. What remained of it, after her faulty lightsaber had exploded, there had been no chance of salvaging the limb and allowing it to heal in a bacta tank. She was no longer complete. How could she be a true warrior now? She could not even claim her wound as an honorable result of battle. Her injury had in fact been caused by her own pride and haste and stupidity. If only she had taken more care in choosing her lightsaber components. If only she had been more meticulous in assembling the weapon. Certain that her success or failure in battle would depend on her physical skills, she had not bothered to use her best talents when constructing her weapon. Even during her Jedi training, Tenelka had always proudly tried to rely solely on her natural abilities, refusing to use the Force unless there was no other way to accomplish her goals. But now what had become of her fighting prowess? How could she ever again climb a building using nothing but her fiber cord, her grappling hook, and her own wits? How would she climb a tree, or hunt, or swim? Why, she couldn't even braid her own hair. And who would respect a Jedi with only one arm? Lost in such grim thoughts, Tenelka drifted into sleep. The next thing she heard was the tapping on the door to her stateroom. "My dear, are you resting?" Ambassador Ifra called in her cultured voice. "Time to come out now. We're almost home. We're near Hapes." Tenelka shook herself awake, stood and looked at the view screen around her. The Thunder Wraith was no longer traveling in hyperspace. The stars and planets of Hapes cluster lay all about her, like handfuls of rainbow gems from Galanor, scattered on rich black velvet. "Did you hear me, my dear?" The ambassador's voice came through the door again. "You're home." "Home," Tenelka repeated. The dread she had been feeling congealed into a ball of ice in the pit of her stomach, as she considered that this place might indeed be her home from now on. Immense warships, Hapan battle dragons, appeared as if out of nowhere to escort the tiny shuttle to its landing area. When the Thunder Wraith finally landed and Tenelka disembarked, she looked around with the first trace of eagerness she had felt since the lightsaber accident, searching for her parents. She was surprised, however, to find that her grandmother, Ta Chum, was the only relative present. The former queen, accompanied by a large honor guard in full ceremonial garb, stepped forward to greet her granddaughter. Tenelka endured an embrace and a showy display of affection, although her grandmother never hugged her in private, and asked, "Why did my parents not come?" "They were called away," Ta Chum answered smoothly, "on an urgent and top-secret diplomatic matter. Only I and my most trusted confidant know your whereabouts." She motioned to one of her retainers, who strode forward to drape a royal robe across Tenelka's shoulders. Its thick, soft folds hid Tenelka's arm, and she did not have the energy to object. But her grandmother continued, "I assure you that your parents will return as quickly as they are able." 4 pairs of scantily clad male servants appeared, bringing cushioned seats for the princess and her grandmother. Tenelka sat, and only then noticed that at least 24 more handsome servants had filed onto the landing pad. She closed her eyes and sighed. She might have known. It seemed that in her parents' absence Ta Chum had decided to receive Tenelka with as much spectacle and fanfare as possible. Perhaps prove to her aspiring Jedi granddaughter how wonderful it was to be a member of the royal family. Tenel Ka was not thrilled. 3 brawny young men, dressed only in loincloths, moved to the center of the landing pad and began a rhythmic display of their gymnastic abilities. Other servants along the sidelines produced stringed instruments and flutes and began a musical accompaniment. During their performance, the former queen leaned toward her granddaughter and murmured, "You are so fortunate." Tenel Ka blinked in surprise. Her grandmother made an all-encompassing gesture. "Everything you see, Hapes and its 63 worlds, is yours to command." Her voice took on a persuasive tone. "Not many who fail to become Jedi Knights have such a pleasant alternative. After all, unlike the weapons of battle, wielding political power does not require the use of both arms." Tenel Ka grimaced. Not only had her grandmother's unfair assertion that she had failed in her Jedi training, but also because one of the acrobats had performed a double handspring, an act she had done countless times herself, and one she'd always assumed she'd go right on doing. She had even included flips, cartwheels, and handsprings in her daily exercises at the Jedi Academy. The Jedi Academy. She missed it already. When the gymnast finished, a young man stepped forward and began to juggle with phenomenal agility. Tenel Ka grew more uncomfortable as she watched him pass fire crystals, hoops, and blazing torches from hand to hand, tossing them high into the air with ever-increasing speed. Another thing I will never be able to do, Tenel Ka thought, pressing her lips into a grim line. She tried to concentrate on the juggler's face. Instead, the young man was indeed beautiful, but right then Tenel Ka would have traded every servant and guard on the landing platform for just a glimpse of the face that was truly friendly. Jacen, Jaina, Lobaka, and even Master Skywalker. "You know," her grandmother said, leaning toward her again, as if a thought had just occurred to her, "perhaps your injury was the Force's way of showing you that you were never meant to be a Jedi Knight, that your destiny has always been to rule Hapes." Tenel Ka's breath left her in a rush, as if a rancor had stepped on her stomach. She wondered if perhaps for once her grandmother might not be right. Chapter 9. The acoustics in the grand audience chamber on Yavin 4 carry even a whispered word from the stage to every seat in the hall, but today no lecturer stood at the far end of the long chamber, and Jaina's steps were so slow and hesitant that her booted feet made no sound. With the exception of Jacen and Loie, who sat on stone benches near the front, the audience chamber remained completely empty. No, not quite empty. Images of a confident young warrior from Dathomir filled Jaina's vision. Tenel Ka raising her cup in a pledge of friendship. Tenel Ka braiding her long hair in preparation for Jedi training exercises. Tenel Ka scaling the outer walls of the great temple, pulling herself up easily hand over hand. Jaina could sense through their connection in the Force that similar thoughts troubled her twin brother. Just moments after Jaina took a seat near Jacen, the Jedi historian and instructor Tione appeared through a side door and came to stand near the 3. Trainees came near to stand near the 3 trainees. Jaina felt her brother's mood brighten at the sight of the silvery-haired Jedi woman. Tione had taught them to look for multiple solutions to any problem, to find choices, fresh perspectives, new alternatives. As always, Jaina was struck by the wisdom in the mother-of-pearl eyes, wisdom gained from years of studying the tales of lore of ancient Jedi. Tione's voice was soft and melodious. "Master Skywalker has asked me to help you to move forward in your lightsaber training." Jaina shifted uncomfortably, not wanting to think about the deadly weapon she wore clipped to a utility loop on her orange jumpsuit. Tione motioned for the 3 seated trainees. "Please, come up on the platform where we have more room to work." Jacen and Loie mounted the steps, but Jaina hung back, not sure if she could express her reluctance. But then Tione beckoned again, smiling at her with kind patience. Jaina found herself moving to join the others. With each step her lightsaber bumped against her leg, a grim reminder of its deadly presence. Her heart began to pound with dread, and a cold sweat broke out on her neck and forehead. Continuing with her lightsaber training, she could see now, was going to be even more difficult than she had expected, and Jaina could tell from the set of Jacen's jaw that her brother was also struggling to control his own anxiety. He must have sensed her difficulty, too, because he turned to her with a shaky smile. Want to hear a joke? She forced a laugh. Why not? This took her brother by surprise, and she paused a moment to think. Okay, why is a droid mechanic never lonely? Jaina shrugged, knowing better than to attempt an answer. Because he's always making new friends. Jaina giggled in spite of herself, grateful for the release of intention. Loie let loose a bark of laughter as well. A dimple appeared in Tioni's cheek, and the approving glow of her in her alien eyes showed she understood how hard this must be for all of them. Then, spacing the trainees 2 meters apart, each facing the same direction, Tioni took them through a series of exercises using only the hilts of their lightsabers. Clearing her mind of all else, Jaina echoed the instructor's strong, fluid movements as if she were performing a dance. Apparently satisfied with their progress, Tioni ended the exercise and came to stand in front of Loie. Gesturing for Jaina to take a position beside her, facing Jason, Tioni pressed a stud on the handle of her weapon, and a shimmering silver beam sprang from it, coruscating with energy. Please ignite your lightsaber, she said. Though a frown of doubt crossed Jason's face, he soon held a glowing emerald blade. With a snap hiss, Loie's blade appeared too, blazing a deep gold like molten bronze. He held it at his side. Oh, do be careful, Master Lobaka, MTD said from the Wookiee's waist. You know how delicate my circuitry is. Biting her lower lip, Jaina closed her eyes and touched a button on her lightsaber. Her weapon whooshed to life, the flare of its electric violet beam, and the light of the 3 other energy blades penetrated even through her shut eyelids, bringing with them a flood of vivid memories. Violet, the color of the evil Night Sister Temeth Kai's eyes. Silver, Brachus's flowing robes, the Shadow Academy, Jason and Jaina dueling with each other in holographic disguise. A mistake by either of them could have meant death. Bronze, almost the reddish gold of Tenel Ka's hair, Tenel Ka's severed arm still holding the handle of the failed lightsaber as it exploded, the shock on Tenel Ka's face as an emerald blade sliced through her arm. Emerald green, the color of Zek's eyes, surrounded by a dark corona, Zek who was even now being trained on the Shadow Academy, learning to serve the Second Imperium and using the dark side of the Force. And if the Second Imperium attacked the New Republic as planned... Yes?
Is it Zach?
Zek.
Oh, Zach, does he like the dark side?
Yeah, he's learning to use the dark side, and he's liking it, yeah.
Why is he liking it?
Well, because he's getting powers that he never knew that he could have. The New Republic that Jaina and Jason and Luke Skywalker's other Jedi Knights had sworn to protect. She would be forced to fight. How could she not defend the New Republic when her mother was its leader? Would she have to face Zek with a lightsaber to protect her own mother? With a cry, Jaina switched off her weapon and dropped it to the flagstones, backing away from it as if she had turned into a krayt dragon. An instant later, all lightsabers were extinguished, and Jaina shuddered with relief. Tioni's pearly eyes were grave as she looked at the 3 young charges. Picking up Jaina's discarded lightsaber, she seated herself on the cool stone and raised platform and said, Please make yourselves comfortable. I need to tell you a story. Jaina, Jason, and Loie settled in a tight half-circle around her, crowding close. Needing the contact, Tioni sat straighter and held her delicate hands before her, moving them as she wove her tale like an invisible tapestry before their eyes. Thousands of years ago, in a time of great evil and great good... That was a frog.
No, it wasn't.
Thousands of years ago, in a time of great evil and great good, Tioni began in her rich musical voice, there lived a woman named Nomi Sunrider, with her husband Andor, who was training to be a Jedi Knight. When Nomi and her husband traveled to take a gift of precious Adagan crystals to Andor's new Jedi Master, they were stopped by a group of greedy bandits who killed Nomi's husband and tried to steal the crystals. But when Nomi saw her husband lying dead, she snatched up his lightsaber and took a deadly revenge on his murderers. Afterwards, seeing what she had done, Nomi was so filled with revulsion that she vowed to never touch a lightsaber again. To fulfill the dying wish of her husband, Nomi carried the crystal to his Jedi master, Thawne. There, she stayed with her baby daughter, Vima, and began her own training to become a Jedi. She learned and grew in wisdom and the Force, and still she refused to touch a lightsaber, although it was the weapon of the Jedi. Eventually, however, there came a day when she discovered that her power with the Force alone could not protect the one she loved. To save her beloved Jedi Master and to guard her daughter, Nomi once again took up a lightsaber and fought for what she knew was right. But by the time Nomi understood the purpose and meaning of the lightsaber, and from that day forward, she fought with all the power of the light side of the Force. She was never eager to use her lightsaber, but she knew it was occasionally necessary. By learning to accept this, she became a great Jedi Master and a great warrior. As the story ended, Jaina drew a deep, refreshing breath, coming out of a near trance she entered whenever listening to Tioni's tales. Jaina sensed that much of the horror she had felt earlier had already drained away, though her muscles were as sore and weary as if she herself had fought all of Nomi Sunrider's lightsaber battles. Jaina felt something heavy and solid slide into her hand. She glanced down to see the handle of her lightsaber. Tioni had slipped it to her. "No need to turn it on for now," the Jedi instructor said gently, looking directly into Jaina's brown eyes. "I think we've come far enough for today." Chapter 10. Doctors were born meddlers, Tenel Ka decided with annoyance. The Fifth Corps physician in his many hours continued explaining in a calm, patronizing voice that although Tenel Ka was perfectly correct in not desiring a crude droid arm, she could have no objection to a lifelike, biomechanical prosthetic replacement. Apparently they thought they knew her better than she knew herself. Tenel Ka finally raised the stump of her arm in exasperated surrender and let the doctor have her way. The physician looked satisfied and not at all surprised that Tenel Ka had agreed. After all, it had been the only reasonable choice. The doctor beckoned to one of her nurses, and the man came forward to begin taking measurements of the stump of Tenel Ka's left arm. Next, an engineer placed electrodes against her scarred skin and sent intermittent jolts of electricity into the flesh to measure the nerve conduction, she explained. Meanwhile, the nurse placed Tenel Ka's right arm in a holographic imaging chamber. Each time the engineer administered a jolt to Tenel Ka's stump, the nurse patted her shoulder comfortingly and asked her to hold still. The man took great pride in telling her how the holographic image would be reversed to make a pattern that could be used as the mold for her new biosynthetic left arm. Like children let loose at a sweets bazaar, physicians buzzed around the room, snapping orders, conferring with each other, and making preparations. Although the poking and prodding and the chaos of voices to fade into background, Tenel Ka sank into her own thoughts. As the daughter of two strong ruling families, one from Hapes and one from Dathomir, Tenel Ka had long known who and what she was. Her philosophy of life had been as clear in her mind as her views on lineage, loyalty, friendship, and even her own physical abilities and limitations. If one of those components changed, did everything else change as well? From childhood, Tenel Ka's parents had taught her to make her own decisions based in equal part on reason, fact, and personal belief. Therefore, she had never been one to sit passively while others made choices for her. Yet since the loss of her arm, hadn't she done just that? She had hardly given it a thought when Ambassador Ifra appeared in the middle of the night to whisk her away from Yavin 4 in secret. In these last few days on Hapes, Tenel Ka had allowed her grandmother to control her movements and communications, tell her when to sleep, bring all her meals, and select appropriate clothing for her. And now, Tenel Ka, who had always relied on her own mind and body, was allowing herself to be fitted for a biomechanical arm. And she truly changed so much. Had she truly changed so much? The Force was part of her, flowing through her just as the blood of her parents flowed through her veins. But this artificial arm was no part of her. If she accepted it, then she was allowing the loss of her limb to change her in ways that reached deeper than the eye could see. She didn't object to changing, but this change was not for the better. If she allowed herself to be transformed, it should be in the direction of becoming stronger or wiser. Tenelka's reverie was cut short by the sound of whirring servo motors. The doctor and an engineer stood before her holding a grotesque metallic arm, a droid arm. It reminded Tenelka of the unwieldy contraption she had heard the former TIE pilot Quarrel now wore since going back to serve the Second Imperium. Tenelka shook her head in wordless denial. "Now this is only temporary, of course," the doctor said with the same infuriating condescension she had used before. "Just accustom yourself to it while we're synthesizing the biomechanical arm." Tenelka decided then and there that she had not, in fact, changed that much. If she needed to use the Force from now on to assist her in small ways, then so be it. But she refused to become dependent on a machine that masqueraded as part of herself. What, Dean?
Why's your voice raspy?
I don't know. I think it's because I have some,
Snot?
I guess, snot in my throat.
Or maybe it's been so long that you haven't.
Oh, you go on a trip once you're on your spring break.
What?
You went on a trip on our spring break.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can go on a trip on your spring break.
You want to get rid of me now?
No.
No, Dad.
All right. Let me finish reading. "No," she managed to croak when the doctor moved to attach the mechanical arm to her severed limb. The engineer backed away uneasily, but the doctor continued as if Tenelka had not spoken. "This is all part of the process of making you whole again," the doctor said in her maddening voice, "and that is exactly what you want." "No," Tenelka repeated, setting her jaw stubbornly. Anger seethed inside her at the doctor's confident presumption that she knew what was best. The doctor shook her head and bent down, as if chiding a young child. "Now you agreed to be fitted for this new arm, and—" "I've changed my mind," Tenelka gritted, clamping down on her temper to hold it in check. The doctor's lips were still smiling, but grim determination shone in her eyes, indicating she would never take no for an answer. Not from any patient of hers. The woman kept up a steady stream of talk and motioned for the engineer to help her position the droid prosthetic against the stump of Tenelka's arm, as if the doctor thought that by forging ahead she could overwhelm her patient's determination with her own. "Now there's no disgrace in having a biomechanical arm, you know. Even your great Jedi Master Skywalker has a prosthetic hand." Tenelka acknowledged inwardly that there had been no weakness in Master Skywalker's choice. It made him no more or less what he was. He had wrestled with his own decision and made his own choices. But as she must make hers, the Jedi Master would not ask her to do otherwise, as the people who surrounded her here on Hape seemed intent on doing. "Your new arm will look quite normal," the doctor went on in her exasperating, soothing voice. "And your grandmother has spared no expense." When the cold metal of the mechanical limb touched Tenelka's arm, she lost the last vestiges of control over her anger. "No!" Tenelka cried, unconsciously using the Force to give the engineer and doctor a backward shove. The droid arm was already clamped in place against her skin, however, like a protruding cancerous growth. "I said no!" Tenelka quite consciously used the Force to yank the contraption free and fling it with blinding speed against the nearest wall. It hit the stones with a clang and crunched and fell in pieces to the cold tile floor. Gasps went up from all around the room, and a dozen pair of eyes regarded her with shock and apprehension. Having vented her fury, Tenelka's voice was now quite calm. "And I meant no." Chapter 11. The buzzing vibration of the T-23 Skyhopper both soothed and unsettled Jason for some reason he could not define. Up in the cockpit with Loey, MTD amplified his speaker volume to be heard above the whine of the engines. Really, Master Lobaka, I don't see what the point of all this flying about could be, without even so much as a destination in mind. At Loey's soft growl, the little droid replied, Therapeutic? For what? And in any case, I should think that performing some sort of physical exercise would be far more beneficial than flying aimlessly over the treetops. Jaina sat pensively beside Jason in the Skyhopper, cramped passenger seat, toying with her lightsaber. We actually tried that, MTD, but lately it seems like any exercise we do only reminds us of things we were trying to get our minds off of in the first place.
Who said that?
Jaina.
How do you know?
Because it said that. Jaina sat pensively beside Jason in the Skyhopper, toying with her lightsaber. And then it said that line.
Okay.
That was Jaina. Jason was surprised to hear Jaina answering the pesky little droid just as Loey had addressed it a moment earlier, without annoyance and as a friend. In fact, a full day had passed since any of them had had the heart to switch MTD off. It was as if they hoped the little translator droid might fill the void that none of them wished to think about. But something was missing, Jason thought. Different. Under normal circumstances, he probably would have been crowded into the tiny cargo well behind the passenger seat, and he would have happily endured that discomfort if it meant that Tenel Ka could have been with him, sitting where he now sat. Oh, dear me, MTD said in a much subdued voice. How terribly insensitive my processor can be. You've all been thinking of Mistress Tenel Ka, haven't you? I am dreadfully sorry. Jason saw Loey reach down to give the little droid what looked like a comforting pat. Now that MTD had brought up the subject, the friends had been avoiding. Jason felt Tenel Ka's absence all the more keenly. It's okay, MTD, Jaina said. We all miss her. Jason sighed. I wish I could just talk to her. Jason, Loey, and MTD voiced agreement. Then, as though they had discussed it and come to a unanimous decision, Loey turned the T-23 about and headed back to the Jedi Academy. Master Luke Skywalker looked down at his small barrel-shaped astromech droid as they entered the hangar bay at the base of the Great Temple. I'm fine, R2, he said, answering the droid's questioning whistle. I just have an important decision to make. Luke frowned and thought back on the direct communication he had just sent to the Fountain Palace on Hapes. He had been unable to get a hold of Princess Isildur and Tenel Ka's parents. Instead, Ta'a Chum, the matriarch of the royal house, had come on screen and told him in no uncertain terms that Tenel Ka's parents were traveling outside the Hapes cluster and could not be reached, and that the princess herself had already endured enough trauma because of her Jedi training. Under no circumstances would the young woman be allowed to speak with Master Skywalker. With that, the former queen had abruptly terminated the connection, leaving Luke with an entirely new set of concerns. Tenel Ka's grandmother had never approved of the direction the girl had chosen for her own life. The harsh old woman had always wanted to mold her grandparents into a scheming politician of whom she could be proud, someone just like herself. What if, Luke wondered, instead of supporting and comforting Tenel Ka during this time of turbulence, her grandmother chose to use Tenel Ka's weakness to her own advantage? Without Isildur and Tenel Jo to support their daughter emotionally.
Who's Tenel Jo?
Tenel Ka's mom.
Why is it Tenel Jo?
Teneniel Jo. Teneniel Jo is what her name is.
What about Ka?
Tenel Ka? What about her?
Is it Tenel Ka?
No, it's Tenel. Tenel Ka. And her mom's name is Teneniel Jo.
Dad's name?
Isildur. And Isildur almost married Leia.
How?
Because Ta'a Chum, the mother of the mother of Isildur, was the queen of this very wealthy system of planets. And she tried to get her son and Leia married.
But Han got married instead.
Yeah, Han married her instead.
How?
I haven't finished. I'm reading that book right now about it. It's called The Courtship of Princess Leia.
I don't know, Daddy.
Yeah, I'm about a third of the way through right now.
What's a third?
3 parts. Like if the book was divided in 3 equal parts. I've read the first of those 3 parts. Like let's say a book is 300 pages. 1/3 of it is
100.
very good, 100. You got that, G?
100.
Grayson, you asleep?
No.
Oh. Without Isolde and Tenennial Joe to support their daughter emotionally, Tenelka might be too despondent or confused to make her own choices. It was possible she would blindly accept any decision the matriarch might make on her behalf. Luke shook his head. Political considerations aside, Tenelka would not find the comfort she needed from her grandmother. He thought of the close bond the 4 young Jedi Knights had developed from working and training together at the academy. Tenelka needed that kind of closeness right now. She needed the unselfish caring that Jason, Jaina, and Loie could provide. Luke had no wish to influence Tenelka's decision about whether or not to return to Yavin 4. That would have to be her choice, and hers alone, and certainly any competent medical droid could be trusted to tend Tenelka's physical wound. But she needed the warmth and support of friends in order to heal her emotional wounds and come to her own decision. Luke smiled as he saw Lobaka maneuver the T-23 Skyhopper onto its pad in the hangar bay. Those Jedi trainees needed to have their emotional wounds healed as well. He straightened and walked toward the T-23. I think we'd better do a pre-flight check on the Shadow Chaser, R2. Let's get ready to fly. R2 warbled and beeped, asking a question. Yes, Luke Skywalker said. I've made my decision. From the moment her uncle announced he would take them to see Tenelka, after all, adrenaline began to rush through Jaina's veins. She made a mad dash for her chambers, snatched a fresh jumpsuit, a Jedi robe, and a few other odds and ends, then stuffed them along with her lightsaber into a small flight duffel. By the time she raced back out of her quarters, down the echoing stone stairs and hallways, and out onto the landing pad, where their ship waited, she no longer had any idea what she had packed. Jason arrived ahead of her, running up the ramp of the sleek Shadow Chaser. A disordered pile of clean clothes tucked under one arm, his lightsaber under the other. Jaina didn't slow as she followed him up the ramp, marveling as she always did at the powerful ship and its glossy quantum armor. The ship had once been the finest craft created by the Second Imperium. After Master Luke Skywalker and Tenelka had used it to rescue the twins and Loie from the Shadow Academy, the New Republic had given the Shadow Chaser to the Jedi Master for his own use. Once Loie had scrambled aboard with MTD, his lightsaber clipped to the webbed belt at his waist. Luke instructed R2-D2 to raise the boarding ramp, and the Shadow Chaser lifted off. Jaina felt a thrill as the Shadow Chaser repulsor lifts boosted them off the landing field. Sublight engines kicked in, launching them away from the jungle moon. The last few minutes of rushed preparation were a blur in her mind, and she looked around for something else to speed them on their way. Loie rumbled a question from the navigation console, and MTD answered. No, I'm certain Master Luke doesn't need our assistance in plotting the most efficient route. Her uncle smiled down at the Wookiee. We'll be going to light speed in just a few minutes. Why don't you all try to relax, get some rest? Jaina took a deep breath and watched the stars through the viewports, like glittering gems sinking in the depths of a black sea, until each pinprick of light elongated into a star line and the Shadow Chaser made a smooth jump into hyperspace. The 3 Jedi trainees found they were too excited to rest, though. They spent the remainder of the journey trying to distract themselves aboard the tiny ship. Jaina and Loie were just about to remove an access panel to the rear thruster stabilizers to study how they worked when Luke announced their final approach to Tenelka's home planet. The 3 friends rushed to the cockpit. As they took their seats behind the Jedi Master, Louis squinted and scanned the star system around them. When she saw his ginger-furred face register surprise, Jaina looked around, seeing no nearby planet that could have been Dathomir. "That's odd," she said at last. "From the descriptions I've heard and the star charts I've studied, I could swear we're in the Hapes cluster." Her uncle swiveled in the pilot seat and met each pair of eyes in turn. "We are in the Hapes system," Luke said gravely. "It's time I explained to you that Tenel Ka is more than just a simple warrior from a backward planet." Chapter 12. Broad-shouldered Norris, former leader of the Lost Ones gang and new stormtrooper trainee, spread his white armor on the bunk in front of him. He studied the pieces carefully, then began to assemble the glossy outfit, donning the components one at a time and enjoying every minute of it. The boots went on first, stiff and sturdy, then the greaves, the shin armor, the leg plates, body armor, arm plates, and finally the flexible but tough gloves. He felt as if he had been transplanted into the body of an assassin droid, a fighting machine encased in an impenetrable shell. Norris allowed himself a satisfied smile. This was much more impressive than anything his gang members had ever scrounged deep in the decaying alleys of Coruscant's underworld. He had been the toughest, meanest, angriest young brute of all the gang members, but being a stormtrooper was better, so much better. All of his former companions were also soldier recruits, undergoing training. Norris fully expected to be the best among the new troops, just as he had been the toughest among the lost ones. On the downside, he was no longer his own boss, free to do as he wished. He had to follow the orders of the Second Imperium. But with armor such as this and the military might of those who followed their emperor, it was all worth it. Besides, if Norris proved himself valuable enough, his rank would increase, and he'd be placed in command of more soldiers, maybe even fly a TIE fighter. Without a doubt, he would have more power and cause much more damage than he ever imagined when he was just a gang leader. Things were looking up. The last piece of his stormtrooper outfit was the hard white helmet, the black eye goggles and mouth speakers. He slipped the helmet over his head and locked it into place at the neck joint. At last he stood totally encased, completely protected, no longer a disreputable bully with a grimy outfit, stolen scraps as his only possessions. Now he was someone to be reckoned with, a stormtrooper. Norris marched down the corridor, taking care to clomp loudly on the deck plates with his armored boots. They made such a satisfying sound. He had memorized the layout of the Shadow Academy station and knew exactly how to get private training room where old Coral, the former TIE pilot, had ordered him to report. Standing outside the sealed door, he keyed the access code. He'd felt a private thrill when Coral had given him the secret numbers, and waited for the computer to process his entry request. With a hiss like an angry serpent, the door slid aside. Norris marched boldly into the shielded room, and the door sealed itself behind him. Coral stood inside the training chamber holding a wicked-looking spear in his black-wrapped left hand. His droid replacement arm gripped the gleaming shaft with enough force to dent the metal. The serrated edge of the spear had a long central prong with two side spikes curving up like a dragon's barbed tail.
What's a barb?
Barb is like, do you remember the fish hooks? Like when we went fishing?
No.
You don't remember when we went fishing? What the fishing hooks look like?
No.
They came to a point, and then at the back of the point was like another point pointing backwards. That'd be a barb.
No. You're gonna have to show me a picture.
Okay. "You're late," Coral said. He cocked his droid arm back and hurled a deadly weapon at Norris with all the strength in his robotic servomotors. Norris stood astonished as the deadly spear point hurled towards his chest plate. He had just time to cry, "Hey!" in a panicked voice amplified by helmet speakers before the barbed tip impacted squarely with enough force to smash him backward. Norris slammed into the wall, his helmet ringing against the hard metal bulkhead. His vision sparkled with impending unconsciousness. He expected to see a spear sprouting from his heart and waited for his nerves to send shouts of mortal pain. He wanted to scream that Coral, his supposed teacher, had betrayed him, murdered him. But a split second later his thoughts cleared enough to hear the clatter of the spear shaft fall harmlessly to the floor. He looked down at his chest in amazement and saw only a nick in the white armor where the spear had struck. "What did you do that for?" Norris shouted. Coral answered in a gruff but calm voice. "To teach you respect for your stormtrooper armor, Norris," he said, "but also to warn you not to become overconfident. Yes, that armor is powerful enough to stop many weapons, such as this crude spear." The TIE pilot nodded toward the jagged weapon on the floor plates. Norris bent down and grabbed the spear, narrowing his eyes in rage as he looked at his teacher. The old pilot had made a fool out of him. He felt a dangerous anger boiling through his veins. He had a good mind to take that triple-pronged spear and attack the pompous old man with it.
How old's Coral?
I bet he's in his 40s or 50s.
Right now?
Yeah, at the time of this book, because he was a TIE fighter pilot during the Battle of Yavin and crashed on and was there for like 20 years, remember?
No.
And so
I know
he was probably
Yavin.
20-something or 30-something, and then another 20 years later.
When this book was made?
Well, when this book is set. This book is set like 20 years after the Battle of Yavin. But don't think your armor is invincible. Coral reached inside his uniform, pulled out a deadly blaster pistol, and pointed it directly at Norris. "For instance, this blaster could slice through that armor as if you were wearing nothing at all." Norris stiffened, looking into the ominous snub barrel of the pistol.
What is he doing?
His mind raced. What had he gotten himself into? Why was Coral so upset with him? He wondered whether he could swing the spear, knock the blaster away, and strike down the TIE pilot. That would serve the old man right. Coral turned the blaster pistol around and extended it toward Norris. Butt end first. "Here.
Butt end.
This will be your personal weapon," he said. Norris dropped the spear to the floor and tentatively took the blaster. The pistol felt very good in his gloved grip. Coral nodded at him. "For target practice," he said, then went over to the controls by the door. The gray light-absorbing walls of the windowless room shimmered. Suddenly, Norris found himself standing in a dank, dim cave with fanged stalactites dripping from the walls and ceiling. Long spikes of stalagmites rose like blunt knives from the floor. Unseen water trickled somewhere, and a pallid light seemed to ooze from the pale rock itself. Despite the room's visible transformation, Norris could detect no change in the smell of the air through his helmet filters. "The walls of this chamber will absorb blaster bolts," Coral said. "Your weapon has already been set to full power. There won't be much recoil, but you must become accustomed to how it feels to aim and shoot and hit a target. Pay attention now. Watch for them as they attack." "Watch for what?" Norris said, looking around from right to left. "What's going to attack me?" The cave seemed more sinister now. The eye goggles distorted his vision, and he tried to compensate. Strange creature noises burbled, and hummed from every direction. He couldn't tell if they were insects or rodents, but they sounded vicious to him, as if something within this chamber might be a predator. Norris had hunted in the lower alleys of Coruscant, tracking giant granite slugs, multi-fanged spider roaches, mutated feral rats, and his intuition told him that this was simply a testing chamber on the Shadow Academy. He didn't think there could be any real danger. Not really. However, this cave certainly seemed real enough. With a squalling cry, a leathery-winged creature dropped out of its hiding place in the ceiling and swooped toward him. Its eyes were huge and slitted, and Norris could see pointy ears or antennae on top of its head, and razor claws at the end of its flapping wings as it swept down. A Mynock! They weren't supposed to be terrible predators, but from the wicked fangs and claws as it swooped toward him, Norris decided this was one Mynock with a bad attitude. He pointed the blaster and squeezed off an energy bolt, but the beam went wide, striking a stalactite and startling up 4 more of the angry flying creatures. The new batch of Mynocks also attacked, annoyed at him for disturbing their dark slumber. Norris squeezed the firing button again and again, adjusting his aim as he watched the bright bolts streak through the dimness. The brilliant spears of light dazzled his eyes, and he could barely see through the filtered goggles. The devilish Mynock swooped and avoided the deadly beams. This wasn't fair! It was supposed to be target practice. She should have been able to point at a bantha's eye or hide behind a window while shooting at an unsuspecting target in the streets below, as he had often done on Coruscant. The blaster missed again and again as Minox swirled around him, flapping their wings and assailing the ears with skull-splitting screeches. Norse wondered if Coral had intentionally adjusted the blaster's aim point to throw the beam off. Do you remember what Minox are?
What?
Do you remember what Minox are?
The aliens on that planet that we just watched.
Uh-uh.
Was it?
Remember when on Empire Strikes Back, when Han flew the Millennium Falcon into that asteroid and was in the mouth of that big slug,
Oh, yeah.
that big worm?
Their space worm?
Remember inside the belly? Remember they got out because Minox were flying around the ship. Those were Minox. He suddenly realized that he had been aiming wrong. It was his own fault. Reacting wildly to his sudden fear, he had overcompensated. As the first Monarch came toward him again, claws outstretched and long fangs ready to tear him to shreds, he took a second to aim and squeezed off a long bolt that sizzled through the creature's body. The Monarch gurgled and fell to the floor, where it was impaled by one of the stalagmites.
It's a stalagmite.
Yes! Stalagmites are in caves. You have, those, like towers that come out of the ground.
No. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Like when you're in a cave, you see them, they come from the top. They're like big at the top and they come down to a point. So stalactites are the ones that come from the ceiling, and stalagmites are the ones that come from the ground. So he shot one, it fell, and landed on a stalagmite and was speared.
On the ground.
On the stalagmite.
Stalagmite is on the ground.
Is the one on the ground, yeah. Yes, Nora shouted in triumph.
So it's technically icicle, but it's like...
Yeah, they're shaped like a... So what happens is, it like icicles, the icicles form from water dripping down and freezing, right? Mm-hmm. So stalagmites and stalactites are formed from water dripping but bringing rock minerals with them, and then they accumulate and create the rock shape like that.
Yeah, so stalactite is on the bottom.
No, stalactite's on the top and a stalagmite is on the bottom. Norris shouted in triumph, but 3 new Minox swirled around him, attracted by his shout. He fired again and missed. The creatures came at him from the front side and behind. Norris turned, remembering to think. Point, aim, and shoot. He eliminated another creature. 2 more emerged from the ceiling. But Norris swiveled at the waist and forced himself to concentrate. One of the 2 struck from behind. Though its claws skittered off Norris's white stormtrooper armor, he ignored it as he set the second Minox firmly in his sights and shot it. Gotcha! He turned and carefully targeted the remaining creature, one after another. Gradually, his shooting improved. He learned how to aim. He learned how to be deadly. Finally, his blaster pack winking from low charge, Norris stood still and waited. But no more of the creatures emerged from the illusionary cave. He squinted through his goggles, alert for new attack. The walls of the cave shimmered and vanished, leaving only the flat metal shell of the training chamber. He allowed himself to relax. Good, Coral said. Norris turned to see the old TIE pilot standing next to the controls. In the excitement of the exercise, he had forgotten entirely about the military instructor. That was fun, Norris said. I'm getting good at it. He looked down at his blaster, wondering when he'd be able to use it next. When he'd be allowed to practice against a real target. You did well enough, Norris, Coral said again. But you must remember, Minox don't shoot back. Coral pushed another button on the controls, and the door to the training chamber opened.
I missed some because sometimes when I yawn, I can't hear.
Okay.
Back to when he kills all of them?
No, I'm not. I'm going to go back a little bit. You did well enough, Norris, Coral said again. But you must remember, Minox don't shoot back. Coral pushed another button on the controls, and the door to the training chamber opened. Come, we must go to the assembly rooms. Everyone will be there. The old TIE pilot waited for Norris to march ahead of him. Our great leader is planning to address the Shadow Academy. Zek sat smothered in his private shell of self-confidence as dozens of Dark Jedi students gathered in the confined room where Master Brachus and Tamith Kai lectured them in the ways of the dark side.
I thought
Zek wore his padded suit of dark leather armor and sat straight and proud, shoulders squared. His lightsaber hung comfortably at his side. After weeks of training, he had grown fully comfortable with it. It was like a part of him, an extension of his body. That, more than anything else, convinced him he was destined to be a Jedi Knight. He was a loner, but he was also the most powerful of Brachus' students. The other trainees flashed him occasional glances. Zek had rapidly surpassed all of them, even those who had been at the Shadow Academy for months and months. But then, Zek had the greatest motivation. He wanted to be strong. He wanted everything the Force could give him. Among those gathered in the assembly hall, he noticed Villas, the Night Sister, Tamith Kai's dark-haired and brooding trainee. Villas, who was from Dathomir, was arrogant and smug, always looking down at him, never letting him forget that it was he who had stunned Zek when he had resisted capture on Coruscant. Zek wasn't about to forget. He felt a rivalry with this swarthy young man who talked too often about how he had ridden rancors and summoned storms on Dathomir, as if Zek was supposed to be impressed. The ominous Tamith Kai stood next to her protege, Villas. She and the new Night Sisters had begun training Villas during the Shadow Academy's construction. They therefore considered him the first of the new Dark Jedi, stronger than the others for now. Zek crossed his arms over his leather-armored chest, knowing that they were wrong, and one day, Zek told himself, he would prove it.
Dooku is definitely stronger than Emperor Palpatine.
No.
How?
Because Emperor Palpatine is his master.
Well, he's stronger because he can do the jabbing, and he has a lightsaber.
Palpatine has a lightsaber too.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't use it.
He doesn't like to use it, but he does have a...
When will he show it, Dad?
The next movie.
I want to watch the next one.
In episode 1?
Episode 3. Burley Norris and the Lost Ones, new stormtrooper recruits taken under the wing of the military commander Quarrel, stood at attention. The other senior-ranking stormtroopers seemed at ease, while the Lost Ones appeared restless and uncomfortable in their new body armor. But everyone listened intently to the great leader's speech. In the center of the chamber, the overwhelming and awesome image of the Emperor Palpatine filled the open space in the confined room. The glowing hologram towered taller than any person present, a paternal figure and stern watchman. Crackling from the transmission static, the image of the cowled Emperor addressed them from his hideout somewhere in the core systems. Yellow reptilian eyes under hooded brows watched the gathered students. The eye of Palpatine was always on them. "Our plans for the Second Imperium are close to completion," the Emperor said. All beings are doing their part in return... I can't do his voice. Return a new order to our galaxy. Each of you will help my Second Imperium become powerful. Each of you is an important part of a great machine that will crush the rebellion and put an end to their so-called New Republic. The holographic image pivoted, giving the impression that Palpatine's gaze was sweeping across each and every person there. Our space fleet grows day by day thanks to the hyperdrive cores and turbolaser batteries stolen in recent brilliant military ambush. That equipment is helping us create our own battle fleet. Our ships will at first be smaller than the behemoths the New Republic can bring against us. But we shall fight, and we shall win. Our army of Dark Jedi is nearly complete. The Emperor seemed to grow larger, his image swelling to loom above them. The rippling hood around Palpatine's shriveled face seemed to blow in an unseen wind. His eyes widened, blazing with the light of twin white suns. The Emperor's voice boomed out, raised to such a volume that Zek flinched. "Hear me, my Jedi Knights and Stormtroopers. The Force does not favor weaklings. We have the strength. The Force is with us. To victory!" The transmission ended, and the Emperor's cowled silhouette dissolved into sparkles and static. The entire assembly set up a deafening cheer, in which Zek joined wholeheartedly. Chapter 13. Flanked by a pair of Hapen Stinger security escort vehicles, the Shadow Chaser touched down lightly on the main landing pad of the Fountain Palace. In the cockpit, Luke Skywalker gave a small sigh of relief. Letting his eyes fall closed for a moment, he reached deep within himself, found the calm core of force at his center, and then focused outward. R2-D2 gave a short warble, and Luke opened his eyes to find all 3 young Jedi Knights already unbuckled from their crash webbing and scrambling toward the exit hatch, barely able to restrain their impatience. Jason bounced nervously from one foot to another, while Loey raked fingers through his ginger fur in an effort to smooth it down. Jaina shrugged and looked at him. Well, what are we waiting for, Uncle Luke? Chuckling, Luke released the flight interlocks, and the 3 Jedi trainees tumbled down the ramp as soon as it began to extend. Ta Chum, in the customary half-veil she wore for public appearances, was already waiting on the landing pad with the retinue of guards and attendants. Oh my goodness, Grayson.
Sorry.
Luke was pleased to see the twins and Loey greet the old matriarch with courtesy and respect. The former queen looked coldly at Luke as he began his greeting. I'm sorry, but your journey here has been a complete waste, Jedi Master. You see, my granddaughter will not be able to speak with... Just then, Jaina gave a delighted cry, and Jason yelled, Hey, Tenno Ka! Are we ever glad to see you? Loey bellowed a loud Wookiee greeting. The 3 young visitors rushed across the landing platform to embrace their friend, who had emerged from the sparkling palace. Snatches of the excited conversation drifted to where Luke stood. Master Lobaka wishes to compliment you on well-rested look. Thought we'd never see you again. I'm glad you came. Want to hear a joke? Luke's attention was drawn back to Ta Chum when she spoke to her nearest attendant. I didn't call the princess. How could she possibly? I called her, Luke said simply. Ta Chum shook her head. Impossible. We would have picked up any transmissions from your ship. Luke allowed himself the barest smile at her mystification. I didn't use a transmitter, he said. I called her through the Force. You may wish it weren't true, but Tenno Ka is already more Jedi than you know. The matriarch raised her brows, but her eyes were unreadable. We shall see, Jedi Master. The princess may yet get over that foolish notion. Does it matter to you what your granddaughter wants for herself? Luke asked bluntly. I know it matters to her parents. When I let her leave my protection on Yavin 4 to return to Hapes, I thought her parents would be here for her. But maybe I shouldn't have sent her away so quickly. Where are Tenennial Joe and your son, Isolder? Luke saw indecision cloud the matriarch's eyes, and he sensed that she was trying to decide. Whose name?
The parents.
Tenennial Joe and Isolder?
What is it, Isolder?
Luke saw indecision cloud the matriarch's eyes, and he sensed that she was trying to decide whether she would be better served by the truth or a lie. At last she said, Although I no longer rule the Hapes cluster, I still have my sources of information. I learned that an attempt would be made on the lives of the royal family, so I urged my son and his wife to pay a visit of state to another system, to negotiate the liberalization of our trade agreements. The negotiations called for a royal touch, so my son and his wife were easily persuaded. No one but myself and my most trusted advisor knew when they left or where they went. Tenno Ka's accident was an unexpected complication that, unfortunately, may put her in danger, drawing assassins to her, like piranha beetles swarming toward the scent of blood. The princess will be safer here with me than at your primitive temple. She is no longer any of your business, Jedi. Luke shook his head, unwilling to back down. Whether or not she remains my business will be for Tenno Ka to decide, when she is ready. Jason looked around his assigned room and shook his head in amazement. It had been scarcely 2 hours since he had learned that Tenno Ka was a genuine princess, heir to the entire Hapes cluster. He hadn't even adjusted to the idea yet, and now this. His room was more luxurious than any in the Imperial Palace on Coruscant. Rich, exotic scents filled the air, along with the sounds of trickling water, faint music, and chirping avians. Decorative fountains spattered in every room, every corridor, every courtyard, striking musical water chimes. This was where Tenno Ka had grown up? He still couldn't believe it. Why hadn't she told any of her friends? Uncle Luke had known, of course. But what possible reason could Tenno Ka have had for hiding the truth from her friends for so long? Jason didn't understand that any more Then he understood her refusal to speak to him after he had injured her with his lightsaber. He cringed again at the thought of the harm he had caused his friend. Jason had no idea how Uncle Luke had ever talked to Tenel Ka's sharp-tongued grandmother into allowing the twins and Loie to stay on Hapes for an entire month. He only knew that at the appointed time Luke would return to pick up 3, or, he hoped, 4 young Jedi Knights. A whole month. He'd have to talk to Tenel Ka about the accident soon, to clear the air. But what would he say? She wasn't the same person he had known in the Jungle Moon. Not now. But then, she had never been the person he thought she was. Had she? A real Hapan princess. What could he say to her? May I enter? The voice startled him out of his reverie, and Jason turned to find Tenel Ka standing at the door to his chambers. Sure. Of course, he said, blinking in surprise. I was just thinking about you. Tenel Ka nodded as if she had known this, and swept into the room. Dressed in a long wine-colored gown topped with a rich cape and a velvety silver-gray hair flowing freely down her back in loose golden-red ripples, Tenel Ka looked like a stranger to Jason. He found himself tongue-tied. She stared at him for a long moment, as if he too were a creature from some unknown world. But when she spoke, it was the same Tenel Ka. The room? It is acceptable? 1,000 questions, apologies, and bits of news clamored in Jason's mind, waiting to be spoken. But all he could manage to say was, Hey, it's a great room. This is an amazing place. All those fountains. Tenel Ka nodded again. This is a fact. Jason tingled with an odd pleasure at Tenel Ka's old familiar phrase. Looking into her cool gray eyes, Jason struggled to collect himself and harness his racing thoughts. At last he managed to blurt out, I'm really sorry I hurt you, Tenel Ka. It was all my fault. I was to blame. No, Jason hurried to say. I was being stupid. I was so busy trying to impress you with my dueling skills, and I didn't even notice that your lightsaber blade started to fratz out. This is not a fact, Tenel Ka said, frowning. My own pride caused the accident. I believe my fighting prowess could compensate for any deficiency of my weapon. I foolishly believed that the quality of the energy blade was insignificant compared with the quality of the warrior. This was also not a fact. Jason shook his head. Even so, it should never have happened. I should have... The responsibility is mine, Tenel Ka broke in, stamping one foot adamantly, her face flushed with emotion, as if she suddenly felt too hot. She unclasped her cloak and tossed it over the back of a cushioned bench, leaving both of her arms bare. With a stubborn lift of his chin, Jason looked at the stump of her left arm. It made him feel sick, and he wanted to turn away. This was the first time he had really seen her injury. I won't let you take all the blame. If I'd been letting the Force direct my movements, I would have sensed something was wrong. He pointed to where her arm ended so abruptly. And that would have never have happened. Tenel Ka's eyes flashed with smoky gray fire, and using her right arm to hike up her gown to a comfortable thigh level, she plopped onto the cushioned bench. And had I been using the Force, she argued, I would already have known my lightsaber blade was inadequate. Well, Jason stopped, unable to dredge up a counter-argument to convince his infuriatingly proud friend. He cast about furiously for something else to say and finally finished. Want to hear a joke? His mouth dropped open in amazement as Tenel Ka burst into peals of laughter. He could tell that this was neither polite amusement nor hysteria, but the laughter of enjoyment that sprang from the heart. It was a wonderful sound, one he had wanted to hear since the first day they met. But, Jason shook his head in confusion. I didn't even tell my joke. Ah, Tenel Ka gasped, and the tears of merriment began to stream from her eyes. Aha! I'm so glad you're here. Jason shrugged as fresh waves of mirth assailed her. I'm not objecting, mind you. I just don't get it. What's so funny? We have often been in competition, you and I, she said. I have missed that. Shall we now compete for the greater share of blame? Jason gave her a lopsided grin. Nah, I guess all I really need is for you to accept my apology. Tenel Ka began to object, but stopped herself. Her laughter faded and her expression turned sober. As if it took a great deal of effort, she said, Apology accepted. I forgive you, if that is what you desire. Her last words came out in a whisper. Jason, my friend, Relief rushed through Jason like a morning breeze, clearing remnants of lingering fog. He had been holding his breath, and he nearly choked with emotion at her reply. There were no words to express the flood of feeling that welled up in him. So he sat beside Tenel Ka and put both arms around her. Tenel Ka returned his hug as best she could, with both arms, shaking. She pressed a face wet with tears against his shoulder, and Jason did not think that they were tears of laughter anymore. When Tenel Ka and Jason had both composed themselves, they went in search of Jaina and Lobaka. When Tenel Ka took the companions on a whirlwind tour of the Fountain Palace, ending at her own chambers, because chattering went against her nature, the descriptions she provided were brief and succinct. When they were alone in her rooms, Tenel Ka showed them her favorite and most private place in the Fountain Palace, a completely enclosed terrace garden at the center of her suite of rooms. The 3-story-high ceiling was domed and could be adjusted to simulate any kind of weather and any time of day or night. The garden room was 50 meters across, its curved walls decorated with scenes from Dathomir. Terrace planters held bushes and trees cunningly arranged to look as if they were part of the painted primitive landscapes. At the middle of the garden, smooth stone benches surrounded a tiny artificial lake, centered in the crystal-clear water. Like a miniature volcano emerging from a primordial sea, stood a peaked island with a real waterfall flowing down one side. I come here when my heart is heavy, or whenever I miss my mother's home world. Beautiful, Jaina whispered. Warmed by her friend's approval, Tenel Ka took a seat at one of the stone benches and gestured for the others to join her. We may speak freely here, she said, and I will answer your questions. And so the friends talked, more frankly than they had ever done before, until Tenel Ka's grandmother arrived to summon them to evening meal. The banquet hall is ready, Ta'achum announced. Tenel Ka's jaw took on a stubborn set. For the first time since her return to Hapes, she felt alive. How could her grandmother interrupt now? We would prefer to eat in privacy, Tenel Ka said, knowing that she was displaying an appalling lack of courtly manners, but she didn't care. The matriarch gave her grandmother a smug smile. I've already taken care of that, she said. I sent away all my attendants and advisors for the evening. This was an old game that she and her grandmother played. Who could outmaneuver whom? And Tenel Ka took up the challenge. Then it should be no problem if we choose to eat here. Oh, but the serving droids have already gone into the banquet hall, the former queen objected. The meal will be served directly on the hour. Tenel Ka saw Jaina glance at her chronometer. But it's only 5 minutes from now, Jaina said, her eyes registering surprise. I'll need some time to wash up first. Loie grunted his agreement, and Jason said, Hey, me too. I think we'd all be a lot more comfortable if we weren't so formal on our first night here. His grin, aimed at Ta'achum, was charming and infectious. And we're all pretty tired from our travels. Flashing Tenel Ka a look that said she would not give in so easily next time, the matriarch nodded. Very well, then. I will have the serving droids sent in. Ta'achum withdrew from Tenel Ka's private sanctuary, and they all relaxed, glad of the reprieve. Tenel Ka looked gratefully around at her friends, and then said, Let me show you to the refresher units before our meal arrives. She had just stood up to lead them to the door when suddenly the polished stone shook beneath her feet. An ear-splitting roar rent the air, along with a heavy blast, throwing Tenel Ka to her knees. Lobaka yelped with alarm, and MTD replied, Dear me, yes! Master Lobaka wishes to inquire as to the origins of all this noise and commotion. Yeah, Jason said. You didn't warn us you had ground quakes. Tenel Ka looked back to see the Wookiee scrambling to his feet and helping the twins back up as well. That was no ground quake, she said grimly, launching herself toward the door. Come with me. Tenel Ka's heart raced, though not with exertion. As the 4 of them pelted down the corridor toward the private dining hall, thick smoke billowed from the far end of the vaulted passageway. She felt her stomach clench. Her dread lessened when the pair of guards emerged from the roiling, sooty clouds, supporting her grandmother. Emergency squads rushed to extinguish the fires still blazing inside the dining hall. Ta'achum coughed a few times and waved imperiously for the guards to allow her to walk on her own. No one hurt, she croaked. It was a bomb. It was a bomb? Tenel Ka asked. Her grandmother motioned them all back the way they had come. Yes, in the dining hall, she said. Must leave immediately. We were all supposed to be in the dining hall. Jaina blanched. So that bomb, the matriarch nodded, was meant for the princess and me. Chapter 14. The royal yacht, a Hapen water dragon, skimmed across the ocean waves at top speed, its repulsor jets kicking up spray. Bright sunlight shone through its transparent window ports, and the fresh smell of salt water and rafts of seaweed filled the air. Leaning against a window port, eyes half shut, Tenelka watched the water dance and sparkle. She had always thought of Reef Fortress Island as her summer home, a place to enjoy the warm sun, the surf, and the ocean breezes. But in truth, it was a stronghold, a safe haven in time of danger. I feel ill, Jaina said, mentally and physically. Tenelka, having been lulled by the yacht's rocking movement as it sped across the water, now straightened and blinked in surprise. What is wrong, Jaina? Do you realize that a few minutes one way or another and we might all have been blown to bits by that bomb? Jaina asked incredulously. Or maybe I'm just a little seasick from these waves. Tenelka looked at each of her friends in turn. Jaina did not look well. Her straight brown hair, dull with perspiration, clung in damp clumps to her pallid face and neck. Loie, sitting beside Ta-Chun as she steered the yacht with nonchalant confidence, seemed too interested in the navigational computer to be affected by the waves. Jason, on the other hand, looked boyishly enthralled by the experience. Tenelka said to Jaina, "You will recover." Tenelka's grandmother spoke from her position at the helm. Although royal guards accompanied them, the former queen preferred to pilot the craft herself. "We're almost to the fortress now. You'll be safe there." Tenelka's eyes narrowed shrewdly as she noticed her grandmother's words. "Should you not have said, 'We will be safe there'?" "You and your friends will be safe, yes," her grandmother said evasively. "Where will you be?" Tenelka asked. "Much of the time I'll be with you, but I'm not sure I can trust the investigation of this bombing to anyone else. Until I get to the bottom of the plot against us, I may have to travel back and forth between Reef Fortress and the Fountain Palace." Jaina looked startled. "And leave us on the island alone?" "You will have a full complement of guards," Ta-Chum said soothingly. "And Ambassador Ifra will stay with you whenever I'm away." Lobaka snuffled, a question from the navigation station. "Master Lobaka wishes to inquire whether that island up ahead is our final destination," MTD elaborated. Jason and Jaina went to the front window port to look out at the smear of darkness rising from the sun-dappled water. "Yes," Tenelka's grandmother replied. "That is Reef Fortress." Tenelka didn't move forward to look out at the island. She'd been there so many times she already knew what she would see. It never changed. She closed her eyes, picturing the rocky spires jutting up from the foamy waters of the ocean. She envisioned the water-level entrance to the cave grotto, the steep stone walls of the fortress itself, the crystal-clear cove where she had once loved to swim, the dizzying heights from the parapets along the impenetrable walls where she could walk or run with wind in her hair, and gently steaming thermal springs in the cellar that provided fresh water for bathing, cooking, and drinking. Tenelka suddenly realized that she had felt homesick after all for this place, and held so many of her happiest memories from her childhood, memories of carefree times spent with her parents. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Opening her eyes, she moved to stand beside Jason. "I can't wait to show you my home." Although the matriarch offered to select quarters for their guests, Tenelka insisted on personally choosing an appropriate room for each of the young Jedi Knights. Lobaka's chamber was massive, built at a corner where two of the fortress's protective walls met. The room's appointments were basic. Its only decorations, an ornamental spear on one of the inner walls, and a threadbare tapestry on the other. But through the windows on the two outer walls, the room had a spectacular view of a sheer drop from the stone fortress down to the reef rocks and ocean below. Lobaka stood by the window casement, staring through the force-filled screening with such rapt wonderment on his face that Tenelka knew she had chosen well for him. "Do be careful, Master Lobaka," MTD squeaked in alarm. If I were to fall down there, I'm sure the damage to my circuits would be irreparable. For Jaina, Tenelka chose what she had always known as the gadget room. It had belonged to Tenelka's great-grandfather, whose hobby had been inventing and tinkering with machines. Fully half the chamber was filled with workbenches, adjustable intensity glow panels, power droids, electrical implements, and odd-looking equipment in various stages of assembly or disassembly. Jaina stayed behind to investigate the fascinating workshop, while Tenelka showed Jason the special room she had picked for him. When they reached the arched doorway, Tenelka found herself assailed by an inexplicable bout of nervousness. What if she had judged wrong for her friend? What if Jason found this room gloomy or dreary instead of peaceful and soothing? Oh well, she finally decided she might as well try for the whole effect. I would request, she said uncertainly, that you close your eyes. Sure, Jason said. Need to clean it up a bit? He squeezed his brandy brown eyes shut. Tenelka opened the door with her right hand and reached out to take his arm with her other, only to remember that she had no left hand. Even though Jason could not have seen, she felt a flush of embarrassment creep into her cheeks as she grasped his arm with her good hand and led him into the room. If it'll make you more comfortable, Jason quipped, I can keep my eyes shut the whole time. We're at the fortress. That will not be necessary. Tenelka shut the door behind her and adjusted the lighting. The room was still dim, but that was unavoidable. You may look now. She heard his quick intake of breath, and then a whispered exclamation. Blaster bolts! It is... Blaster bolts. Jason said blaster bolts. It is to your liking? Tenelka moved closer to observe Jason's expression. In the glow of the violet lighting, his smile flashed a fluorescent white. She noted with great satisfaction the delight that lit his face as he used all of his senses to experience this special room. Tenelka's own sense of wonder was renewed as she looked around with Jason, as if for the first time. A 4-meter-high curved aquarium lined the walls of the circular room, unbroken except for the arched doorway through which they had entered. The air tasted salty and tingled pleasantly in her nostrils, almost hypnotic in its effect. The bubbling and wishing of recirculating water surrounded them. Colorful creatures of all shapes and sizes propelled themselves through the seawater, lit only by specially regulated glow panels. Moist tropical warmth wrapped them like a blanket, and Tenelka stifled a contented yawn. Jason followed suit, and then chuckled. I don't think I'll have any problem sleeping in here, he said. This is just perfect. She felt him reach out, grope around for a hand, and then give it a squeeze. Tenelka sighed. This room is indeed filled with peace. After they had had an opportunity to refresh themselves, Tenelka took her friends to one of her favorite places in the rocky shore of the island, a tiny cove with calm water and an amazing shade of living green. The 4 of them waded in the sparkling warm waters, joking and splashing, able to forget for a moment the dangers that had brought them to this place. Jason and Jaina wore only the undergarments from their flight suits, which served admirably as swimming gear as well. Tenelka herself had changed into a brief lizard-hide exercise suit, and felt more like herself than she had at any time since returning to Hapes. If you won't be requiring my services, Master Lobaka, MTD said, might I stay on shore and shut down for a rest cycle? I have no idea what salt water might do to my delicate circuitry. Tenelka watched Lobaka grumble a reply and splash out of the shallows to place MTD high up on the dry dock. After the Wookiee returned, the 4 friends waded out toward deeper water, enjoying one another's companionship, along with the feeling of the silky water around them. When Jason, Jaina, and Loie turned onto their backs to float lazily on the surface while they conversed, Tenelka absently flipped over and floated as well. In that instant she remembered yet again that one of her arms was missing, but she also realized that, with only a slight adjustment of her posture and weight, she was able to float quite easily. By experimenting, she discovered she could propel herself at a surprising speed using nothing more than her strong legs. Jason, who had noticed her tentative attempts, swam over and favored her with what she could only interpret as a challenging grin. Starting to tread water, he raised his eyebrows at her. She met his gaze and began treading water as well. At first with little coordination, then finding a rhythm. When Jason narrowed his liquid brown eyes and moved to a side stroke, Tenelka did the same. Tenelka met one challenge after another with varying degrees of success. She found that she was able to do much more than she could have ever imagined, and even when her performance was less than stellar, as when she tried to perform an underwater somersault, she enjoyed herself. When she resurfaced, sputtering and coughing after one such attempt, she noticed a measuring look in Jason's eyes, daring her to push herself to her limits. Race you to the shore, he said. Tenelka gave him a solemn warning look. Only if you truly intend to beat me, she said. Jason's face was equally grave as he said, I'll give it everything I've got. She nodded. Then go. Tenelka drew on all of her strength, endurance, coordination, and ingenuity as she threw her body into the mad race for shore. Her entire consciousness was focused on one goal, and she drove forward with every bit of determination she possessed. Before she even understood what had happened, she was standing on the shore being greeted by loud cheers from Jaina and a very bedraggled-looking wet Lobaka, who were already standing on the rocky beach. Disoriented, Tenelka turned, looking for Jason, and found him just emerging from the water behind her. From the surprised expression on his face, she knew their competition had been real. He had not allowed her to win. Jaina ran forward to hug them both, just as Lobaka, with a loud Wookiee yell, shook himself dry, sending sprays of salty water in every direction. Jason yelped, and Jaina gave a small shriek of surprise. Tenelka was glad of the diversion, however, because some of the salty droplets glistening on her face were not seawater.
Oh, my dad.
So what do you think that meant right there?
What did he say?
That last part, Tenelka was glad of the diversion. However, because some of the salty droplets glistening on her face were not seawater. What other kind of salty droplets could be on her face?
Smoke.
Smoke?
What do you mean?
Salty droplets of water. What other kind of salty water could get on someone's face? Dino? Dino, did you fall asleep?
I didn't fall asleep. I didn't fully fall asleep.
Chapter 15. 2 days later, the royal matriarch Ta Chum looked sternly at her granddaughter as Tenelka defiantly tossed aside the embroidered robe of state, as well as the glittering and gaudy tiara. The former queen was not pleased. You must dress in a manner befitting your station, child, she said in an indignant tone, and you might show a bit more respect for your heritage. Take your tiara. It is an heirloom, known throughout the cluster. She held up the delicate crown, studded with beautiful iridescent jewels. These are rainbow gems of Galanor, worth enough to buy 5 solar systems. Then buy 5 solar systems, Tenelka said. I have no use for such wealth. You can't avoid your duties by being impertinent. This is not a carefree vacation. There is still work to do. We have an important diplomatic meeting to conduct, and you must prepare yourself. I have no interest in your important meeting, grandmother. Jason, Jaina, and Lobaka stood uncomfortably, not sure what to say, as Tenelka argued with the matriarch. So long as you remain part of the royal house of Hapes, Tenelka, you will continue to receive diplomatic instruction and learn how to become a useful member of our bloodline, her grandmother snapped. Tenelka glared back, her one hand clenched into a fist. What makes you think I wish to stay here as part of the royal house? I am still in training as a Jedi Knight. The matriarch laughed. Spare me your fantasies, child, and face reality. The Marin ambassador is on his way to us underwater right now, and we must meet him at the shore. Put on your robe. I promised him that you would be the one to greet him. You didn't ask me, Tenelka said. There was no reason to, the matriarch answered. You couldn't possibly have other plans, so I just told you. I have no need for diplomatic training. I am a fighter, not a politician, Tenelka said, indicating with a sweeping gesture the reptile skin armor she had changed into to emphasize that her preferred heritage was from Dathomir. Hey, Tenelka? Jason said uncertainly, clearing his throat. I mean, you've got to make up your own mind and everything. But remember what Master Skywalker says. Jedi ought to be open to all learning, to draw strength from knowledge, wherever they might find it. Seems to me that even though you're a good fighter, you might someday find a use for the skills your grandmother wants to teach you. I disagree with her politics, Tenelka said. Jason shrugged. Nobody said you had to do everything the way she wants you to. The matriarch scowled at the insolent young Jedi boy, and that made up Tenelka's mind. Very well, I will do it, she said, but I will do it my way. This is a fact. Oh, excellent, MTD said from Labaka's waist. Might I take this opportunity to remind you, Mistress Tenelka, that a goodly portion of my programming was adapted from Protocol Droid subroutines. If I can be of any assistance in your political efforts, I gladly offer my services. The old matriarch looked horrified. Tenelka smiled inwardly. Thank you, MTD. I accept your offer. Lobaka, I would like you at my side when I meet the Marin ambassador. Tenelka picked up the robe with her one hand, attempted to fling it about her shoulders, but the left side slid off, leaving the stump of her arm bare. When the matriarch moved to help her, Tenelka pulled away and quickly reached over to tug the garment into place. It is good to be an independent thinker, my granddaughter, the matriarch said. Just have a care you don't do it to excess. Royal guards had set out a plush chair on the outer edge of the reef, where curling whitecaps chewed against the rock. The damp air smelled of salt and freshness. The old matriarch stood back observing. Tenelka, in her rippling robe, marched to the chair without waiting for her granddaughter to issue instructions. Adjusting the rainbow gem tiara on her thick red gold hair, she looked directly into the brisk wind that blew off the choppy waters. Because that's the color of her hair.
It's not like the exact. It's not exactly gold.
No, it's not exactly gold. Lobaka, the breeze ruffling his ginger fur, stood beside Tenelka as she seated herself and looked out across the black rocks and the endless sea. She blinked against the bright sunlight and watched the waves for any motion. The Marins, a race of intelligent, tentacled undersea dwellers, came from the ocean world of Mars, one of the planets in the Hapes cluster. Their ambassador had set up a consulate on the ocean floor of the Hapes Central World. It seemed that even from their undersea consulate, the Marin ambassador had managed to raise a political dispute with their traditional rivals from the planet Virgil. The Marins could leave the sea for short periods, but only if the tentacled creatures were periodically showered with the fine spray from bubbling tanks of filtered water they carried on their backs. By keeping the rubbery skin moist, the Marins were able to spend hours on dry land, and the ambassador had insisted on coming personally to the island fortress. They would allow the matter to be resolved by no one but the matriarch herself, or a member of the royal house who was her designee. The matriarch had designated Tenelka. The princess sat waiting, watching the waves. She had not brought her chronometer along, and wondered if the ambassador was late, or if she was just impatient for this ordeal to be over with. Lobaka stood watch at her side, tall and shaggy. MTD gleamed silver in the sunlight. Jason and Jaina, who hadn't been briefed, hung back. What are we doing here exactly? Jason asked. Tenelka turned to answer him, but MTD chimed in first. If I might be permitted to explain, Mistress Tenelka, I believe I can provide an appropriate summary. The little droid made a sound as if it were clearing its voice speaker. Now then, the Marin Underwater Consulate, a dome structure built on their own planet and transported here to the Hapes homeworld, is perilously close to a surface mining project opened by the Virgils just after the Marin Consulate was established. Although the Virgil mining business is terribly productive, the Marins have filed a formal complaint because the noise and the silt stirred up by the drilling and excavation operations. They contend that since the Marins were there first, the Virgils should be required to clean up the muddied waters, cease their disruptive mining, and relocate to a place at least 50 kilometers from their consulate. Tenelka nodded. Yes, these are some of the facts, but not all. Before she could elaborate, Tenelka saw a hulking shape rise out of the water and shamble in her direction, sloshing through the surf, 40 or so black tentacles, which Tenelka knew the Marins let drift free underwater to grasp any fish that might flit within their reach. dangled from its slumped shoulders, and it weaved from side to side on two legs as it walked. The spherical discolored lumps on its sloping head must have been eye membranes. The entire creature looked dark and oily. Tenelka's initial reaction upon seeing the alien ambassador was one of fear. A giant primeval monster nearly 1.5 times her own height, rising of the surf and lumbering toward her. But she pushed the reaction away. Fear could only weaken her judgment right now. Waves rippled around the Marin's legs, which were like tree trunks clinging to the beach. Stopping in the low surf, the ambassador held a heavy, convoluted shell, into which a pattern of holes had been drilled. The Marin ambassador spoke from a vibrating membrane beneath its tentacles, in a resonant and burbling voice that was very difficult to understand. "I am capable of speaking basic if this is how we must proceed." Tenelka shook her head. "That will not be necessary. Use your native language." She cast a glance sideways at the silvery ovoid of MTD. Aloe sighed. "I have brought my own translating droid." "Oh my," said MTD, who just an hour earlier had downloaded the Marin language from the Fortress databanks. "This is quite exciting." The tentacled Hulk bowed once, then straightened, placing the drilled side of the shell against his blowhole. It played a skirling, complicated series of flute-like noise.
Go ahead.
I said, The tentacled Hulk bowed once, then straightened, placing the drilled side of the shell against its blowhole. It played a skirling, complicated series of flute-like notes. "Ah, yes," MTD said. "This musical language was indeed properly loaded into my memory banks. Thank the Maker. The Marin ambassador formally greets you, Princess Tenelka." The tentacled creature blew another series of notes. MTD translated, "And he commends you on your capture of such a magnificent and well-trained pet, with its coat of silky brown seaweed." "Oh dear," the droid chirped. "I do believe he's referring to Master Lobaka." Lobaka growled and flashed his fangs. Tenelka stood, indignant, letting the robe fall away to reveal her reptile hide armor and her arm stump. Behind them on the rocks, the matriarch frowned in disapproval at her granddaughter's performance. "Wookiees are an intelligent species. They are no one's pets," Tenelka said. "This is my friend." The Marin appeared flustered, flailed his tentacles in agitation, and played another series of notes. "The ambassador offers his apologies for having misunderstood. Princess Tenelka. He grieves for your loss of one tentacle, I believe he means your arm, and hopes that you extend tenfold retribution on the fool responsible for your loss. How I have dealt with the loss of my tentacle is not his concern." Tenelka's voice crisp and hard. "If he has a diplomatic matter to raise, he had better do so immediately. If he tries my patience, I will leave. I have other things to do." The Marin ambassador hesitated, its tentacles stirring uncertainly, then raised the shell flute again, drawing forth a long and tangled melody. "The Marin ambassador apologizes again and says that he understands the matriarch gave you this decision to make as part of your diplomatic training. Since it is to be your first ruling of major import, you will most assuredly want to give it the utmost time and consideration to choose the best course of action." Tenelka did not back down. Her voice remained stern. "The ambassador is sorely misinformed. I have made many important decisions in my life. Although this may be the first one that affects him and his kind, he may rest assured that I am no stranger to making tough choices." Some of those other choices flashed through her mind, particularly her decision to join Master Skywalker's Jedi Academy, and her insistence on embracing the Dathomir side of her heritage as well as that of the Hapen royal house. "Please present your case without further digression," she said. Her one hand gripped the chair, but she remained standing to minimize the height differential between herself and the towering tentacled ambassador. "Very well, Princess Tenelka Chumtajo, the Marin ambassadorial delegation begs the intervention of the royal house in a matter that has dressed..." "Very well, Princess Tenelka Chum Ta Jo. The Marin ambassador delegation begs the intervention of the royal house, and the matter has distressed us greatly. MTD had a difficult time keeping up with the translating as he translated the fluting notes of the tentacled ambassador's speech. Our peaceful undersea settlement is our home on this world, set up by our first delegation no more than 6 months ago. We have been delighted with the beautiful and tranquil setting of our consulate under the sea. If only you air-breathers could come to see it, I'm certain you would agree that... I'm not a tourist, Tenelka said. What is your grievance? She already knew, but she wanted him to spell it out. Only a month after we established our consulate, the ambassador whistled, a mining crew of oafish, inconsiderate Virgils set up a floating platform and began drilling less than a kilometer from our settlement structures. The currents are now perpetually stirred up and dirty. The noise vibrates through the water, disturbing our concentration and frightening away fish. They have ruined our home. The Marin raised its tentacles beseechingly. We had established our dwelling there first. Most knowledgeable princess, we beg you to order the despised Virgils to move their pollution away from our home. After all, they have the entire ocean. They need not disturb our peace. I understand, Tenelka said. The tentacled ambassador bowed deeply in respect. But then Tenelka continued sharply. I also understand that the Virgils conducted a mining survey of the oceans by satellite well before you established your consulate city. When I consulted the access records, I learned that you Marins received a copy of this mining report several months before you chose the location for your domed consulate. Finally, I have discovered that you identified the richest vein of titanium picked up on the survey and chose to place your structure exactly there, knowing full well that the Virgils would eventually commence mining operations in the vicinity. Yes, Ambassador, the entire ocean is available, she said as the wind whipped her hair about like red gold flames. But it is you who chose to bring about this dispute. You erected your consulate after you knew for certain that the Virgils would desire to mine that very same spot. She waited, but the Marin said nothing. She continued, the Virgils have also petitioned for our intervention, and so you may either change the location of your consulate, which is quite easily done, as I understand from the modular construction of your domes, or you may simply choose to tolerate the noise and disturbance. After a moment of stung silence, the Marin ambassador fluted stridently, waving his tentacles. Don't even bother translating that, Tenelka said sharply to MTD, then turned to face the hulking black creature. You came to me asking for a decision, and I have made it. In the future, perhaps, you will attempt to work out your own problems instead of wasting our time with your petty squabbles. I have spoken. She sat back down and shrugged into her robe again. After another moment, the Marin ambassador shuffled backward into the surf and disappeared beneath the waves. All right, Tenelka, Jason cried, running toward her. Lobaka shuffled with laughter. Tenelka felt her head spinning, exhilarated at what she had done. It surprised her that the speech had come easily after all. She adjusted the rainbow gem tiara on her head. She was actually startled, though, when she looked behind her to see her grandmother, the iron-hardened and impossible-to-please matriarch, smiling. Perhaps your methods are a bit rough yet, child, her grandmother said, but your judgment was sound. Chapter 16. Rest and safekeeping were all well and good, Jason thought, but after several days staying at the reef fortress with no place to go but to the tiny cove to swim, he began to get restless, terribly restless. Tenelka, too, was a person of action. Jason knew that better than anybody. She wanted to be out and around, having adventures, not coddled and sheltered like a pet. The injured warrior girl certainly didn't want to sit like an old woman, merely watching waves pound against the rocks. Ta-Chum had returned to the Fountain Palace to supervise the investigation of the bomb blast, leaving Tenelka and the young Jedi Knights under the questionable care of thin-lipped Ambassador Ifra. The ambassador was a hard woman, as if all the muscles in her body were made of durasteel rather than flesh. But then, everyone within the Hapan government lived a harsh life, trusting no one, always struggling for personal gain. Jason supposed Ambassador Ifra was no worse than anyone else in this society. On the other hand, he could see why Tenelka preferred the honest ruggedness of her mother's world of Dathomir to the hypocritical and often poisonous dealings of the Hapan politicians. He found Tenelka outside the towering reef fortress, standing on an outcropping of black rock. She was throwing stones with her good arm into the swirling pools of water that hissed around the outer reef. Deep in concentration, she took careful aim and was clearly pleased whenever she struck her imagined target. Reluctant to disrupt her reverie, Jason stood behind her, content just to watch. Jaina and Loie, who had followed Jason out of the fortress, also looked on as Tenelka threw stones. All of them seemed to feel the same restlessness. Stuck on a minuscule island with no place to go. After a few minutes, the balcony doors above them opened, and a flash of sunlight from polished transparistyle dazzled Jason. Ambassador Ifra stepped out onto the high balcony, whip-thin, looking like a bird of prey as she scanned the rocks to find them. She waved, catching their attention. "Children, come here, please." Lobaka sniffed the salty air and groaned a comment. MTD made an electronic sound of disagreement. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Master Lobaka. Whatever makes you think the air has changed for the worse? It still smells every bit as salty and refreshing to me as it has the past hour." Tenelka glanced behind her when MTD spoke and looked momentarily startled to find the others watching her. She clambered off the rock outcropping and joined her three friends. "Let us see what the ambassador wants," she said in a gruff voice, leading the way. "Maybe it'll be something fun," Jason suggested. Tenelka looked at him with her granite gray gaze, raising her eyebrows. Somehow the ideas of Ambassador Ifra and fun do not go together in my mind. Jason snickered at that, wondering if Tenelka had purposely made a joke. By all outward appearances, she had merely stated a fact. Inside the fortress, the ambassador met them in the warmly lit balcony room with a surprise for them all. "My dears, I think it's time for you to have a little enjoyment," she said, smiling with her face, but not with her mind. Jason could sense it. Although she went through all the correct motions of being friendly and understanding, Jason could tell that Ifra had no great love for children, or for anyone else who took up so much of her time and interfered with governmental business. Tenelka placed her hand on her hip. "What would you suggest, Ambassador?" "You children seem so bored," Ifra said. "I can understand that. Sometimes having no cares or worries is bothersome." She gave the briefest disapproving frown, then covered it with another false smile. "I've taken the liberty of reprogramming one of our wave speeders so that you can get away for a while, cruise the ocean, and have a good time out in the sun." "Are you planning to come along, Ambassador?" Jaina asked. Ifra made a sour frown, then covered her expression with a cough. "I'm afraid not, young lady. I've terribly important work to attend to. You can't imagine the responsibilities I deal with. The Hapes cluster has 63 worlds, with hundreds upon hundreds of different governments and thousands of cultures. Ta Chum is a very powerful woman, and we all have so much to do in the absence of Tenelka's parents." Ifra clasped her claw-like hands together. "You children ought to enjoy your younger years, while people like me take care of the difficult work." She shooed them away. "Run along now. Down in the docking bay you'll find the speeder I programmed. It's completely safe, I assure you. I've input a simple loop course that will take you out beyond the reef into the open ocean and then back here by nightfall. I've even seen to it that you have a basket of food so you can enjoy a meal together while you're out." She drew a deep breath and smiled her insincere smile. "I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time." Jason studied the ambassador, trying to determine whether or not to be suspicious. He certainly understood how time-consuming the demands of government could be. Since his mother was a chief of state, he also thought of how restless the four companions had been for the past day. "Blaster bolts, let's go out and have a good time," he said. "It'll be great to be away from the watching eyes of parents and escorts and ambassadors. I promise you we're going to have fun." Tenelka nodded seriously. "This is a fact." Then she gave him one of the most remarkable gifts Jason had ever received. She smiled at him. The wave speeder roared across the sea, bouncing and thumping as it crossed the troughs and crests like a wheeled vehicle traveling at high speed across a heavily rutted road. Though the autopilot followed a predetermined course, Jaina and Loie each took turns at the wheel guiding the rudder. seeing just how far the autopilot would let them deviate from its course. Lobaka let out a happy-sounding bleat. MTD said, Master Lobaka observes that the vehicle bears some similarity to his own T-23 Skyhopper. Jaina looked at the ginger-furred Wookiee. Reminds me more of the controls of the Millennium Falcon. You and I wouldn't have any problem piloting this thing, Loey, she said. Lobaka rumbled in agreement. The wave speeder took them away from the rough, foamy waters around the reef, on which the isolated fortress towered like a citadel, overlooking the blue-green ocean of Hapes. Jason sat back and talked with Tenel Ka as they let themselves be lulled by the reflected sunlight and the hypnotic undulation of the waves. Hey, Tenel Ka, he said tentatively. I've got a great joke. Listen. Which side of an Ewok has the most fur? Tenel Ka looked at him seriously. I've never considered the question. The outside. Get it? Jason, why do you so often tell me jokes? She asked. I do not believe I ever laugh at them. Jason shrugged. Hey, I was just trying to cheer you up. Tenel Ka threw him an odd glance. You think I need cheering up? When he answered her, Jason noticed that he had a difficult time keeping his eyes away from the healed pinkish stump of her arm. Well, you just seem kind of quiet and serious. Tenel Ka raised her eyebrows. Am I not always quiet and serious? Jason forced a laugh. Yeah, I guess you're right. Tenel Ka continued. We have discussed this, Jason. Please do not assume that I need cheering up, that I am helpless, or that I have somehow turned into a whimpering weakling. I am still a Jedi trainee, and I believe I will still become a Jedi Knight, as soon as I figure out how.
What's that noise?
It's the...
Click, click.
Yeah, it's the, thermostat. Jason reached over tentatively to rest his fingers on her arm and slid them down until she caught his hand on her strong grip. If there's any way I can help you, let me know, he said. She gave his hand a brief squeeze. I will. The wave speeder cruised around in a set of sharp rock points that thrust up from the water. The dragon's teeth, Tenel Ka called them. The jagged pinnacle hunched together, and the surging waters squirted between them with a slamming sound, regularly erupting a geyser of white foam. The engines roared as the craft turned to skirt the turbulence near the dragon's teeth, then picked up at speed again. Shooting out toward the open waves, Jaina and Loey studied the course, each making calculations and trying to guess how far the craft might take them before they circled back. It's about time for lunch, Jason said, rummaging through the food baskets and handing out the meal packets. When Loey roared in agreement, MTD said, Well, of course. Master Lobaka, aren't you always hungry? The young Wookiee chuffed with laughter, but did not disagree. The wind from their passage whipped spray in their faces, and the salty fresh air made Jason ravenous. He and his friends ate the self-warming meal packets and filled their cups from a thermal beverage container. Jaina stared through the wave speeder's transparistile windscreen while she munched. She glanced at the course again. I wonder how far this thing is going to take us. Up ahead, Jason noticed that the water seemed to have a different color and consistency, to be more greenish and rough-looking. Loey sniffed more deeply, then growled a query. MTD answered, I couldn't tell you, Master Lobaka. My scent analyzer can't seem to match with this with the appropriate data to provide a clear answer. Salt, of course, iodine, and some sort of decomposing biological matter, perhaps. Jason caught it too, a sick, sour stench that clogged the air and weighed it down. Smells like dead fish. Tenel Ka narrowed her eyes in concentration, and rotting seaweed. Something very old is here. Something not healthy. Jaina scanned their course again. Well, the wave speeder's taking us right toward it. Before anyone else could speak, they cruised into the strange, gelatinous area. The water was covered with leafy, floating seaweed as dense as a jungle undergrowth. Thick, rubbery tentacles with long, wet thorns glistened in the water. Huge scarlet flowers as big as Jason's head opened up in the thickest portions of the morass. Jason leaned over the edge of the wave speeder to get a better look. The center of each fleshy-lipped flower...
It's a wave speeder.
The ship that they're on, that's what they call it, a wave speeder. The center of each fleshy-lipped flower held a cluster of moist blue fruits that made the entire blossom look like a wide-open eye. This impression was heightened when the wave speeder's passing triggered some sort of reflex in the petals. of the floating plants blinked closed like eyelids squeezing shut. Weird, his sister said next to him. Interesting, he replied. Ahead, the tangled mass of spiny seaweed extended as far as they could see. The wave speeder continued automatically across the undulating surface of the water, and the foul smell grew stronger. The thick stems of the and fronds of the weed twitched, as if moving by themselves, although Jason decided it must be caused by swirling currents in the water underneath. Some of the large eye flowers rose on their stalks and turned in their direction, as if studying them. Jason shivered and glanced at Jaina. Then again, maybe weird is a better word for it, he agreed. Loie looked around, moaning uneasily. Jaina met the Wookiee's gaze and bit her lower lip. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling about where this boat is taking us. I don't know if I want to go any deeper into the seaweed desert. But we're stuck with the autopilot, aren't we? Jason said. If you shut it off, how will we get back? The young Wookiee barked an answer at the same time as Jaina replied. Been keeping an eye on the course. Loie and I could probably find our way back home. Ought to be pretty easy. Tenelka stood up, scanning the seaweed as if trying to remember something. Jaina is right, she said. We should return now. To remain here would be unwise. Jaina and Loie took over the controls, throttling back while they disengaged the autopilot. As they eased the craft around to head back out of the seaweed, the engine sputtered to a stop. Since he loved to investigate strange plants and animals, Jason took the opportunity to lean over the side of the speeder again. He reached down to touch the rubbery, interesting-looking seaweed. Suddenly, every red-eye flower swiveled to stare at him. Whoa, Jason said. He waved his hand experimentally, and the flowers turned, attracted by the motion. Intrigued, he reached for the closest blossom, and a slick tentacle of seaweed whipped up to wrap around his wrist, capturing him in its barbed embrace. Hey! He shouted. Thorns stung his arm. The seaweed began to pull. Help! He grabbed the railing of the wave speeder with his free hand to keep from being yanked into the mass of ravenous seaweed. The tentacles thrashed wildly now, hungrily. Other fronds reached up to slap the side of the boat, twining themselves about the rail. Lobaka leaped from the nearby pilot station and grabbed his friend's legs just as the tentacle, redoubling its effort, gave a sharp jerk and pulled Jason over the railing. He dangled over the water, struggling to free his arm from the seaweed. Tenelka suddenly appeared beside them, wrapping her legs around the deck rail. One of her throwing knives gripped tightly in her hand. She bent to slash at the tentacle that grasped Jason's arm. The seaweed cut free with a snap, and in the recoil, Lobaka managed to yank Jason back onto the deck. Blaster bolts! Jason cried, wiping blood from the oozing wounds on his hand. That was close. But it was just the beginning. With dread, he looked at the water all around them. The seaweed roiled angrily in every direction, as far as the eye could see. Large fronds thrashed into the air, grabbing the deck rails.
Why does he always say is blaster bolts?
Because that's what he says. As if intending to heave the wave speeder down, the monster had tasted Jason's blood, and now it had decided that the Jedi Knights were exactly what it wanted for lunch. Another writhing tentacle rose above the boat's side, searching for a target to skewer with its thorns. Tenelka leaped in front of the deadly frond, wielding her throwing dagger. She stabbed into the thick stem of the seaweed, and a syrupy green ooze gushed out. The seaweed recoiled, then lashed back, slapping Tenelka across the side of the head. A trickle of blood traced a scarlet line down her cheek. Rather than cry out in pain, Tenelka chose to respond with her knife, slashing through the coiled weed, and another fat tentacle thumped to the deck. Jason shook his injured arm to restore the feeling, then grasped the lightsaber, clipped at his side. He had not used it in some time, but there was no room for hesitation now, not if he ever intended to be a Jedi Knight.
What color is his?
His is green. Not if any of them wanted to get out of this mess alive. He flicked on the emerald green blade. I'm not letting some weed get the best of me, he said. The humming weapon sliced off one of the large tentacles twined around the rail. Take that, Jason said. Gray fumes burned his eyes as the chunk of severed seaweed fell away. Out in the water, the tentacles thrashed. Now they seemed to be in pain. The scarlet eye flowers blinked and gyrated furiously. The smell of seared vegetables and salt water filled the air. "I'm getting us out of here," Jaina called from the controls, restarting the engines, but grasping tentacles held them in place, and the wave speeder could not break loose. Roaring, Lobaka ignited his own blazing lightsaber and held it with both hands, a glowing bludgeon of molten bronze light. Larger stems rose now from the deeper water, each with a pair of serrated shells on the end, like vicious pincers ready to tear apart prey. The tentacles writhed and clacked their sharp edges together, looking for something to bite into. Jaina pushed hard on the controls. The wave speeder's engines whined as it strained against the grasping tentacles. Loey raced to the rail, bellowing a warning. He swept down with his lightsaber blade again and again, slicing through seaweed that still held the craft. "Oh, do be careful, Master Lobaka. Here comes another one." Grunting a reply, Loey slashed at the tentacle, and the little translating droid said, "Excellently done, Master Lobaka, and it's quite a comfort to hear you would rather I didn't wind up the appetizer for a mass of salivating seaweed." Tenelka turned to fend off an attack from one of the sharp-shelled tentacles. She slashed with her knife, but one of the clamshell pinchers clenched the point of her dagger with a loud click. The razor-edged shells clacked again, pushing to reach closer to her face. Then Jason was there, chopping the tentacle away with his brilliant green energy blade. He flashed Tenelka a roguish grin. "Just wanted to keep the score even." "My thanks, Jason," she said. Loey hacked with his blade, severing the last of the seaweed tentacles holding the boat. The wave speeder broke loose and lurched away while thorny fronds writhed and lashed out, struggling to recapture their prize. As quickly as she could, Jaina pushed the wave speeder to its highest velocity, roaring over the twisted weed. The malevolent eye flowers stared at them. Other thrashing tentacles rose up, but the seaweed seemed unable to respond fast enough. Jason gripped his emerald-bladed lightsaber ready. This thing was more than a plant. It was something sentient, something that could respond. He used the Force, hoping to calm it, make it leave them alone. "I can't find its brain," he said. "It seems to be all reflexes. All I can sense is that it's hungry. Hungry." "Yeah, well, it's going to stay hungry a while longer," Jaina said. Yes, indeed, I agree wholeheartedly, MTD answered. Moments later, they were out into the open water. Jaina and Loey plotted their new course, made the appropriate calculations, and manually set the wave speeder's direction to take them back to the reef fortress. Yes, Dean.
I think MTD is a mini version of C-3PO.
Yeah, well, C-3PO programmed him, so he made him act and sound a lot like 3PO.
So he is a mini version?
Yeah, he's like a mini version of 3PO. Glancing over at Tenelka to make sure she wasn't hurt, Jason was surprised to see her wearing a calm and satisfied expression as she slid her throwing dagger back into the sheath at her waist. She seemed more alive and confident now than he had seen her at any time since their fateful lightsaber duel on Yavin 4. "We are fine warriors," Tenelka said. "There is nothing like a physical challenge to make the day more relaxing." Lobaka gave a low grump. MTD bleeped, but refrained from articulating a comment. Jaina looked at Tenelka in surprise, but Jason laughed. "Yeah, we are quite a team, aren't we? Real young Jedi Knights." Tenelka helped Jason bind up the minor wounds on his arm, and he applied some salve from the wave speeder's emergency medkit to the stinging cut on her cheek. "I do not believe Ambassador Ifra had this in mind when she sent us out for the day of recreation," she said, "but I found it enjoyable nevertheless." Lobaka growled and pointed toward the navigational console. "Oh dear, Master Lobaka suggests that it might, perhaps, be premature to feel safe and comfortable quite yet." MTD translated. "You see, he hypothesized that the wave speeder was purposely sabotaged." "What do you mean?" Jason asked. "Those numbers don't mean anything to me." "I think he means this." Jaina nodded down at the console, indicating the pre-programmed course coordinates. "The autopilot was set to take us into the middle of that killer seaweed with no return course." Dum dum dum.
What's that? Dum dum dum.
Chapter 17. The gurgling, slushing sound of gentle waves lapping against stone docks and anchored boats filled the cave grotto. With each breath, Tenelka drew comfort from the salty smells and the cool, solid rock around her. Sitting with bare crossed legs, using a Jedi calming technique to help herself think clearly, she let her gaze drift across each of her friends. Jaina, head under the control panel and feet high in the air, checked the wiring of the wave speeder's directional controls. Labanka tinkered with the navigational computer from above, handing Jaina tools as she asked for them. Tenelka felt a pang of loss as she watched her two friends working with such confidence and agility, completely unconscious of how easy it was for them to use either one hand or the other. Jason lay stomach down on the ledge beside Tenelka, his right hand reaching deep into the water, while his fingers on his left teased the surface, trying to lure a glowing amphibious creature close enough to grasp it. "Hand me that Hydra spanner, would you, Loey?" Jaina said in a muffled voice. "I need to take this access plate off." Without looking up from his work, the Wookiee plucked the tool from the case behind him with one nimble fingered hand and passed it to Jaina. It is so simple with two arms, Tenelka thought. As quickly as the jealousy rose within her, she squelched it, chiding herself for being irrational. Even if she still had both hands, she might not have been able to do the things Lobaka could do with his long, limber arms. He used everything he had, body and mind, to do the best of his ability, just as Jason and Jaina did, just as Tenelka always had. Was she still that same determined person, using her skills and abilities to their fullest? She wondered, or was that person gone now that she had lost her left arm? She scowled at the thought. If the missing limb was the only thing that bothered her, then surely she could have accepted the biosynthetic replacement her grandmother offered. So perhaps the injury itself was not her primary problem after all. Tenelka noticed then that Jason had propped himself up on his elbows and had turned to look at her with his eyes serious. "Hey, you fought really well out there yesterday against that killer seaweed." "You mean for a girl with only one arm?" Tenelka said bitterly. No, Jason's cheeks turned crimson, and he looked away. His voice was low when he spoke again. "Sorry. All I remembered was you fighting that plant. I didn't even think about your missing arm. It didn't slow you down a bit." Tenelka flinched as if he had slapped her. He was right, she realized. She had not fought like some weak, pitiable invalid. Instinctively, she had battled with everything in her repertoire, drawing on all of her resources. She had truly been herself, using every weapon at her disposal. "Do not be sorry, Jason," she said. "Your words were meant kindly. It is I who must apologize." She thought again of the battle, musing over what she had accomplished. "I might have fought better, though, if you had had your other arm," Jason finished for her. "Hey, I might have fought better if I had had a blaster cannon, but I didn't. I just did my best." "No," Tenelka looked at him in surprise. "I meant to say I might have fought better if I had used a lightsaber." With a hesitant smile, Jason looked up at her. "Yeah, you're pretty good with a lightsaber. Of course, you're pretty good at a lot of things." This was a fact. She thought in wonderment. She was indeed good with a lightsaber, still. And she was also still a good swimmer, fighter, runner. But she stopped believing in herself, stopped using every portion of her body and mind to their fullest ability. These things were an integral part of the person Tenelka had always prided herself in being, and that was what she had been missing since the accident. "Thank you, my friend," she said. "I had begun to forget who I was." He dazzled her with one of his famous lopsided grins. "Hey, if it was as dangerous to be me as it is to be you, I might try to forget who I was, too." "There, that ought to do it." Jaina's voice was loud and clear as she climbed out of the wave speeder. Lobaka growled and gesticulated. "Yep," Jaina agreed. "Sabotage, no doubt about it." With her usual directness, Jaina looked at Tenelka and asked, "Any possibility your grandmother could be behind this?" Jason gulped. The thought had not occurred to him. "Your grandmother? She wouldn't try?" Tenelka considered the question seriously. "No," she said at last. "Had that been my grandmother's intention, she would have disposed of me long before you arrived." Lobaka gave an interrogative growl, and Tenelka continued. "Do not misunderstand me. I believe her capable of murder. But I also sense that her intention is to keep me from danger, to protect me, whether I become queen or a Jedi." Lobaka growled a reply, and MTD said, "Master Lobaka points, and quite rightly. I might add that Ta'achum, traveling back and forth between here and the Fountain Palace, as she did today, she can hardly be counted on to provide protection. Well, she did leave some guards on duty, Jaina said. And Ambassador Ifra, Jason added, rolling eyes. Oh boy. Jaina bit her lower lip. Ifra's the one who suggested we go out on the wave speeder, you know. Labaka barked a comment. Not to mention the fact that she claims to have programmed the wave speeder herself, MTD supplied. Oh my! Tenelka, who had never trusted Ambassador Ifra, made no comment as her friends voiced their suspicion. In the distance, she could hear the sound of the large Hapen water dragon approaching. Perhaps it would be safest for the moment to trust no one, she suggested. Jaina and Lobaka agreed. And maybe we'd better stay as far away from Ambassador Ifra as possible, Jason added. Just then the royal yacht floated into the grotto of the wafer-thin cushion of air. Tenelka's grandmother stood at the helm. Ta'achum brought the Hapen water dragon to a complete stop near one of the stone piers and climbed out onto the dock while her guards secured the craft. Stepping forward to greet her grandmother, Tenelka tried to sense any harmful intentions the matriarch might have. The only emotions she picked up, however, were weariness, frustration, and a sense of grim determination. We had one of the bomb conspirators in our grasp today, her grandmother said in a tired voice, but before I managed to question her, she was poisoned. Ta'achum shook her head. She was under guard the entire time. I don't see how an assassin was able to get to her so quickly. You appear to require rest, grandmother, Tenelka said, trying not to seem unduly concerned at the former queen's haggard appearance. Perhaps you should not conduct this investigation yourself. Ta'achum's eyes narrowed shrewdly. For decades I ruled the entire Hapes cluster by myself. The woman sighed and seemed to relent. But perhaps you are right. I will send Ambassador Ifra back to the mainland to continue the search. Tenelka bit her tongue to keep from voicing her suspicions that Ifra might sabotage the investigation rather than help it. But at last, such an assignment would get the possibly murderous ambassador away from the reef fortress, far away. Chapter 18. By now, Zek considered his lightsaber an old friend. Though he had not taken the time or care to build his own weapon, he practically lived with the Scarlet Beam. He knew how to make it dance against imaginary enemies. He had fought and defeated every simulated monster the computers could portray in the training room. He had slain Minox, Abyssins, Crate Dragons, Wampa Ice Monsters, Piranha Beetles, and hordes of angry Tusken Raiders. In one battle, he had even felled a ferocious Rancor with his lightsaber. What'd you say, Dean?
What is
a Tusken Raider?
And a Rancor beetle.
No, it's not Rancor beetle. It's Piranha Beetles.
Oh, what are those?
Some kind of angry biting beetle, apparently.
And ice what?
Wampa Ice Monsters. Remember when on Empire Strikes Back that big white monster that captures Luke?
Yeah.
And he's hanging upside down in his cave, and that's a Wampa.
And he's eating the thing that he was riding.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna keep reading now. After that difficult victory, Zek wished he could have watched the reaction of his rival Villas, who seemed so enamored of the hideous beasts. Now Zek strode beside Brackus as the master of the Shadow Academy led him down corridors toward the station's central hub. Busy with his training, Zek had never thought to venture here before. No longer an underconfident and overwhelmed trainee, Zek walked in his full leather armor with ease, lightsaber at his side as if he were almost Brackus's equal. The Shadow Academy master seemed quiet and withdrawn, though. The perfectly chiseled features of his handsome face were set in an unreadable mask, his forehead showing just a trace of a frown. Zek cleared his throat, finally curious enough to speak. Master Brackus, I sense uneasiness in you. You haven't told me about this next exercise. Is there something I should know? Brackus paused and fixed the young man with a calm, piercing gaze. You are about to face your most difficult trial, Zek. Everything depends on this. You must demonstrate how talented you truly are. Zek lifted his chin and drew a deep breath. Flaring his nostrils, his hand moved instinctively to his lightsaber. I'm ready for anything. They reached a thick metal door, and Brackus punched in a code that opened pneumatic locks. The heavy hatch opened slowly, revealing a small airlock chamber and a second sealed metal door blocking the other side. Brackus said, "Trust your abilities, Zek. Feel the Force." Zek nodded solemnly. "As always, Master Brackus, I will pass your test. But why is this so important? Why should you be so concerned?" Brackus gestured the young man inside the chamber. Zek entered and stood waiting, but Brackus remained outside. "Because it will be a fight to the death," he said, then slammed the door, locking Zek inside. Within the echoing airlock chamber, Zek waited. Master Brackus's words reverberated in his mind. The doors remained sealed, and he forced himself to breathe calmly. Though he felt claustrophobic and trapped, drawing his trusted lightsaber, he gripped it until his knuckles turned white. But he did not yet turn on the blade. The seconds pounded by, and still the other door didn't open. Fear swelled within him, but he pushed it aside. A Jedi had no place for fear, no reason to fear. The Force was in all things, and the dark side was his ally. Still, although Zek had defeated ferocious creatures in the simulation chamber, those opponents had been mere phantoms. He knew that many more dangerous things might happen in a real battle with a real opponent. He looked at the inner door, wondering if he should hack it open with his lightsaber and force his way free. He needed to see what lurked on the other side. Was this perhaps part of the test? How long should he wait? Patience, he told himself. He began to count to 100, but before he reached 10, the automatic locks on the inner door gave a thump, then vibrated through the metal wall. The door swung open by itself. Zek felt a disorienting lurch as he stepped out into a well-lighted nothingness. The floors and ceilings and walls spun around in a blur until he finally realized that he had tumbled into a chamber where the artificial gravity had been turned off, the zero-gravity arena at the hub of the Shadow Academy. He floated free in the open air of the spherical chamber. With no sense of down or up, with nothing to stop his motion, Zek's stomach gave a lurch, but he drew a deep breath and concentrated on not throwing up. He focused on the images around him, trying to snatch answers from the briefest glimpses. Grasping the hilt of his lightsaber, he slowed his weightless tumble and balanced himself. Only then did he notice the seats and standing areas that studded the walls of the chamber, the dozens of noisy onlookers, the balconies pasted on at haphazard angles to accommodate spectators in zero gravity. Stormtroopers stood in rank, gripping the balcony rails. The other students at the Shadow Academy sat all around, ready to watch the spectacle. He stiffened, wondering just how difficult this test was going to be. What had Brackus meant? What was Zek supposed to do now? Boulders like miniature asteroids floated in the center of the open arena, along with metal boxes, small cargo containers, and artificial geometrical constructions. Long Durasteel pipes drifted free. Zek could make no sense of the random mix of large and small objects. Suddenly he understood. They were obstacles. On the curved wall at the far side of the arena, Zek saw the clear blister of an observation dome. With his sharp eyesight, he spotted figures inside, figures he recognized. The silver-robed figure of Brackus, the intimidating Night Sister Tamith Kai, with her voluminous ebony hair and her black-spined cape, and the black-armored figure of Quarrel, the TIE pilot. Yes, Dean.
Why is Emperor Palpatine's lightsaber handle gold?
I don't know, because that's how he made it. Master Brackus leaned forward and spoke into the voice amplifier. His words boomed through the amphitheater, and all background noise faded. "You are all here to witness the selection of a leader for our new Dark Jedi trainee. A leader who shall be the first general of our Shadow Academy forces when the Second Imperium makes its grand foray to reclaim the galaxy. Here before you, we will witness the great battle. On the other side of the chamber, where the view was partially blocked by drifting obstacles, another airlock opened, and a dark figure emerged. Because of the floating debris, Zek couldn't see who it was. Brackus continued, "This will be a duel to the death between Zek." He paused, but none of the students cheered. They knew better, for they would have to follow whoever the victor of this contest might be. And Velas. Zek turned, keeping his lightsaber handle in front of him as he... Velas is the sidekick and the one that Tamith Kai has been training.
No, he's the sidekick of who?
Tamith Kai.
Oh.
The Night Sister, the witch.
Is there 3 Night Sisters?
Well, there's more Night Sisters, but she's the one that is at the Shadow Academy. Zek turned, keeping his lightsaber handle in front of him as he faced the thick-browed young man from Dathomir, Tamith Kai's most powerful trainee. Velas held his ignited lightsaber ready for the duel. Velas pushed off from the far wall and flew toward the obstacles at the center. Zek switched on his weapon and did the same. Moving to meet his opponent in the open space, Zek's heart pounded, and he realized that despite his anxiety, this was a battle he had longed for. How many times since he'd come to the Shadow Academy had Velas been his rival? After today, there would be no question as to who the greater student was. Velas shouted in a mocking, oily voice, "If you surrender now, young trash collector, I may only cripple you." Zek laughed. Zek felt himself flush. Norris or one of the other lost ones must have told Velas their derogatory nickname for him, trash collector. Zek reached the floating debris and found a pitted oblong stone, an iron-hard meteorite. He grasped it. "If you think victory is going to be that easy, Velas, I'll defeat you before you can blink." Zek hurled the stone with all his strength. In zero gravity, the meteorite shot toward the other Dark Jedi, but the equal and opposite reaction after he threw the stone surprised Zek, and he found himself tumbling backward from the momentum. He slammed headfirst into one of the floating metal cargo containers. A flash of bright pain burst inside his skull. His ears rang. He cleared his vision just in time to see. Velas easily nudged himself out of the path of the flying rock. Velas laughed. "Is that the best you can do, trash collector?" Zek realized he had been foolish. He concentrated, using the abilities he had recently acquired. Since Velas was no longer looking at the stone, Zek used the Force to yank it back toward his enemy. The rock didn't have enough distance to build up much speed, but it struck a sharp blow to Velas' shoulder. The other young man cried out, rebounding from the impact. Zek found himself floating out of control, unable to move where he wanted. He couldn't swim through the air, and he felt entirely disoriented. The walls spun around him. Finally, his feet...
What's disoriented mean?
Disoriented means like you don't know where you are. You can't really understand your surroundings. Finally, his feet pressed against the side of a drifting cargo container, and he propelled himself toward Velas again. His lightsaber drew a fiery streak through the air as he plunged forward. Velas was ready for him, though. His glowing energy blade held up as he spun forward. The two opponents approached like colliding cannonballs. Zek swung, and Velas met his lightsaber with his own. The blades clashed and sparked. Bolts of electricity splashed off in random directions. Then Zek shot past while Velas scrambled in the empty air, trying to pursue. Zek tried to locate one of the floating obstacles, for something else to bounce off of, but suddenly Jedi instinct warned him to twist out of the way. In that instant, Velas came flying by, his lightsaber slashing and humming through the air. Zek contorted as if leaping backward over a low fence, but not quite fast enough. His enemy's fiery weapon skimmed too close, nicking Zek's prized leather armor and leaving a smoking gash. When Velas turned with a hoot of victory, Zek felt anger boil up from the depths of his mind, allowing him to draw more strongly on the dark side of the Force. Reaching out into the floating debris, he grabbed a pyramidal greenhouse module and smashed the massive object into Velas with enough force to shatter its transparistile panes. As Velas reeled, he chopped with his lightsaber to cleave the greenhouse module in half. The two smoldering portions tumbled in opposite directions. His face contorted with rage. Velas kicked off of one of the floating segments and hurled toward Zek, who waited with his lightsaber held low. Velas made ready to swipe his blade across the space where Zek was. Zek knew that if their blades clashed again, the momentum would send them both tumbling out of control. Just as Velas drew back his lightsaber for a mighty blow, Zek used the Force to give himself a sharp shove away. Velas swept out with full force, and the energy blade buzzed through empty air. Because nothing had stopped his stroke of his sword, Velas spun about like a slow tornado, tumbling and disoriented. Zek saw his opportunity to buy time. He shot up behind one of the larger meteoroids hanging in the center of the weightless arena and plastered himself to the rock surface, pressing his back against the rough stone. He could hide here for a moment, and then come back fighting. Inside the arena's observation blister, Coral remained standing while Brackus and Tamith Kai both sat in padded chairs, watching their respective champions and hoping for a personal victory. Coral tried to hide his uneasiness, but could not divert his attention from the two talented young opponents fighting viciously out in the zero-gravity chamber. Yes, Dean?
So, like, if we're going on to the Arkansas, and we're, like, in a place that I don't know...
Hey, you can talk to me about that after I finish.
Do I so, like, I'm disoriented?
Yeah, like if you were in a place you didn't understand, like if... Yeah.
Like, place, like, where there's a bunch of grass and, like, a highway, and then there's, like, a little space under the highway, and there's another place where you can go under it, and there's, like, a Buc-ee's right by it.
Usually when you use the term disoriented, you're using it for, like, there's some place that you are usually familiar with, like you understand, you know, but something happened, like you got turned around or you woke up and were still kind of groggy, and then that's why you're disoriented. Like maybe you could wake up here and not remember what day it is, or remember if you need to be going to school, and you can be disoriented that way. You're just not oriented with your surroundings. You're not quite fully understanding everything. Okay. Tamith Kai's eyes blazed with violet fire as she fixed upon the battle. She spoke out of the corner of her wine-dark mouth, mocking Brackus. Your boy has no chance, she said. Velas is much more ruthless. I have trained him. Vonda Ra has trained him. Even Garrowin has trained him. That young man is the culmination of our efforts on Dathomir. Why bother with this wasteful contest? Just give Velas command of the new Dark Jedi. Brackus sat, exuding outward calm, though Coral could tell from the subtle reflexive... Exuding, like giving off.
What's giving off?
Like after you fart, you exude a stench. A stink. A reflexive expression on his face. Each time the battle reached a new peak, that this duel had filled the Shadow Academy master with tension. Ah, Tamith Kai, he said. You forget that I trained young Zek. That counts for more than all the schooling of all your Night Sisters put together. Tamith Kai tore her gaze away from the contest and glared at him. She gave a derisive snort. I think, Coral said, that Tamith Kai has a point. This type of contest is an utter waste. No matter what the outcome, we will still lose our second-best trainee, someone far superior to any of the others we keep. This is a different kind of contest, Brackus said, as if explaining to one of his students. Those other trainees know their places and will follow orders without second thoughts. These two, though, each thinks he is best. But only one can command. Only one can be the greatest warrior. If we allow the loser to live, he would always resent the rule of the other, perhaps even try to undermine his authority. No, it is better that we see who is the stronger. Tamith Kai agreed. Yes, it is good for the other Jedi trainees to see one of their number die. Only then will they understand the depth of our convictions, and realize that the Second Imperium may demand the supreme sacrifice of them as well. Brackus nodded. Coral made no answer. He did not wish to argue with his two superiors. Obviously, both Brackus and Tamith Kai believed in the process. Who was he to question it? And even if one of the two contestants out there were to forfeit the battle in hopes of saving his life, it would be a terrible blow to morale. Surrender is betrayal, after all. Quirrell leaned forward to watch the struggle, but he still thought it a wasteful exercise. Zek tried to catch his breath. He couldn't hide for long. Of course, not in front of so many cheering spectators who were growing more and more enthralled as the battle grew more vicious. His hands were slippery with sweat, and he knew he couldn't afford to lose his weapon at the wrong moment during this battle. He would have to be alert and aggressive. Just to be certain, he locked his lightsaber in the on position and cast about his mind for a plan that might let him take out Velis once and for all. Then, behind him, through the rock, he heard a crackling sound and instinctively threw himself away just as Velis's blazing blade sliced completely through the meteoroid, leaving each chunk of tumbling rock with a flat edge that was so smooth it looked like a molten mirror. If he hadn't moved at the last instant, the lightsaber would have bisected Zek, just as it had the meteoroid. He turned in the air to see Velis hurtling toward him, slashing again. Zek raised his blade to meet the other lightsaber, and their edges crossed in a shower of sparks. They pushed against each other, but found nothing for traction and weightlessness. They drifted aimlessly, blades locked, jaws clenched, glaring defiantly into each other's eyes. When Velis's eyes were drawn for a moment to a point just behind Zek's shoulders, Zek barely had time to wonder what his opponent was doing before a drifting metal rod crashed into the small of his back, sending an avalanche of pain along his spine. He gasped, then released his held breath in a rush. His lightsaber, still blazing, tumbled out of his hand. The crowd roared as Zek flailed in the air, trying to move away from his opponent. With an evil grin, Velis charged toward him. Zek could not reach his lightsaber in time. It spun like a fiery glow rod toward one of the balconies, where spectators scrambled to get out of the way. With no weapon at hand, Zek reached beside him to grasp the still drifting metal rod. He grabbed the pole and swung it through the air with such speed that it made a sighing sound. But in zero gravity, he was on the other end of the pivot point, and he began to spin around like a baton. Velis slashed at the oncoming metal pipe, slicing off half a meter of it. Zek continued to spin, and Velis swung again. The blow went wide. Zek jabbed with the spearhead with the superheated end of the severed pipe, and the hot tip burned through Velis's armor, searing his ribs. Velis yowled in pain and grabbed the pipe himself, flinging it sideways and using the momentum to toss Zek free. Zek sailed across space, rebounded off one of the floating meteoroids, and reached out with his mind to call his lightsaber back to him. The weapon stopped its spiraling plunge toward the wall, reversed itself, and zipped into his grasp. When Zek turned and looked for Velis again, though, he found that his opponent had vanished. The brooding young man from Dathomir was hiding, just as Zek had. Zek narrowed his eyes and opened his mind to the force, listening, trying to sense Velis among the obstacles. The noise of the crowd gave him no hints, but somehow he was able to hear a faint tink, tink, tink coming from behind two joined cargo containers. Zek struck out for that point. He didn't know what Velis was doing, but he wouldn't give the other young man time to complete his plan. Zek used the force to direct himself toward the noise. But when he grabbed the edge of the cargo container, he pulled himself around it, his lightsaber at the ready. He found only a small chunk of rock, invisibly tapping itself against the metal wall. Velis had managed to distract him, creating a diversion with the force, while he hid elsewhere and prepared to strike. With a sudden, powerful premonition, Zek whirled. Velis had to be coming for him. Using his instincts, he sensed with the force. Zek acted without thinking. Before he could see, before he could consider what he was about to do, he pulled back to strike with his lightsaber, putting everything he had behind one powerful stroke. In that instant, through the blaze of the light smearing across his eyes, he saw Velis launch himself out of the cargo container, wearing a predatory grin. He had hidden in ambush, hoping to kill the unsuspecting Zek, but Zek had outsmarted him. Zek's slashing blade encountered resistance as Velis flew across his path. Then, with a flash of smoke and a terrible stench, the bright energy blade cleaved through the flesh and bone, cauterizing it as it went. Velis made a choking, gurgling sound. and continued his tumbling flight through the air. But now his body moved in two separate smoking pieces. Velus's death rattle was swallowed up in the triumphant roar of the crowd. Zek stared down at his pulsating scarlet lightsaber, too horrified at what he had done to even look at the body of Velus. The spectators still cheered. This had been no simulation, he realized. This was real. Zek knew he had taken one giant step farther down the road to the dark side. He raised his head, speechless, as the voice of Brackus echoed through the zero-gravity chamber, drowning out the praise of the onlookers. "Excellent, Zek! I knew you could do it!" Tamith Kai's somewhat petulant voice came next. "My congratulations, young Lord Zek." Then, to his absolute amazement, overwhelming even his shock at the violence he had committed, the air in the center of the arena shimmered until an ominous image engulfed the drifting obstacles. The huge hooded head of the Emperor himself offered its grim congratulations directly to Zek. "You have won this battle, Zek," the Emperor said, in a voice so filled with cold power it could freeze blood. Zek drew in a quick gasp. All of the other trainees watched, absorbing their great leader's words. "You are my darkest night, Zek. I have chosen you personally to lead my Jedi into battle against Skywalker's Jedi Academy." Chapter 19. The muffled thump of an explosion in the middle of the night was already fading by the time Tenel Ka reacted and sat up. Suddenly, wide awake, she strained her ears, but heard nothing more. She had slept fitfully a few times since coming to the thick-walled reef fortress, but she had never woken up without cause. Had she really heard the sound of a blast? She couldn't be sure. Perhaps it had merely been part of her uneasy dream. Around her, the room was dark and shadowy.
She had a dream?
Yeah. No, it said that she doesn't know if that what sounded like a boom was from her dream or really happened. Around her, the room was dark and shadowy, lit only by the metallic silver glow of the moonlight, spilling in from the window. The deep darkness was quiet, too quiet. With a fluid motion, Tenel Ka slid off her bed, stood, paused to listen, then crept forward to the fortress window. Her skin prickled, but not from cold. She recognized the reaction of her Jedi senses transmitting messages of danger, an identifiable uneasiness that was rapidly growing inside, growing closer to full-fledged alarm. Something was definitely not right. Tenel Ka looked at the stone-framed window, down to the glossy midnight ocean that stretched into inky blackness. The breakers, capped with moonlight, crashed against the dark reefs. She heard the rushing, hissing ocean, and realized that the sound should not have been so clear. There was the background hum of the night perimeter shields. Where was the background hum of the night perimeter shields? Leaning forward, Tenel Ka narrowed her eyes to study the air. A telltale shimmer should have been visible to demonstrate that a protective field surrounded the fortress, but she saw nothing. Then her attention turned to a glimmer of light and a smudge of smoke rising into the air near the generator station. The shield generator had been destroyed. That meant Reef Fortress now stood unprotected. Tenel Ka drew back, intending to swirl around and sound the alarm, when a faint motion far below caught her eye. Her heart pounding, all Jedi senses alert, she glanced down to where the steep stone walls blended into the uneven lumps of the reef. A strange camouflaged ship, long and angular, floated just above the waves on repulsor fields. "Aha," she said. "A salt craft of some sort." Then she sucked in a sharp breath as she saw figures moving, more than a dozen. Black, many-legged creatures like large insects swarmed up the base of the fortress and scaled the sheer walls effortlessly. Tenel Ka instantly recognized the tactics. The black body armor, the skittering, segmented movements. Her stomach tied itself into icy knots, and adrenaline shot through her veins. The Bartoks, deadly humanoid insects, were legendary for their relentless and resourceful assassin squads. Tenel Ka raced over the comm unit, mounted on a stone wall near her door, and slapped the alarm button to sound a general call to arms. But nothing happened. She pushed the alarm firmly once again with her hand, and found that the entire warning system was dead. "Lights!" she called. but her room remained dark. All power, including backup generators, had been cut off to reach Reef Fortress. They were in deep trouble. Bending over and using the stump of her arm to hold the buckle in place, she took a moment to fasten her utility belt over the supple reptilian armor in which she slept. Tenelka pulled her hair back with a thong, letting the long red gold braids drape like a crown around her head. It was time for action. She would have to rouse everyone. Tenelka rushed down the corridor and pounded on the door to Jason's room. Lobaka bellowed from his own chamber and flung the door open. Jaina hurried out of the gadget room. "What's going on?" Jason asked, dragging unsteady fingers through his sleep-tousled hair. "Something dangerous," Jaina said, already sensing the situation. "A serious threat." Lobaka roared, his wildly disheveled fur standing out in every direction as he attempted to strap on the glossy white belt made of siren plant fiber. "Emergency?" MTD said. "Perhaps we are all simply overreacting." "No, we are not," Tenelka answered. "The power to the fortress has been cut off, and our defensive force field no longer functions. The generating station has been destroyed. We are currently under attack by Bartok Assassin Squad." Jason shuddered. "Hey, I've heard of them. Insects, right? And they all work together as a hive to assassinate their target." Tenelka nodded. "They are fearsome mercenaries, fighting as one organism. Once given a target, they continue to fight until every last member of their hive has been killed, or until their victim lies dead." I'm sure that's terribly efficient," MTD observed. "But they certainly don't sound very friendly." Jaina frowned, looking determined. "Well then, what are we waiting for?" She retrieved her lightsaber from her quarters, while Jason ran back into the aquarium room to fetch his weapon too. Lobaka, his lightsaber already at his waist, roared in challenge. "Now, Master Lobaka, getting delusions of grandeur can be hazardous to your health," MTD said. Loey just snarled, the black streak across the top of his head bristling with anger. Tenelka stepped into the Wookiee's room, marched to the far wall, and yanked free the jagged ceremonial spear mounted there as ornamentation. Holding the spear one-handed, she said, "We must fight them." Suddenly they heard a crash and a shout, then brief weapons fire from the far end of the corridor that led to the isolated tower containing the matriarch's quarters.
Dad,
"Yes, Steve."
can the Earth ever die?
"Can the Earth die?"
Is it alive?
"No.
Oh,
The Earth is a big ball of rock."
rock.
"Rock.
It's not
There's
only
separate.
rock.
The dirt is rock.
Dirt is weathered rock, yeah."
Grass is rock.
"No. Grass grows out of the dirt. It's alive."
So grass grows out of rock?
Hey, can we talk about this after we read?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah.
Save your questions for that. It's not even related to the book. I thought you had questions about the book.
Oh.
"My grandmother," Tenelka said. "She must be their primary target." Still holding the spear, she raced down the cold flagstone of the dim hall. All glow panels had gone out, and only the moonlight streaming through the corridor windows lit her way. But Tenelka had known these twists and turns since childhood. Growling, Lobaka sprinted after her while the twins ran at top speed to keep up. Jason and Jaina ignited their lightsabers, and the brilliant energy glow splashed ahead, shedding enough light for them to see. Tenelka heard more shouts, a loud scuffle, and her grandmother's voice calling for help. "We must hurry," Tenelka said, putting on an extra burst of speed. Somebody had to have contracted the assassin squad to remove the former queen, she reasoned. Was it Ambassador Ifra? Once Ta'achum was dead, and with Tenelka's parents gone, the ambassador probably would not consider a one-armed girl in lizard hide much of a threat to her power. She could easily take over the rulership of the Hapes cluster. While the idea enraged her, Tenelka could not afford to think about it at the moment. Just ahead, a couple of black, clattering insects emerged from the side corridors. The Bartoks, as tall as Tenelka, stood on two powerful legs and had a central pair of arms at their waists for grasping and manipulating objects, while their upper set of arms ended in long, hooked claws like scythes used to harvest grain. The serrated edges of the scythe claws swept from side to side, with razor edges that could clip an enemy into pieces. The Bartoks chittered upon seeing these new and unexpected opponents, but Tenelka raced ahead with full momentum. Using all the muscles in her single arm, she jabbed with her spear, plunging it through the body core of the left assassin. Its upper forearms flailed in reflex, trying to bat the weapon out of Tenelka's grip. Huh?
Are they people? Or
No, they're like insects. It sounds like they kind of look like black praying mantis.
Wait, so they're not a droid?
No, they're insects. They're big insect aliens.
That looks like a
Like how
droid.
big?
No, that looks like a black praying mantis.
How big? Like.
It said it was as tall as a person.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But she twisted the long blade, ripping it sideways. The insect's hard exoskeleton cracked and split open, spilling thick greenish-blue goop onto the stone floor. She yanked the spear free as the Bartoks clattered to the flagstone, its legs still flailing. Beside her, Lobaka met the second assassin with a sideways sweep of his lightsaber that sliced the Bartok into smoking halves that fell twitching to the floor. The twins rushed up. "Good one," Jason said, panting. "That's 2 down." Tenelka spoke over her shoulder as she continued running. "We cannot be certain those 2 are dead," she said. "And do not forget, the Bartoks have a hive mind. Now all the assassins, there are usually 15 in the hive, know we're coming to help my grandmother." As they skidded around the corner near the armored door to the matriarch's chambers, 5 more of the insects moved to block their way. Ta'achum's 2 personal guards fought fiercely at the threshold of her chambers, but the remaining Bartoks had nearly succeeded in breaking in. As the young Jedi Knights ran forward, Bartok assassins captured both loyal guards outside the matriarch's door and dragged them away. The guards struggled, cried out, and ceased all movement. Although this capture was intended to free the opening for a fresh assault on the matriarch's chambers, it also created a diversion for Tenelka and her friends to plow forward. With their lightsabers ignited, Jason, Jaina, and Jaina slashed in, chopping the 2 frontmost Bartoks into quivering bug pieces.
Yeah, Daddy?
Huh.
Jason, Jaina, and Jaina? That's what you said, right?
I stuttered, and I just said the part twice.
Oh, then I was
Did you really didn't get that? Lobaka barreled into a 3rd assassin, knocking it against the stone wall with such force that its black carapace split open. Inside, Tenelka shouted. She could hear the matriarch calling for more guards, but there were none. Instead, 4 young Jedi Knights charged into her chamber. "Loey, help me get this closed," Jaina cried. The lanky Wookiee shoved his shoulder against the armored door as he and Jaina swung it shut against the powerful press of Bartok arms and snapping claws. Startled, most of the insects jerked back, but then began to push and the claw at the entrance again almost immediately. In that instant of surprise, however, the door groaned shut. "Lock it!" Jaina gasped, and Tenelka snapped a bolt into place. Outside, Bartok assassins pounded, scraping with razor-edged claws against the door jamb. The metal door... I don't know. The metal door rattled in its frame, and Tenelka knew their defenses couldn't last long against the onslaught. But that was the least of their worries at the moment. 3 Bartok assassins had been trapped inside the chamber with them, and now the ruthless black-shelled insects moved forward, focusing on their main target. The old matriarch had barricaded herself in a corner and was doing her best to knock the creatures away with a broken piece of furniture. The young Jedi Knights rushed to defend the former queen, but one of the assassins lashed out with its razor claws at them. Tenelka charged forward as the insect killer moved to meet her. She plunged her ornamental spear into it until the tip of her weapon bored all the way through the glossy shell and wedged into the crack between the wall blocks. She left the Bartok pinned to the wall like a bug in a child's collection. Even so, the creatures still writhed and snapped, thrashing to get at them. Jason ran forward and with a hissing sweep of his lightsaber, sliced off the multi-eyed head of another assassin as it leapt toward the matriarch. With a roar, Lobaka left his post at the rattling door and grasped the remaining Bartok, lifting it bodily off the floor as many sharp arms thrashed as Loey pushed forward into the high open window and heaved the creature over the ledge. The assassin tumbled nearly 30 meters to splatter on the jagged reef far below. "Hey!" Jason said, as the Bartok he had beheaded, instead of collapsing into twitching death, continued to fight its way toward the alarmed matriarch. Aren't you supposed to die? He slashed again with the lightsaber, this time cutting the legs out from under the headless Bartok. The insect torso crashed to the floor, but with its remaining limbs, it still hauled itself toward Tenelka's grandmother. The severed head lay on the flagstones near the wall, staring at its target through faceted eyes, somehow continuing to direct the body. These hive-mind assassins, Tenelka explained, their brains are distributed through major nerve networks inside their bodies. Simply cutting off a head won't stop them. The pieces will still attempt to continue their mission. With another blow from his lightsaber, Jason chopped the remaining torso in half. This is getting ridiculous, he said. Lobaka marched over to where the severed insect head lay near the wall. Then, with a great pleasure, he stomped down, squashing it as one might step on an annoying beetle. The wiry old matriarch tossed aside the broken pieces of furniture she had been using as a weapon. I thank you for your efforts to save me, my granddaughter, she said, but it would seem that this plot is rather extensive. Our entire fortress is overrun. I see no means of escape. Across the floor, the ichor-dripping pieces of the chopped-up assassin continued to squirm toward the former queen, blindly groping, yet still deadly. The skewered Bartok, hanging from the wall, thrashed and flailed, trying to break free from Tenelka's spear. Outside, in the corridors, the rest of the assassin hive hammered without pause against the armored plates of the door. From where Tenelka stood, she could see the rivets popping out of the blocks, crumbling to powder at the edges of the sealed door. The metal began to bend inward. It certainly wouldn't last much longer. Chapter 20. Jaina looked around the dim room where they had barricaded themselves, desperate to find some means of escape. With the hammering of assassins outside the door growing louder and louder, she found it hard to think. Pale moonlight streamed through the window from a deceptively calm sky, bleaching all colors in the room to black and white and gray. We have to get out of here somehow, Jaina said. Tenelka nodded grimly. This is a fact. Jason turned to the matriarch. Hey, if you know of any secret passages that lead out of here, now might be the time to tell us. There are none, Tahachum said. This tower room was designed as a protected chamber, with no secret ways for an assassin to gain entrance. Reef Fortress itself was built to be impregnable. Jaina snorted. Maybe you'd better fire your architect. Tenelka felt at her utility belt and removed her grappling hook and the strong fiber cord. I see no better way. We must escape by the same route those creatures used to break into the fortress. Not only must we flee the fortress, we must flee the reef island itself. Where can we go, Tenelka? Jason said. We're stranded. I get it, Jaina cried, seeing what her friend intended. We make one of the fast wave speeders and zoom out across the ocean. It's our best chance. The stern matriarch went to the window and gazed at the sheer drop. You mean climb down? Yes, grandmother, Tenelka said, setting the grappling hook firmly against the stone of the windowsill.
Dad, what's a wave speeder?
Like a boat. It's you know how the land speeder in Star Wars was like a car, but it kind of floated on the ground. You remember Luke Skywalker drove the land speeder?
Uh-huh.
Okay, well then never mind. Don't worry about it.
It's in the forest.
Okay, just all you need to know is it goes on the water.
It was on the forest,
Okay.
right?
No, it wasn't on the forest. Those were the bikes. It was on Tatooine.
Wow, that felt good.
Wait, you mean Anakin?
No, I mean Luke Skywalker. Unless you'd prefer using your diplomatic skills to negotiate a settlement with the Bartoks. The matriarch's sharp eyes flashed with determination. I've never allowed anyone but myself to control my fate, so I suppose falling to my death while escaping would be preferable to waiting around to be killed by giant insects in my own bedchamber. It's agreed then. We'll try the climb, as you suggest. Tenelka shook her head. No, we shall do the climb. There is no try. Jaina tugged on the cord. The grappling hook did not budge. All right, let's get out of here. Lobaka blatted a comment, and MTV said, Oh dear, must I? At the Wookiee's growled response, the little droid heaved an electronic sigh. Master Lobaka believes he would be the most sensible choice to go first. and fortunately I'm forced to admit that he is correct. Firstly, because he is an experienced climber, and secondly, because he is strong and will be able to hold the rope steady for the rest of you once you reach the bottom. Can't argue with your logic, Jaina agreed. Go ahead. While MTD twittered about the impending danger, Loey swung himself over the sill and supported his full weight on the glistening fiber cord. Then, using his long arms, he lowered himself hand over hand down the vertical stone wall. MTD's pitiful moans grew more and more faint until finally Loey touched down on the rocks below, stood away from the wall, and gave the rope a yank. Good, Tinelkoff said. Persistence finally paid off for the Bartoks, who had continued their relentless battering at the armored door. One of the hinges groaned and popped out of the wall. With a loud creak, a corner of the door bent inward. Chittering insect assassins thrust their sharp scythe claws through the gap. No more time, Tinelkoff said to the twins. You two go down. The rope will hold both of you. We'd better be careful, Jason said. The door rattled in its frame and the metal screeched, caving in further. Guess we can't afford that luxury, Jaina said in a terse voice. What are we waiting for? She slipped over the sill, grabbing the fiber cord, and began rappelling down the dark stones. Jason came after her. The rope was thin, and the descent treacherous. But they used their Jedi skills to keep their balance and make themselves lighter. At the bottom, Lobaka stood with his feet planted far apart on the rocky reef, holding the rope. Excellent climbing, Master Jason, Mistress Jaina, MTD encouraged. You're almost there. You can make it. Even before they reached the bottom, Jaina looked up to see Tinelkoff and her grandmother easing over the sill. The matriarch, unable to grasp the slender cord tightly enough in her old hands, steadied herself with an arm around Tinelkoff's waist. The young warrior girl had looped the rope once around her arm to allow herself more friction to control their descent. With a firm hold of the fiber cord, she slowly leaned backward, letting the strand slip through her fingers as her feet pressed against the outer wall of the fortress. The dangerous climb may have been more difficult and awkward with her handicap, but Tinelkoff did not seem the least bit hesitant. Despite her usual reluctance to use the Force, she took advantage of it this time without reservation. Come on, Tinelkoff, Jason called. Before the girl and her grandmother had gotten more than halfway down the rope, though, a loud crash sounded from above. Suddenly, swarms of multi-legged figures surged into the open window, squealing their triumph. Jaina heard Tinelkoff shout, "Hold on!" as she doubled her speed, sliding down the cord so quickly that Jaina was sure she would get a rope burn on her hand and arm. The Bartoks grabbed the fiber cord and sawed at it with their serrated scythe arms. Tinelkoff slipped down faster. Suddenly the strand parted. The insectoid assassins above gave a triumphant chitter. Lobaka roared and with lightning-fast reflexes dropped the end of the severed rope, held out his arms, and caught the old matriarch as she plunged, using the Force to control her own fall. Tinelkoff landed heavily on her feet, but without injury. Good one, Tinelkoff, Jason cried. We made it. Not quite yet, Jaina said, pointing upward. The remaining black Bartok assassins started to boil through the upper window, crawling headfirst down the vertical stone block. We must hurry, Tinelkoff said, pointing toward the grotto. To the wave speeders. At the far edge of the reef, Jaina saw the sharp-edged assault boat from the Bartok hide near the smoldering wreck of the shield generator station. For a moment, she contemplated taking the craft instead. But when she noticed the Navi alien controls designed for simultaneous use by 4 claws, she couldn't be sure she or Loey could pilot such a ship. Their best chance would be to grab one of the smaller wave speeders. Ducking under the moss-hedged rock of the entrance, they ran into the sea cave. A wave speeder tied to the dock closest to the entrance bobbed gently on the water of the grotto. Everybody in, Jaina said. Loey and I can handle this. Let's just hope its top speed is better than what the assassin's craft can manage. And that Ambassador Ifra hasn't sabotaged it, Jason muttered. Lobaka bellowed his agreement. Still dazed after her fall, the grim matriarch shook herself and climbed aboard as Jason and Jaina hopped over the rail, followed by Tinelkoff. With a roar, the repulsor lift engines raised the wave speeder up off the calm waters inside the sheltered cave. Before Tinelkoff had managed to seat herself, Jaina pulled the boat away from the dock, whipped it around, and accelerated through the cave entrance, churning the water into froth beneath them. The wave speeder shot away from the darkened, overrun reef fortress. Lobaka, sitting in the navigator's chair, turned his shaggy head to gaze back at the tall citadel with his dark, adapted Wookiee eyes. He growled, stretching out a hairy arm. Jaina risked a glance and saw the insectoid murderers swarming down the tower wall toward their assault craft. Better get our head start while we can, Jaina said grimly. She pushed hard against the accelerators, although they were already traveling at maximum speed. The small boat sped out to where the sea grew choppier. Moments later, an ear-splitting mechanical roar erupted behind them. Jason shouted, and Jaina glanced back to see the Bartok assault craft pull away from the reef. Infested with black insect assassins, the assault craft's engines thundered like a star destroyer in pursuit. They must have come in using stealth silencers on their engines, Jaina said. They're at full power now, though. No need to keep quiet. She watched the tactical panel in front of her and swallowed a lump in her throat. Lowy growled. Master Lobaka estimates they will overtake us within minutes. MTD wailed. What are we to do? The ocean was lit only by the twin moons high overhead in the midnight sky. Jaina saw froth ahead of the water surged around a rocky obstacle jutting from the sea. The dragon's teeth. We'll go there, she said, and try to use some trouble as they dodge around the rocks. We're smaller, more maneuverable. I doubt they'll give up because of a navigation hazard, Jason said. No, Jaina replied, but we can hope they crash. The pointed rocks thrust out of the water like jagged spires. Waves crashed against their faces, running like saliva drooling from a great dragon's mouth, and rippled around the submerged reefs at the base of the teeth. The Bartok's assault craft screamed after them. Watch the waves and count, Tenelkov said, pointing as a plume of white water jetted up between the two sharp rocks. 5 seconds later, another plume spurted up just as high. Timing could be our advantage. Jaina nodded. I see what you mean. Loey, I'll need your help on the controls. They slowed just enough to let the assault craft approach them as they headed toward the narrow gap between the treacherous rock spires. It's going to be close, Jaina, Jason said. Don't I know it, she agreed. Okay, punch it, Loey. The Wookiee hit the accelerator full force just as the Bartok assault craft nearly rammed them from behind. The insect assassins waved their clacking arms.
Why is there one?
Shh. One fired a deck-mounted cannon, and the blaster bolt struck the waves, creating a geyser of steam just behind their wave speeder. Whoa, Jaina said as Loey yowled. Didn't expect that. Unconsciously ducking her head as they streaked between the black rocks, she canted the wave speeder to fit through a narrow gap. The hiss of their passage boomed and echoed, and a fine cold spray splashed them all. The assault craft charged in behind them. Jaina didn't think the assassins could possibly fit through the narrow opening, but the ship slid into the gap with only a few centimeters of play on either side. The ocean roiled just as the assault craft spat from the narrow cleft between the rocks. A jet of water rocketed through the gap, shooting out a high-powered plume that catapulted the Bartok assault craft into the air and spun it end over end. 3 assassins toppled overboard and vanished into the churning seas before the assault craft righted itself and crashed back onto the water. The Bartok pilot wrestled with the controls as Jaina streaked onward at top speed, stretching the gap between them. Before long, though, the assault craft was hot on their tail again. Sitting in back, Ta-Chum recovered enough to reach inside her plush robes and withdraw a tiny hold-out blaster. For what it's worth, the matriarch said, I'll use this, but it's designed for only 2 shots. What good is a blaster that only has 2 shots? Jason asked. The first shot is for an attacker, Tenelkov's grandmother answered. The second shot, well, sometimes it's preferable not to be taken alive. Jaina gulped and continued to guide the wave speeder away from the reef. Waves crashed against the front of their craft, but she couldn't gain any more height from their repulsor lifts. Fortunately, the Bartok assault craft had sustained some damage when it passed through the dragon's teeth, and now the pilot of the impaired vessel had no choice but to hang back. Pushing the wave speeder to its red lines, Jaina maintained their lead, but just barely. Another hour went by as they sped over the dark wave tops under the pale light of the moons. The assault craft edged closer and closer. Is there any way to get back into civilization? Get some help, Jason asked. Our fortress is extremely isolated, theoretically for our protection, and this wave speeder travels much too slowly, the old matriarch said. It would take us many hours to get back. I fear the Bartoks will have taken care of us before then. Not if I can help it, Jaina said, gritting her teeth, as she diverted them toward a pale patch of water ahead, a wasteland covered with a rough, flattened texture and exuding a spoiled, fishy smell. She realized full well where they were going. The coordinates had been familiar, and now she hoped to use her knowledge to their advantage. Lobaka guessed her intention, let out a questioning whine. I know what I'm doing, Loie, Jaina said. Jason must have smelled the same thing. He leaned toward his sister in alarm. You're not actually going into that seaweed field, are you? Jaina shrugged. They'd be crazy to follow us, wouldn't they? Do you recognize that line?
Say that?
They'd be crazy to follow us, wouldn't they? Remember in Empire Strikes Back when Han Solo is being chased by the Star Destroyer, and they can't go to light speed, so he flies into the asteroid field, and
He says.
and Leia says, "You're not actually thinking of flying into an asteroid field, are you?" He said, "They'd be crazy to follow us, wouldn't they?" So Jaina, his daughter, just said the same thing, huh? The Bartok assassin hive.
That's what I mean. People's lives do the same thing over and over.
The Bartak assassin hive will follow us to the ends of the planet, Tenelka said. They have no concern for their own danger. Good, Jaina said. Then maybe they'll get sloppy. Suddenly the sound of engines grew muted as they streaked over the writhing forest of carnivorous seaweed. Just below the hull of their wave speeder, the weed thrashed in agitation. Clusters of red-eye flowers rose up, keeping a vigilant watch for new prey even in deepest night. The seaweed flickered and snapped, as if it remembered its near miss with the group of young Jedi only days before. I sure hope this thing is still hungry, Jason said. How about we give it some plant food? As long as it's not us, Jaina responded. The Bartok assassins paid no heed now that the sea had changed, intent only on closing the gap between them and their prey. The matriarch stood at the rear of the wave speeder, holding her small blaster. 2 shots, she said, pointing her weapon at the approaching boat. Target their repulsor pods, Jaina shouted. That's the only weak spot on a big assault craft like that. The wave speeder jostled, but the matriarch took careful aim and fired a high-powered blaster bolt. The streak of energy skimmed the bottom of the pursuing assault craft, leaving 3 repulsor pods undamaged. The shot reflected off the Bartok's metal hull and sizzled into the churning seaweed creature. No damage, the matriarch said. 1 chance left. Your shot was not wasted, Tenelka said. Observe the plant. The seaweed now seemed fully awake and angry, its spine tentacles thrashing in the air and slapping at the craft roaring over its fronds. The Bartok assassins approached the wave speeder, apparently unconcerned that one of their intended... Bartok, that's those aliens, the black insect aliens that are trying to kill him. Apparently unconcerned that one of their intended victims had just used a blaster, the Bartok craft fired a return shot with one of its laser cannons. But Jaina, sensing the impending bolt through the force, rocked the wave speeder to the left. The blast struck the seaweed again, eliciting a hissing, low-frequency roar from the plant monster. Ta Chum stood again, raised her tiny blaster, and aimed a second and last time. May the force be with you, Tenelka murmured. The matriarch took her final shot. This time the energy bolt struck one of the Bartok repulsor pods squarely. Though the tiny weapon was not powerful enough to cause great damage, it was enough to throw the pursuing assault craft into a spin. The stern of the assassin's boat rose up, and as the Bartok insects scrambled for control, the bow plunged, grazing the ravenous seaweed, before the pilot could regain stability. A dozen spiked tentacles whipped up and wrapped themselves around the trails, snatching at the hull, the repulsor pods, the laser cannon emplacements. The insect assassins chittered, more in anger than fear, because the hive mind couldn't comprehend its impending death. Within moments, however, Bartok assassin legs were flailing as spiked seaweed tentacles plucked the insects from their stations at the side of the boat and dragged them thrashing beneath the foaming waves. Soon the seaweed had engulfed the entire sharp-edged craft, dragging it under the roiling water. Pincer-ended tentacles clamped down on the hard chitina shells, and Jaina heard muffled crunching sounds as the seaweed monster snapped exoskeletons apart to reach the tender parts inside. She stared at the water in horrified fascination. I think maybe this is our cue to leave, Jason pointed out, giving his sister a nudge. Loie roared his agreement. Blood-red eye flowers blinked hungrily up at them. Okay, what are we waiting for? Loie revved the engines and then accelerated as Jaina guided the wave speeder back out of the deadly tangle of seaweed. Ta Chu made her way to the front of the wave speeder. I can pilot us to safety from here, she said. Jaina gladly relinquished the controls as the former queen headed the craft toward the mainland. An excellent shot, grandmother, Tenelka said. The matriarch nodded and looked with renewed admiration at her granddaughter. So much for diplomacy. Some 5 hours later, the entire bedraggled crew finally hauled themselves into the Fountain Palace. Ta Chum was outraged to find that Ambassador Ifra had already assumed control. Declaring martial law, the ambassador had announced that there would be several hours of mourning over the untimely death of the dear departed matriarch. Tenelka marched beside her grandmother into the central throne room amidst gasps of horror, delight, and surprise from the guards. The most appalled expression, however, showed on the hardened face of Ambassador Ifra herself. Ta Chum, she cried, standing up and trying unsuccessfully to hide the brief storm of anger that clouded her eyes. You're alive, but how? Your plot failed, Ifra. Guards, arrest this traitor. On what charge? Ambassador Ifra said in a reasonable tone, her confidence not yet shaken. Plotting to kill the entire royal household. I am only happy that Tenelka's parents were absent, for I'm sure they would have been at risk as well. Why, Ta Chum, I've never shown anything but loyalty to you. Ifra's voice was full of sweetness and offended innocence, though Tenelka could sense that she was lying. How can you make such an accusation? Because you took control. How could you possibly have known we were in danger if you hadn't set up the plot yourself? Well, Ifra blinked. I simply responded to the distress call sent from Reef Fortress, of course. Ah, the matriarch pointed her long, knobby finger, and a smile curved her thin, wrinkled lips. Aha! But no distress signal was sent. Your Bartok assassins blew up our power generating station. We escaped. This is the first word that has gotten out. But you knew. The matriarch nodded confidently. Yes, you knew. Before Ifra could sputter another excuse, the guards came forward and took her into custody. Oh, she'll be given a fair trial, the matriarch said. But I think we have more than enough proof, don't you, Tenelka? She raised her eyebrows. This is a fact, the young warrior woman replied. And I believe I have more than enough proof for something else as well. She stood straight, looking proudly into her granddaughter's eyes. This adventure has shown me that I am fully recovered from my injuries. I wish to return to Yavin 4. Chapter 21. Tenelka sat up and looked around with brief disorientation, before she remembered where she was. Letting her gray gaze skim across the ancient stone walls, arched doorway, and modest sleeping pallet, she experienced a sense of warmth and safety and excitement. It felt right to be back on Yavin 4. In her own student quarters in the great temple, she sat back on her pallet and began practicing her new skill, braiding her hair with one hand and her teeth. Over the past weeks, the wrongness in her life had slowly dissolved, beginning with her parents. Safe return to Hapes. Having foiled an attempt on their own lives by Ambassador Ifra's henchwomen, Teneniel Joe and Isolde had hurried back to find their daughter and her grandmother unharmed. They immediately sought out and purged the remaining conspirators from the royal court, while Ambassador Ifra awaited trial. To Tenelka's great surprise, neither of her parents had tried to talk her into wearing a synthetic arm or discontinuing her studies at the Jedi Academy. In fact, when she had expressed her desire to continue her training, her mother and father had readily agreed, asking only that she stay to visit with them for a few weeks before returning to Yavin 4. I believe you may become a stronger warrior than ever you imagined, Teneniel Joe said. You have powerful legs, fast reflexes, and you still have your better fighting arm. From what your grandmother tells me, your wits have not been dulled either. And I think
her right arm or her left?
It's her left.
Huh?
Her left.
Oh.
And I think you may teach many a future opponent that one cannot judge a warrior's worth by her outward appearance, her father added, hugging her. Never be ashamed of what you are or who you are.
I think that's from a line from what Obi-Wan Kenobi said to Luke Skywalker. Sounds like it. Sounds like what he would say.
When Luke Skywalker had returned in the Shadow Chaser to take Tenelka and the other young Jedi Knights back to Yavin 4, there had been no mistaking her parents' pride. Her mother's final whispered words still echoed through her mind. May the Force be with you. Now, after a good night's rest in familiar quarters, Tenelka felt ready to take her next step to recovery. She stood and stretched, delighting in the well-controlled response of her muscles. She spent the next few minutes ransacking her belongings until she had collected the objects she needed. She found her remaining Rancor Tooth trophy, wrapped in its supple leather covering. She tucked it under the stump of her severed arm. Not a completely useless limb after all, she noted with some satisfaction, while she searched for another item. When at last she located the jewel-encrusted tiara from Hapes, which her grandmother had insisted she take, she placed the two articles side by side on a tiny work table in the corner and studied them both. Both objects were symbols of who she was, of her upbringing. The rancor tooth came from Dathomir, a planet that was wild, untamed. Rancor. Wild, untamed, fierce, and proud. The tiara symbolized her Hapan inheritance, regal bearing, refinement, power, wealth, and political shrewdness. Tinalka had long believed that honoring one part of her heritage implied that she must dishonor the other, just as she had believed that trusting in the Force implied a lack of trust in herself. Wincing at the thought, she was compelled to acknowledge that she had actually gained wisdom from the loss of her arm. She knew now that she had to use every ability she possessed, including her talent with the Force, to become the best possible Jedi. But what of her heritage? She thought, picking up the rancor tooth and turning it over in her palm. Hapes and Dathomir. Could she combine the best of both? She was, after all, only one person. Coming to a decision, she grasped the rancor tooth tightly, lifted it overhead, and brought it smashing down on the glittering jewel-studded tiara. The delicate crown broke into pieces. Tinalka hammered again and again until bits of precious metal and gems lay strewn across the tiny table. Yes, she decided. She was a product of two worlds, and she would learn to blend the best of her mother's and her father's. She laid down the rancor's tooth and reached for the other items she had assembled. Then, selecting the finest jewels from her Hapan tiara, she began to build her new lightsaber. Brilliant morning sunlight played across the top of the great temple and filtered through Tinalka's partially braided hair to form a red-gold nimbus around her. Jason stood about a meter away, facing her, a gentle breeze ruffling his unruly brown curls. His face was filled with apprehension. "You sure you want to do this?" he asked. "Yes," she said sharply, though she felt an uncertain fluttering in the pit of her stomach. "Well, I'm not sure I can go through with it," he said in a low voice. "You? But why?" "Blaster bolts! The last time we did this I ended up—" Jason's voice trailed off and he looked significantly at what remained of her arm. "Ah," Tinalka said. "Aha. So I'm asking you if you're sure," Jason said, "because I'm not." Gray eyes searched brandy brown. "Dean, stop, please." Gray eyes searched brandy brown while Tinalka considered this. Her throat was tight with unaccustomed emotion. When she finally spoke, "Jason, my friend, I know of no better way to show that I trust you, that I do not blame you for what happened." Jason's face was solemn as he nodded his acceptance. "Thank you." He let his eyes fall half shut and took a deep breath. Tinalka did the same. Feeling the Force flow into her, through her, her muscles tautened, not with fear, but with a delicious anticipatory sensation, reaching for the rancor's tooth clipped to her belt. Tinalka held it steady in front of her and pressed the power stud. A blade of sizzling energy sprang from the ivory hilt, glowing in a rich turquoise, produced by the rainbow gems that she had installed in her tiara. A heartbeat later, Jason's emerald lightsaber hummed to life. As if in slow motion, the two friends raised their blades until they hovered at eye level, just centimeters apart. With a crackle of discharged energy, their lightsabers touched once, then again, hesitantly at first. Tinalka thrust her turquoise blade, and Jason parried with a barely perceptible nod. The Force flowed between them, around them, and soon they were moving in ancient patterns and rhythms, as in a well-rehearsed exercise routine, an intricate dance. Somehow both of them knew that neither would come to any harm. Their eyes locked, while the silent music that accompanied their movements built into a crescendo, then began to fade. But their confidence in each other did not wane as their movements slowed. They stood still at last, lightsabers barely touching, a look of amazement on both their faces. Jason opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. A moment later, an ear-shattering roar split the air as Lobaka and Jaina ran across the rooftop to greet them. Jaina laughed. "I agree with Loey. It's good to see you holding a lightsaber again, Tinalka. For a while I was worried that you thought you were too different from us." that you couldn't be our friend anymore. Perhaps for a while I did, Tenelka said. But I have learned that differences can be positive, that they can be blended together to form a stronger whole. We are pretty different, Jason pointed out. Jaina switched on her amethyst energy blade with a snap hiss. But we're all going to be Jedi Knights. Lobaka ignited his lightsaber as well. Its shaft glowed a molten bronze. Stronger together, Tenelka said, raising her turquoise lightsaber high over her head. Lobaka lifted his lightsaber to touch hers. Yes, stronger together, Jason and Jaina said in unison, crossing their glowing blades with the other two. The 4 lightsabers blazed into the morning light. The end.